Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds. There ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that y'all. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. Unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Welcome to League Night here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Tonight, we are covering 4 games from the Virtual Diplomacy League, and then we're jumping across the pond from me in the United States, and we're heading into the UK for the Tour of Britain. Tour of Britain was one of the very first virtual leagues besides the Virtual Diplomacy League, and we're really excited to be able to cover that tonight. But I will not be covering this alone. We've got some fun analysts tonight, including a new face that I, for one, am extremely excited to add to our broadcast. But before I do that, I did just want to make a quick statement. Last month was Pride Month, and the top of the show, I shared a message about what Pride represents to me, about freedom, dignity, and the need to protect the rights of the marginalized, vulnerable, and the oppressed. I also used language about genocide that some understood as directed specifically at the Israeli government. My intent was not to single out any one government, but to speak to a broader global pattern where harm is being done to marginalized people by authoritarian regimes around the world, including within the government of my own country. I take responsibility for how those words landed. To be clear, the views I expressed were personal. They were not shared in my role as a representative of DBN, and they don't reflect an official position. In fact, if you look closely, you'll find that we don't always agree on politics, on whether to call it extended deadline or press, or especially on scoring systems. We're people before we're players. We come to this community shaped by our values, our histories, and our perspectives. And sometimes that shows up in what we say. DBN is not a political channel. League Night is not a political show. There are plenty of places online for deep political debate, and this isn't intended to be one of them. But that doesn't mean we pretend the world outside doesn't shape who we are. We come from different cultures, countries, and lived experiences. In a small community where we spend hours together, disagreement's almost inevitable. It's not a flaw. It's part of what makes our interactions human. What unites us is a shared belief in dignity, inclusion, and respect. So when someone says something we don't agree with, I hope we feel free to speak up, to share our perspectives, to stand up for the values we care about, while also offering each other the grace of good faith disagreement. Community doesn't just happen. It's something we build together. Inclusion, freedom, and respect aren't automatic. They have to be defended and renewed by people who care. It takes work. So yes, we'll disagree about politics, about preferred game formats, about the best opening in spring 1901. But what we don't do, and here I do believe I can speak for DBN, is give up on each other. We won't accept any force anywhere in the world that tries to take those values away. Thanks for hearing me out. Thank you for being part of this global, sometimes messy, but always brilliant community. Let's get to the games. With that, I'd like to welcome Patrick McCallus, and for the first time, world champion Noam Brown. Welcome to League Night.
It's great to be here.
It's been a little while, Patrick. I think we've hung out a couple times this year. McCallus, it's been quite a bit. I hope that you're enjoying your DB&I championship a little bit, and things are going well. Let's start this show tonight by taking a quick look at some of our upcoming events. So I'll go ahead and pull that up right now. And Patrick, why don't you start us out with the virtual events coming up in July?
Absolutely. towards the end of the month, we have still a pretty solid lineup of games here. First things coming up is the Tour of Britain, which happens to be our feature league. It's not listed on here, but they will have the July round on July 27th, hosted by our very own Bradley Grace. As for 7 Years War, the European League, we are actually expecting a new round of that just tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern time on July 20th. So feel free to tune into that if you want some fast-paced play. Nexus Press League also has its next wave on the 27th of July. I just got back into that after a while, and it's still definitely the best place to find consistently active and engaged extended deadline players in a semi-competitive environment. So I'd highly recommend that. And then the other two leagues are Snake Pit and, of course, VDL next month. Unfortunately, we don't have times announced for the next rounds of either of those yet, but we expect Snake Pit to be next weekend as well because they haven't had a July round yet.
Awesome. And McCallus, can you take us through the upcoming tournaments?
Yep. So next weekend we have the Regatta Open being hosted just outside Denver in Colorado by Manus Hand. Been a really successful event that we've seen growing from strength to strength in the past few years. And if it's maybe a little late to book flights for it now, but if you find yourself with a free weekend, never say never. Hop out there. I'm sure Manus would be delighted to have you. On the same weekend, if you happen to be a bit further from America or a bit close to Europe, we have the Norwegian Diplomacy Championship, the inaugural one, which will be hosted in Oslo. Once again, maybe a little late, but never say never. And Europe, you can often travel at quite short notice. So that will be a good, fun event for the first time there. Following on from that, in 2 weeks' time, we have the VWDC Summer Classic run by yours truly. This is the premier virtual tournament that will take place over a weekend in 2 weeks' time. There will be 7 rounds at time zones which suit everyone all over the world. So you have no excuse not to play, and you also will be guaranteed to not be playing against me because I can't play for score. So if that's a selling point, come along and play. Weekend after that, we also have the Boston Massacre happening in Boston, run by Alex Maslow. There are details on the DiploBM website, and you can always contact him directly. And come the end of August, we have the Asia Pacific Diplomacy Championship, which this year is going to be hosted at the Kanto Classic in Brisbane, in Australia. The second APAC, I believe, since the pandemic, possibly the third. And you can go and dethrone Max 1G Robanks, who is the reigning champion of that event.
Good luck with that. Picking up in September, we've got the Swiss Diplomacy Championship, September 6th to 7th. We've got the UK Diplomacy Championship, September 19th to 21st. In October, this is the one I'm selfishly eager to highlight, North American DipCon at Weaselmoot. Brandon Vogel and I will be hosting that event. We've got the Hexstecken Open, October 11th to 12th in Germany. We've got the Carnage Gaming Convention in North America in Vermont, October 24th to 26th. And then the European Diplomacy Championship, November 7th to 9th, rounding out the big events for the year. And we'll also call out, we've got the placeholder for the Virtual Diplomacy League championship in January. So we'll have a big show for that. BlazeCon being another big event, or a new event that was just added. That's going to happen in Baltimore, Maryland in 2026. And of course, we'll close it out with Noam. I'm going to let you announce this one as the defending champion. Tell us about World Diplomacy Convention 2026.
Yes, I believe this will be held in Greece. It's going to be a beautiful location, great time of year to go to Greece. And it'll be the highlight of the year. So I encourage everybody that can make it to come join us.
And signups are just recently opened. I will double check to make sure that link is on our website. And of course, you can find all of these events at diplobn.com/schedule. And that if you see anything that's missing, definitely send us a note at info@diplobn.com, or you can post in the comments or contact any of us on the VWDC Discord server.
McCullis, you're going to WDC, right? You wouldn't dare miss that.
I'm can't wait to dodge soldiers and smuggle myself into a country. It will be exciting and good preparation for the future.
All right. Well, with that, let's go ahead and Noam, I'm going to give you a break, and we will take a look at the Virtual Diplomacy League. Take a quick look at our standings to start things out. Let's see. Oh, that is our list of players. A little sneak peek there. And here are our standings. So as of this last month, Virtual Diplomacy League standings, we have Jamal Blakarli in first place, Jason Gray in second, Cody Miller third, Justin Lohr fourth, Darcy Morris fifth, Christian Brown sixth, Patrick Jacobson squeaking in at number 7. Last month was a really, really fun month. We are entering into the summer stretch. This is the point where a lot of the standings still are very dynamic, but you do start to see some shape to those standings. There's very good odds that at least one or two of the people in this top 7 will qualify for the championship game at the end of this year. But the rest of the board, it's still very dynamic, as some people are getting their first scores and others are having to really go for it to get those bigger scores in order to increase their overall average score for the league overall. Closing out, we've got Jaden in 8th, Joshua Crowther in 9th, and Tuckbot Tully in 10th. Moving on to positions 11 through 20. Marcus Lone, Micah Blom, Spiro Stovas, Michael Saxton, Zoe Cameron, Ben Kelman, Front Stabber, Ian Rednick, Robert Hillier, and Sabi Ahuja. Anything that either of you want to add about our current standings and kind of set up the storyline of where are we in the league right now?
Yeah, well, the big story, I think, of the early VDL season has so far been the Australians, for sure. They came out really swinging with players like Jason Gray, Zoe Cameron, Cody Miller, Jamal Blakarli, getting some really good scores early on in the March, April, May rounds that have allowed them to go out front in the standings very quickly. And a lot of them are great players, and they're all credible threats for sure to make the top board. But it's exciting because you look at those guys and people like me who were also very active early on. But you also look at the people in 11 through 20th. There are a lot of people in that list that have only played 2 boards so far. And these aren't unknown players either. These are real threats like Front Stabber, you mentioned. That's Jake Mannix, a very experienced face-to-face player who's been expanding into virtual with some success. He's a threat for sure. And a bunch of others as well, especially from the European and American side of things. And we'll see a lot of those players today get their third scores in, and I'm really excited to see how the standings shake up, because I think we could see a seismic shift here for sure after these games.
Well, keep an eye on that as we look at our next, as we close out the show, we'll revisit that, see if that's the case. McCallus.
Yeah, I think for me, you look at those scores, you look at that top 7, there's some great scores that have already been banked. But if you compare that to previous years, Jamal, it would take a sort of shock of a lifetime to not qualify with that score. I don't think anyone else yet has a score that is comfortable. Jason's score is one that will get him in on some years and won't in others. And anyone below that is in need of some more scores still. Like you may have banked the points early on, but once a few more people have played a few more games, it can change quite drastically. We've seen it in pretty much every year that VDL was run. It's come right down to the wire in December, and people have made big moves, even in that December month, playing 2 games in a day and jumping up into it. I believe Chris Ward did that recently. Yeah, like Jason's 357 it's close, it's pretty good, but one more big score and I think he can be comfortably safe. Everyone else definitely needs a big score still to really secure that position. It
is a really, really fun time. The season really starts to come together at this point. So with that, let's not delay, except that we will, because I do want to just remind everybody to like and subscribe for the video. I also want to say shout out to Dip Chat. Always one of my favorite parts of the show, and already seeing some activity in Dip Chat. So looking like this will be another great fun, entertaining. If you see me laughing and smiling, a lot of times it's because I'm chuckling at whatever is coming across in chat. So yeah, but thank you all for watching, and let's get to our first game. All right, so first up, we're going to take a look at virtual game 234. McCallus, I am going to have Patrick take the lead for this broadcast. So, Patrick, why don't you introduce our players for us?
Absolutely. So in Austria, we have Jason Gray from Sydney, Australia, second place in the league, as we already saw. He's in a pretty comfortable spot right now, but he'll want to improve a little bit more on his score to get to the top board. Austria is a very feast or famine country for that. But he's already shown, I think, one of his big tops in March, which is his best month so far, was in Austria. So he certainly has the know-how. In England, we have Tuckbot Tully, who's actually David Seymour. I'm surprised his name hasn't been put in the database yet, but he's top 10 in the league as well. I played with him. He's a very well-rounded player, even though he's fairly new. I think he's just started playing this calendar year. In France, Edward S., who I've not seen before, so it'd be very exciting to see another new player. Always love that. In Germany is Claire Bradbury, who is one of the newer players on the Australian circuit, but I've already heard a lot of good buzz about her from some others like Jamal and Zoe. Al Sadar in Italy, who I think is also new, but welcome. Glad to have you. Michael Saxton from South Korea in Russia, our defending Snake Pit champion, so he knows how to play virtual for sure. And Zoe Cameron in Turkey from Melbourne, Australia.
All right. As we bring up our map, McCallus, any storylines that you're going to keep your eye on for this game?
So Claire, I watched recently in the Sydney Cup coverage. I believe she made the top board on that and had some really good games there. Definitely keeping an eye to see how she transitions to the virtual arena. And Zoe, we've recently seen her on the Broadcaster Brawl. We've seen her in some pretty big events. Let's see how she does in a sort of run-of-the-mill league month.
All right. Patrick, take it away, Spring 1901.
Okay, so immediately across the board, I see a lot of things that I really like here. First of all, France jumping into the channel. When you're playing France, you don't really have to play super offensive, fast early openings because you're France. You have the best combination of defensibility and growth potential of any country in the game, but it's still fun, so you should do it. In addition, we've got pretty standard stuff from England and Germany, so we'll see how that French move to the channel is received by both. That will largely hinge on German attitudes. In the East, we've got a DMZ of Galicia, which, again, I like very much. We see Michael just doing the equivalent of a Warsaw hold here, just a stylish version of that. It's like going Rome to Venice, Venice to Apulia as Italy. So that DMZ is honored. And we see Vienna to Budapest as well from Austria, which notably has the highest board top rate of any Austrian opening, but also the highest elimination rate. So going back to that feast or famine idea that I mentioned earlier. And then Zoe goes straight Smyrna to Syria. This is popular among Australians. It was made popular by Andrew Goff. I always wonder if this is good outside of Gunboat, but then I used it a couple weeks ago in 7 Years War again and topped the board, so it can do pretty well for itself.
Don't think I didn't notice you stealing my stat on that Austrian opening that I bring up every time I see it.
It's a communal stat, McCallus. Share the love. All right, and then in the fall we have English Channel holding, which is a choice you can make. I enjoy moving to Irish Sea in that situation personally, if you really want to attack England. But hey, maybe Edward has other ideas. You can definitely turn this into an EF still. Just take a little more effort. Everyone wants Germany and Belgium, which is a little unusual in a situation where there can't really be a Western triple because French Fleet English Channel doesn't work for that. But again, I'm really excited to see what the builds are out of that. And in the East, we have Warsaw to Silesia and Austria breaking the DMZ in Galicia, seemingly. I wonder if the move to Silesia is so Michael can build an army in Warsaw and then force Galicia again. That is something that can be done, but it's hard to sell to Germany sometimes, although Claire has 3 builds, so she's not that vulnerable. And then we see some RT tension as well, with Romania being bounced and Syria going to Armenia. So it looks like Zoe might be making an overture to Jason here.
Yeah, I think this turn's gone very, very nicely if you're Jason Gray. getting to put the 2 units down in whatever center you want, which isn't always the case with Austria. You're in Galicia, you've got a neutral Romania, and you've got Turkey and Russia at loggerheads, whilst Italy has done the pretty standard Lepanto convoy. It's as far as a 1901 can go, it doesn't generally get much more straightforward for Jason. He'll be pretty happy in that little catbird seat right now.
It's also worth noting that Jason said quite a few times that AT is his favorite alliance in the game, so it makes sense for Zoe to play towards that.
Also, France opens north and Germany gets 3 builds. You don't see that every day. I'm not sure that Edward will be overly thrilled with this setup to only get 1. It feels like that should have been a sea line. It wasn't a sea line. There wasn't an attack on North Sea. Neither of them went for it, so maybe sort of things broke down between them and they decided not to do it. But I think Edward's a little bit out of position as a result.
Welcome to Virtual Diplomacy League, Edward.
All right, so going into spring of 1902, we see, relations have definitely broken down between France and Germany. France takes Belgium from English Channel, the most pro-English way to try and do it, whilst Germany forces their way into Burgundy. England, meanwhile, doesn't really commit either way. They built Fleet Liverpool, which looked anti-French, but they've only pulled it to Wales. It hasn't done anything that hostile yet. Maybe EF can still put things back together. The East, meanwhile, Michael is backing out of Silesia. Whatever his plan was for going in there, maybe not getting Romania really spoiled it. And it's definitely looking like that AT that Patrick choreographed there, with Zoe going into Romania and Jason staying up in Galicia. Italy, meanwhile, has decided, you know what? I see this AT. It's not my problem. I don't care. The AT, out of sight, out of mind. I'm going to go west. Goes to Piedmont, goes to Tyrrhenian Sea, which does look like it's probably going to go along and follow up into France. This is brilliant news if you're England or Germany. It's probably the best thing Al Sadr had going for them at this point. But yeah, it's the question really when Italy goes west in a sort of AIT situation, given that AT are always cooperating closely and Italy is sort of just friendly, can you get the builds from the west before AT break Russia? It's basically a race against time, because if Italy is still there getting just Marseille or not even that, by the time Warsaw and Moscow are falling, Italy's days are generally numbered. But if Italy can get Marseille and Spain first, then they can come back to the east and now make plausible pitches on one to stab the other for the AT to break in a way that's more favorable to them.
So I'll throw this to either of you. If you are the West, let's say there's a hypothetical EG against France, how inclined would you be to coordinate with the Italian? Is that to your benefit?
I think it really depends on whether you need them, which depends a lot on your tactical position and the abilities of the French player to defend from just the 2 of you. In a very high-level game, I think it's a lot more common for Italy to be cut into that deal, because having that triple coalition is just so important against a tactically competent player. But here, I think Edward, while he's not making bad moves, he is on the back foot for sure, I think. And as a result, England and Germany don't necessarily need that much help from Italy compared to what they're already providing with that army in Piedmont, which already creates a lot of headaches for France on its own.
I think for me, it also depends which of EG you are. England, the centres they're looking to take from France in a EG are Brest, Portugal, and Spain, possibly Marseille. Now, you might notice that those are also the centres Italy is trying to take in this. So there's a lot more direct competition for centres between England and Italy. And so as England, I'm a lot less pro-Italy actually getting stuff, because it tends to restrict what I can have. As Germany, you don't really care. Like, you're taking down France, Paris, Belgium, they're the cities you're going for, and then you're probably going to either go east or stab England for Brest anyway. So Italy doing quite well is not anywhere near as big of a problem. So if I'm Claire, I'm very pro-Italy. If I'm Tutbot-Tully, David, I think Patrick said it was,
yep.
Maybe not so much. Like, you want them to help France go down quicker, but you don't want Italy to beat you and to the Iberian centres and really lock them in, because that can give Germany a huge advantage over you when it comes to the start of the mid-game.
I'm going to throw my hat into the McAllister's ring here. Italy and Germany have the highest correlation between success of any two powers based on some older data. I haven't updated that with the VDL data. That would be interesting to compare now that we've got all our DBNI data. But pre DBN coverage, a lot of those postal and press based data sources show that high correlation. So that would align with what you're saying there, McCullis.
All right. As we look into fall, pretty good turn for Germany, who gets back into Belgium, blows up that French fleet, gets into Burgundy as a backfill as well. France feels the need to go to Gascony, probably expecting the Italian to come, and covers Brest. Not quite so sure what that one's about, but maybe some sort of deal they're trying to pitch. England does get to Sweden, though. They've negotiated their way into keeping somewhat up pace with Germany, which is important for David. The East, this is more AT. They push into Sevastopol, which they guaranteed by cutting Ukraine. This is all pretty standard AT stuff. The question now is how they break the Warsaw-Moscow-Ukraine line. It's the strongest defensive line that Russia has in the early game. Of course, it can be flanked, but it means going to Silesia, which means potentially creating some issues with Germany. Meanwhile, it's notable Italy didn't try for Marseille, perhaps hoping France would walk out of Spain. Instead, bounces to Rolia, probably some sort of agreement. Yeah, good call by Edward in not falling for that and covering Marseille.
Yeah, to your point, McCullis, you mentioned, how does AT break the Moscow-Warsaw-Ukraine line? The key is always Silesia. That is the province you need to get into to cut those supports and make progress guaranteed into Ukraine or Warsaw. And I'm a little puzzled as to why Claire is moving Berlin to Kiel here instead of Berlin to Silesia, because everything that's happening in Scandinavia seems pretty clearly arranged, right? The deal is, hey, you're going to lose Sweden, but if you just pull the fleet and keep holding the line, we'll make sure you keep those other three that you have right now. That's a common deal. In an EG versus AT game, the key is pretty much always which alliance handles Russia better. And this is an example of how EG can get Russia on their side. But you need a bit more active support when Russia only has those three armies, right? Because otherwise Austria can just walk to Silesia, and that's a threat to Germany long-term as well, because it helps them line up on your line later.
It does. There are alternatives that Germany can do from this position, and maybe they do this in some sort of agreement with Russia and then follow it up by convoying to Livonia or something. Like Russia's pulled Sweden off the board, so they no longer have any leverage to stop EG if EG suddenly put the foot to the floor on the gas pedal.
Well, closing out the winter of 1902, we've got Germany and Austria tied at 6 centers, sharing the current top, and then much of the other board, or the rest of the board, right behind at 5. Winter of 1902.
Okay. I'm very intrigued by the Turkish build of Fleet Ankh, because that seems to be kind of pandery to both in a way, both Austria and Italy, in a way that doesn't necessarily work, in my opinion. Maybe Al-Sadr is letting them get away with it because they think it's okay for them, but I would caution against that. I mentioned in a game recently, I topped the board after opening to Syria. This exact structure came out of that, the AIT structure, and I chose to waive the build in 02 in this exact same situation, and I think that's what I would have loved to see Zoe do here, because it doesn't offend anybody. And what do you need that build for right now? Austria is providing so much assistance against Russia, and you've already broken the line because there's nothing to defend Silesia, like I mentioned. So you don't need that extra unit, and I think getting the flexibility of keeping it in your pocket would have been more valuable here.
Yeah, it's a curious fleet. The third fleet, yeah, if you're going to go against Italy in the mid game, you're going to want fleets, but you could always keep it in pocket and drop it in Smyrna next year as you go after Italy that way. This sort of forces you to telegraph what you're doing more rapidly, which is never ideal. It's why I like ITs, is that Turkey has to stab in a builds phase, but if they have to stab before the builds phase to even get to where they should be in a builds phase, that's even worse.
I knew you'd turn that into an IT advertisement somehow. All right, spring 1903. We see some more in the West. We see the usual France defending from EG stuff. Burgundy is kicked out. I'm a little confused as to why Brest holds here instead of bouncing Picardy, but it's not an immediate threat to them. Brest is still defensible at the moment. Italy walks into Spain and has a free walk into Portugal as well. My guess here is that Edward has some kind of arrangement with Italy where perhaps Western Med is going into Mao with support and Portugal can just be their dot and pocket, and France sort of becomes a force in a janissary. That is a deal you'll see sometimes if France is just looking to stay on the board and keep EG as bogged down as humanly possible. So I'm interested to see how that develops in the fall. It can go a lot of different ways depending on what Italy's feeling. Then in the East, we have the exact fear that I was seeing for Russia realized. Austria's in Silesia. Austria is also in Bohemia, so Claire is immediately threatened as well. And this is what I'm talking about. If last fall Berlin moved to Silesia, none of this happens, right? Because you've just got that bulwark there, and not only is Russia safer, but you're safer too. So it's unfortunate. Zoe moves into Khan with her brand new fleet, and Greece moves out to Albania. And the only contingency I can think of for why you'd want that is if it's going to Adriatic Sea afterwards, the Austrian fleet. So clearly something's up here. AT seem to be looking to stab Italy, and Italy knows it because they're moving armies back to Venice and Tyrolia, even as the fleets are going west.
So you've brought up France being a janissary for Italy here. We didn't mention it, but France, when they lost Belgium and rebuilt, they rebuilt it as an army. They are a only armies France. That means that as a janissary, France is completely useless against England, the other power that's likely to want the dots Italy's going for. So it does bring to mind, like, what's France's janissary pitch to Italy in this position? Like, maybe Italy said, yeah, I'll go for Mid-Atlantic Ocean. If I'm Italy, I'm not. I'm just walking in, taking the lot right now. You've got a Turkish problem on your way. You've probably got an Austrian problem on your way. Take the dots, get the builds. You're in Tyrolia, which you can probably sell as, oh yeah, I'm part of this plan to attack Germany. What I would love to see Italy do right now is go for Trieste.
Yeah, or just ask for Trieste, because there is an argument for that, given Austria is probably about to get Warsaw.
I mean, if you're Austria, is there any world in which you say yes to that?
I think there is, especially if Turkey is willing to prioritize your growth over their own this particular turn. Although if Turkey's also asking for Greece, it becomes hard to give up both. And I could see both parties asking for both centers in this situation. So it really depends on how you feel. It depends on whether you feel those builds will enable your allies too much to do stuff without you. Neither center falls. Okay, so Italy does what I mentioned in the West. First of all, we see a supported bounce in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Still good for Italy. They're still getting a build. And France also gets a deal to support into Munich with Austrian and Italian help. I assume this is a situation where, obviously, Munich can't be broken because it's 3-on-3 without France. So France just said, hey, guys, I'm moving to Munich. Support me if you want, but you probably should. And they sure enough took it. So if that's what Edward was going for here, great job. That's great diplomacy and starting to get you back in the game a little more, although Paris is the only open home center, which is very, very annoying for them. Oh, they're even, sorry, because they lost Spain, so it doesn't matter. But that's good. They're staying on 5. Great job from Edward. In the East, we see, first of all, England convoying an army to Norway, so perhaps we're seeing the situation where they know Russia's about to collapse, so he's just making sure he can get St. Pete in the case that does happen. And surprisingly, no progress into Ukraine because there was no third support. Oh, because Budapest covered Vienna instead of supporting Galicia, so Romania couldn't support into Ukraine. I feel like that's a little bit inefficient. That seems like a tactical risk that's worth taking. You know, if Italy takes Vienna, they take Vienna, but they can't hold it, and you're not disbanding anything on their front in that situation. You're probably pulling Silesia, which is annoying, but it helps you repel them if they do something you don't like.
Yeah, it's I don't think anyone's ever going to recommend being an all-army France that's this big on like 4 or 5 centers, where all of them are armies. But what it does give you, aside from no flexibility when it comes to tactics on the sea, gives you the ability to power project armies really hard into one specific place on the board. The only place where it's really relevant, which is Germany. Because I mean, Austria is also relevant, but they're not really close to that. So getting into Munich means that France now has a case they can make this. I'm useful. Look at all my armies. I can finish Germany off. I can contain them. If the East is worried about an EG, then France now has a use to them, which they really didn't come at the start of spring. Whether that's going to be enough to keep them going forward, because the EG's been sort of kicked back. Germany's got a disband. Is the EG still a threat to the East? That's sort of where the ticking clock is, and at what point the East decide, you know what, I don't really care about EG anymore. I just care about myself.
We have Claire in chat. Oh, thank you for bringing it up, Ryan. I was happy to host the French. Interesting. So maybe we see an emergency Western triple, or not. Yep.
All right, so we go into spring 1904. AT finally get into Ukraine. somewhat belatedly, but they've got there. Michael does not manage to evacuate successfully, and therefore it is blown up, which is unfortunate for him. Elsewhere, it's all very static. They're sort of the only real moving pieces on the board. Albania's gone back to Greece, which stops Turkey walking in, but doesn't do much else. Italy's in Tyrrhenian Sea, but it still should be quite worried by how many fleets are lined up to plunge into them if they overcommit. But for the moment, they're sort of holding that off, and they've still got the ability to take Portugal when they decide they need it. Yeah, this is looking quite good for England, the way this is sort of going very static, because now they've been invited to Baltic Sea, you would imagine. They've got an army up in Norway that's ready to take St. Petersburg when Russia is busy or has finally fallen to the east. And they have a huge advantage over Clare that they didn't really have at the start of this game.
Yeah, I think this is one of those rare situations in an AIT where you can make an argument for all three having the strongest position, especially Italy being stronger than usual just because of that relationship with France, and having Portugal as the dot in pocket in case you need it to break glass in case of stab. That's a huge deterrent against any Austrian or Turkish shenanigans.
Well, Patrick, I was going to wait until the end of this turn, but we might as well right now. We can play Who Do You Like, because this is a fascinating position to try and predict from. As is tradition, we're going to give the second analyst the first pick. So McCallus, I'm going to go to you. You got one power, you get, or one pick to pick any power to give you the best chance at topping this board. Who do you like?
I think I like Jason. I think I like Austrian most right now. Yeah, there's the possibility Italy stabs him, but I feel like the time has sort of come and gone with Italy not doing that. Turkey, those fleets are not in a great position to do the stab. They'd have to be giving up on Warsaw, Moscow, which they've sort of spent 3 years trying to get to in order to stab with the armies. Just you don't want to be stabbing with the fleets. So it feels like Zoe is going to commit to going and taking Moscow now that it's finally there. Jason will get Warsaw. Jason will get another build, and Turkey's just so well lined up to go after Italy with you, whilst you have all of the center of the board. And the more chaotic it gets between Germany, France, and Italy in the middle, the easier it'll be for Austria to walk in later.
Patrick.
Interestingly, first of all, at face value in this alliance structure, it feels like a witches game. Like England and Turkey are both going to do very well over time, given the chaos in the middle. But in this case, I actually think I'm going to go with Italy, because I think, and I agree with McCallus that Jason is sort of the diplomatic pivot point of the East. He has the most flexibility and thus probably the best chance to top out of him in Turkey. But I think Jason needs to keep going with Italy here, because the other big threat to top, if Italy is gone, is England, right? The relationship that France and Italy currently have that's holding back this potential English threat if they try to stab Germany and take St. Pete and just race. It's a pretty significant role to be playing if you're an Eastern power. So, and I think that sort of diplomatic protection against stabs on the part of Italy is going to give them a lot of time to solidify their position over time, take French dots once there are French units that are no longer useful, and build up a base that way.
All right. Pick for Austria, pick for France. Let's see if our opinion changes.
Yeah.
All right, we're going into 1904. Portugal is taken. Italy's decided now's the time to go and take that. I quite like that they've done that now. They're going to get the build. They've got the ability to put another fleet down so they can cover any issues with Ionian. Elsewhere, this is just a good turn for AIT in general, as Warsaw and Moscow both fall, and Michael has decided, you know what, I'm not letting you walk in and kill me, England. I am going to defend St. Petersburg. Clare has sort of shifted units back across. I think it's quite interesting that this is it's 1904. The only non-English fleets in the entire western side of the board are either in Iberia or Berlin. And neither of us picked England to top this board, which I'm not sure what that says, except that England is just a little bit overstretched at the moment. If they've got to fight in Russia and they've got to prop Germany up and they've got to fight Italy, I think England's got a few too many fires and not enough units to put them all out.
Yeah. What it says, McCallus, is that the potential of the English position is so obviously great that people are going to react to it very significantly. And that's what we're seeing from Russia, from Italy, and from France here.
I think that's generous to put that Russia's reacting to the size of England rather than to just trying to live.
I guess that's fair. They were definitely spooked by the convoy to Norway, though. That was a difference maker.
I think this is a good call out from Chris Kelly.
Yeah, it's what I said. Like England, you would like to therefore bring North over to help defend Mid-Atlantic, but then if you're doing that, then you're weak in the center against Germany, and you're very weak on trying to take St. Petersburg from Russia. So maybe you have to give up on taking St. Petersburg and just prop them up there. But then where are your dots coming from? Maybe it's Brest, but it feels like you've had quite a long time to take Brest and haven't managed it. Yeah, it's hard for David to work out how to actually take some dots and then put them down to reinforce his position without losing horribly on the other front in the process.
I wonder if David and Claire had a conversation about Denmark. I think if David didn't initiate that conversation, then a diplomatic opportunity was perhaps missed, because England needs a build right now more than Germany needs all 5 units. Holland is an easy pull for Germany, but there needs to be an extra fleet in Liverpool to keep Mao secure so that AIT does not break through on both fronts. And I wonder what the conversation was like around that, if there was one.
Yeah, I think it's also that this build phase is the end of AIT.
Oh yeah, Fleet Smyrna.
Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Trieste. It's just AT.
Kudos, Jason. I know Brian loves this. I love it too. It's hard to justify a second Austrian fleet in an AT. So also props to Jason for negotiating this if Zoe's okay with it, because that gives Austria a lot more freedom than they often have otherwise to do what they like in the late game when allied with Turkey.
And now the player that I think is loving Fleet Trieste more than anyone else, except perhaps Jason, has got to be Tuckbot.
Absolutely.
That is going to be huge for England.
Possibly, but the thing is, what Italy can do is if they decide that they can't hold on to Italy, they can just go and try and replace France. I've done that before, where I've ended up in a position where I'm Italy and I have 5 centers, and it's the 3 French home centers and Portugal and Spain.
I love those positions.
Because you've just been rolled by the East, but you've taken enough out there that you can hold on to some sort of thing. And this is, if you look at Spring of 05, it's what Italy's trying to do. They're trying to keep advancing.
Yep, they do get into Mao, which is important, and I think that's worth doing, even if the stab is happening, because that position gives you so much opportunity in the West for the growth to avoid disbands elsewhere. But I think a conversation might have been useful here between Al-Sudair and David I think David probably should have told Italy that he was taking Brest here and that he wasn't resisting Mao, so that Western Med could move back to Tyrrhenian Sea and solidify that defense a bit, because it helps England here to make sure that AT, if that's what's happening in the East, doesn't get too far against them. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the board, we see some nice tactics here from the EG. Germany cuts Picardy to guarantee Brest, and a nice beleaguered garrison to protect Belgium during all that. So love to see a good beleaguered garrison. Meanwhile, we see France also supporting Austria into Berlin. So the eternal FG conflict signaled by the army-only France in this game is continuing unabated. Love the wackiness of that, although nothing is really going to be breaking on the German front here at the moment. Meanwhile, Turkish armies line up on St. Petersburg, but you got to think David is going to make sure Michael's covered here. He has no reason to let Zoe into St. Pete at the moment. And then in the East, it's standard AT stab Italy stuff. I think moving to Adriatic was a bit of a mistake here from Jason, because Venice is always being covered, so you want to line up on it more than anything else. But besides that, they're in a good position. They're going to break Ionian. This is really solid from the East.
There's a couple of curious moves from Austria here. First, the attempt to take Venice with the fleet that's never going to work. And second, Greece not going to Ionian, not trying to bounce it out. It makes me wonder a little bit, like, is there a stab on Turkey take Bulgaria and go that way? Maybe. If Italy is all their 3 fleets are in the West, maybe you can use Fleet Trieste as part of an AI. It's not necessarily good, and I don't think it's what I do, but it's something that if I'm Zoe right now and I'm looking at that move, I start questioning slightly, because this is a little bit unusual. And Zoe's 2 armies, the 2 units that are really good at fighting Austria, are now in Livonia and Moscow, as far away from Austria as they possibly can get.
Yeah, the great thing about Zoe's position here in her fleet position is that she can just go to Jason and say, hey, Aegean supporting Bulgaria to make sure you don't do anything wacky. Can you support Eastern Med to Ionian? So I know what Greece is doing. And that's a much stronger argument against stabbing here if you're concerned about that as Turkey, which is totally valid. I agree. Meanwhile, are we going to get the fall moves up?
Oh,
there we go. There we go. Thank you very much. All right. Meanwhile, oh, that's a very interesting West. Okay, so Italy supports France back into Brest in exchange for I assume, consent to take Marseille. So again, really smart diplomatic play in the West here from Al Sadar. Continue to love that. And it turns out Austria is interested in attacking Turkey. So what do I know? The support into Aegean goes in. It retreats off the board. So I assume that's going to be rebuilt as an army. No attack on St. Pete, or rather, it doesn't succeed. And Warsaw to Ukraine, Silesia to Warsaw. Another move I didn't really call out last turn was the lack of a Warsaw to Prussia. Because if you're serious about pushing further against Germany, you need Prussia. But this enables a nice little stab against Moscow. So again, really nicely done from Jason here to pivot quickly in a way that Zoe seems to have been a little bit caught off guard by. They did support Bulgaria in the end, but perhaps they took the advice that I mentioned at the start of the turn. But overall, she's still moving forward otherwise, as if she thinks Jason's good, and Jason is not good anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great diplomatic year for Al Sadar. He's managed to break up the AT, and he's done it in a way that he's getting a build in the process. He's going to be building Fleet Naples. This is just really nice Italian play all round. Putting France back into Brest as you're not remotely scared by those French armies, whereas those English fleets can come and cause you problems later. Great, love it. Germany has sort of broken through in position, but still not taking anything. Munich remains French. Italy is doing some real hard juggling acts in that west to keep those centers whilst pulling a unit back towards the east. But so far, they're doing pretty well at it.
Yeah, then that's what playing Italy well is all about, right? It's about juggling whatever theaters you can afford to be involved in at once without the raw material resources of Russia. So it's important to make up for that with diplomatic play and putting your units in exactly the right spots.
Well, if it's a stab on Turkey, it's a stab where Turkey's building one and Austria is not.
Rebuilding one.
We've got one. Yeah, rebuilding one. Then we've got Italy continuing to grow, though, as you called out. It's an interesting board state. I'm really, really enjoying this game. There's been some really fun stuff.
Army Ankara is a very curious build. Army Munich is a very curious disband.
Maybe the Marseille wasn't agreed after all. That's all I can think of.
Yeah. So going into 06, yeah, as we see, Marseille is not defended and France takes it with German support. So Italy having their first sort of real setback in this game. Germany takes Munich for their troubles, and FG can sort of try and disentangle. What this means for England is unclear at this stage. In Berlin to Kiel isn't something that England should be overly thrilled by. Peace between France and Germany isn't something that England should be overly thrilled by. So it's going to be interesting to see what Claire does from this position. Meanwhile, in the east, Austria sends Bohemia to Galicia because they need to defend Warsaw to be able to use Ukraine aggressively against Sevastopol. And everything else sort of just bounces. Ankara takes the 50-50 on Kon and Smyrna, and it turns out it's not a 50-50 because Italy isn't moving to either of them. Instead, Italy is trying to take Greece, or trying to help Turkey take Greece, but Turkey cut the support to do it. So that's interesting. I mean, none of the other Italian units look like they've set up to stab Austria, and yet there's Aegean supports Ionian to Greece for reasons, as Siobhan Nolan would say.
Yeah, I want to shout out something that Stephen mentioned in the chat is St. Petersburg to Moscow, bold but not punished for it. I got to say, Stephen, that since Austria has just made these aggressive moves towards Turkey, and Zoe will be well aware of that, there's probably been a conversation that's taken place between Michael and Zoe in this situation, because if Zoe does get into Ukraine for whatever reason from Moscow, she wants to make sure there's still an army in Moscow somewhere so that Warsaw can fall in the following turn. So it seems like a fairly solid play from both of them. War makes strange bedfellows, right? So even if they've been enemies all game, if Zoe needs to face somewhere else now, and it's in Michael's interest to help her, Michael's going to help her.
Yeah, I mean, going into fall, we see this sort of tension between AI continuing. I can't see what Aegean supported, if you want to pull the moves up, Brian. But whatever it is, so it supported Serbia to Bulgaria. So now it tried to support Austria against Turkey.
Oh, I see.
But at the same time, there's a bounce in Trieste, which suggests strong tension. Austria is busy defending Ionian Sea rather than trying to take Bulgaria. does just tap ball to defend Greece. The summit's broken down and it's now quite chaotic in the east. And if there's chaos in the east, that opens the door for the west. What can they do? And at this time, it is England getting back into mid-Atlantic and to English Channel. Sweden goes over to Finland because Russia really doesn't have much use left in this game. And then England can try and take it or be held out of it for the rest of it. But Germany, that little fleet, it's gone from Berlin to Kiel. Now it's gone from Kiel to Holland, and they're about to build. We've already seen one alliance break down in the mid-game. I wouldn't be too surprised if another is about to follow, because that is something that I would hate if I'm England.
Would you hate it if you're Germany, McCalls? Would you hate doing it?
I don't know if it's the most efficient way to attack England. I think I'd rather be going for Sweden and Scandinavia than I would for an actual attempt on North Sea up for Edinburgh. So, yeah, I guess that justifying Baltic is very difficult. Denmark, you can say, I wanted to cover it. But then if you're putting the second fleet down, you're telegraphing things. But Holland, I think you're telegraphing things anyway. So it's just about what Claire thinks she can get away with diplomatically.
I did want to ask, because I had this thought also. Last turn, would you have taken Denmark here in this situation?
If I'm England, yeah, I think the second I see peace between France and Germany, Germany has no more use to me. And so I'm going in on Germany. I'm probably trying to work with France at that stage against Germany. So I probably would have taken Denmark, and I possibly wouldn't have even bothered going for mid-Atlantic. I would have gone for, I don't know, Belgium, or offered it to France if they come up to Picardy, gone for Helgoland. There's a lot of things you can do with those fleets if you decide to be anti-Germany at this stage.
Yeah. I guess if you're uncertain about what Italy's doing, then it's not advisable. But Denmark is the most important place for England to take in an EG war that gives them the most access to further growth into that area. So I think if England committed to the bit here and supported Sweden into Denmark, then that would be a dominant enough position to keep pushing in the way that you described. So that would have been great to see as well.
It's also Finland is just so far away from anywhere relevant. Even if the plan is to try and take St. Pete, I'd rather be in Bothnia. And then you're next to Baltic. Then you're next to Germany if they start putting a second fleet down or whatever.
Surely that means Germany's been very
far out of place.
Surely that means Germany's been very outspoken in negotiating Finland specifically for that exact reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good negotiating on Claire's part, but for David, I don't like that position.
Well, we are a little behind pace right now, but I am going to luxuriate a little bit because I think this is an interesting spot. Predictions for our adjustments on this one. Both are fascinating to me.
Well, we were talking a lot about what Germany could do here, but Claire's just saying in the chat, EG was very strong diplomatically. And if that's the case, and these are two players that just have liked each other and think they can communicate well through the game and keep gaining, then what does it matter if the fleet's in Holland, right? If you trust her, then what's the point of making a fuss about it as David? So I would expect an Army Berlin here, actually, from Germany. As Italy, you pull any of the Western fleets. Well, Spain or Leon on the two.
If you pull Spain, you lose Portugal immediately. I think Leon is better as a pull.
Yeah.
No argument for Aegean?
Absolutely not. Unless it was in danger of getting piffed, but it's not.
The argument for Aegean is that you've given up on fighting 8. Like, you think 80 are back together and there's nothing you can do about it. And at that point, your game is gone. So I think you have to be more optimistic than do that.
All right.
And if you're Italy, like, keeping Aegean is the main leverage you have over Turkey to keep working with you against Austria if there is some kind of temptation of a diplomatic rapprochement. So I'm a little surprised by that, but it does. This is what it does enable. So at least Al Sadr is doing what the disband suggests they should do, which is keep pushing west and solidify their holdings in Marseille to breed a bit more stability elsewhere. But it doesn't fully work. Turkey goes into Tunis, presumably after being told that Western Med was going to Spain. That's what I would expect from that conversation. And Austria sports themselves into Ionian on top of that. So I guess AT is back together after all. And again, this is the kind of thing you would expect Zoe to be able to do now, because that deterrent in Aegean is gone. And then
once Italy pulled that, there was no reason for AT to do anything other than this.
Yeah, and then elsewhere, of course, AT are also lining up on the German front, but the Armor Berlin means that Claire is going to be pretty well prepared for that, although taking Paris might be a bit too much of an ask at this point, especially with England and Brest with a fleet. And then in the fall here, again, we see some dipsy doodling on the stalemate line. Bohemia falls, Silesia goes in. St. Petersburg still has not fallen because, of course, it's fully in Turkey's interest to make sure that England doesn't grow too much here, just as it was before when I was talking about that and who do you like. Italy keeps Marseille, which they were guaranteed to do unless all three Western powers agreed that France should have it back. So not surprising. It means they'll avoid a disband, which is always good. And then Turkey actually goes into Ionian. I assume that's an arranged forward retreat into Apulia, but why are you not going into Adriatic then? Because Adriatic is better for a fleet particularly, so you can convoy to Apulia. That's a little confusing. But either way, this is good play from AT for the most part, and I think that they suddenly have a lot of momentum here, and they can carry that through all the way through Italy.
There's not a lot of point setting up for a convoy if there's no fleet energy in to do the convoy, right? So I think Apulia, it gives you more play from this position. It puts the 2 on Naples, the 2 on Venice. It does the job for Austria in a way that you don't. If you're Austria, you don't even really want Turkey to convoy to Apulia because you want the centers yourself, right? So,
well, you want Khan to leave.
Do you? As long as it's not in bold, do you care?
We'll see. Maybe the Fleet Smyrna will convoy it. Anyway.
All right. We're going into spring of 08. We see, Austria takes Venice. Smyrna comes out to Aegean Sea. AT continue. England drops to North Africa and is now seemingly on side with the Italians to try and slow the AT down. Again,
English Tunis while Italy's still on 5 or 6. It's great.
Possibly. It's England needs some builds though. Like, it's all very well slowing down this other side of the board, but at some point you actually need to take some dots yourself. Paris isn't takeable. England's only army is in Norway and has no ability to convoy there. St. Pete's not falling because Russia is being defended by Turkey. And it looks like the opportunities to stab Germany have sort of dried up. So what dots is England looking at to win this game? Tunis, maybe. Iberia, probably. How do they get Iberia is how it is going to sort of determine this game. Can they sneak in? Can Italy, will they invite them in to punish the AT? Who knows? But that's got to be the primary thought in David's mind at this stage of the game is how do I get those Iberian dots to win? Because if you slow AT down and they're on 7 or 8, it doesn't matter because you're on 6. So you need to slow them down and take more.
I refuse to believe David has not negotiated himself into either Portugal or Tunis this turn. I think that makes too much sense from both the English and Italian POVs. And of course, the fleet eddy indicates St. Pete's going to fall soon anyway. So that is a part of the equation still for English growth. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to fall that quickly if Turkey goes back to Livonia, but Germany gets to walk into Warsaw also for reasons. A lot of straight, like Delicia holding, I guess they were worried Germany was going to walk into Delicia, but that feels like sort of outsmarting yourself on that one. Germany just walks in and takes the build. Very nice. England does get into Portugal, probably negotiated. Meanwhile, AT, now they convoy into Naples whilst taking Venice. So Italy is going down to just 3 units. Doesn't lose Tunis. For whatever reason, England looks like they support held Tunis, which is a move you can do on this board. Don't really know why. So Warsaw's arranged. Again, that's a move
that's
that
a question
done.
for Jason, not for Claire.
This is strange. There's a couple of strange moves there. Turkey will be delighted to have kept Tunis out of that.
Yeah. Can we stay on the fall screen for a second, Brian? Because I know the St. Pete stuff is fascinating. So Moscow didn't actually support St. Pete here. The only reason St. Pete didn't fall is because David misordered the coast of the fleet in Bothnia. So I wonder what that indicates. The obvious answer to that would be that Turkey and England are trying to make some kind of deal here to mutually stab their allies. But if that was the deal, then that's just been broadcast on loudspeaker to Claire. So I wonder if he can really follow through on that in 1909. Given the new circumstances. So that's a bit of a setback for England. I'm also not sure what Tunis means or what North Africa means. It seems like a bit of a misplay to not honor your deal with Italy here. You have no reason not to. Italy's not a threat to you, but Turkey is.
I mean, so the net result is Turkey gets to put down yet another fleet, which is pretty pro-Austrian. England gets to build a fleet in Liverpool, and Germany, again, for reasons for this incredibly strong EG, decides now is the time they need the second fleet on this board.
Okay, and Zoe said in chat, Tunis support for St. Petersburg South Coast support was the deal, so that makes some sense. Unfortunately, David is still a little bit adjacency challenged this game as he tries to move Portugal to Western Med. It's a shame to see these misorders because David, I know he's a good player. I've played with him, and he's done a really solid strategic and diplomatic game here. But these little mistakes are starting to creep in a way that's giving the East free momentum, and it's unfortunate to see. St. Petersburg does finally fall because Turkey chooses to go for Warsaw with Austrian help rather than defend Michael any further, which is, I suppose, a fair choice to make, especially because it's a spring turn. So Michael can retreat to Finland and annoy England a little bit more on his way out. Very, very nice. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Med, we see Tyrrhenian Sea falls, so Rome is not going to be long for this world. France also gets into Marseille, so even more bad news for Italy. It's a real shame to see the Italian position collapse like this. I really meant it when I said I felt Alcedero was playing the position really well several years ago, but it's not panned out since then.
I mean, David has not reacted to that fleet build from Germany, and the result is that Germany is about to plunge the knife in for...
Did I really bury that big of a lead?
Yeah.
Yeah, North Sea and Helgoland, kind of a big deal. Free convoy to London.
Pretty significant, yeah. London or Edinburgh. I'd probably go Edinburgh first. Germany's chosen London. The reason I would convoy to Edinburgh rather than London here is that if you convoy to Edinburgh, you're then next to Liverpool with that army, and you force England to cover another centre immediately. Whereas going for London, you don't do that.
Oh, I fully agree, but I think I had a gut feeling that Germany would go for London because it's the capital, and that's what's happened. And she also takes Paris and has play on Brest. So this is an incredible turn for Germany, and this is a great subversion of the position for sure, because in a lot of games that result in two big alliances clashing up against each other on the stalemate line, Germany often loses out from that long term because you need room to maneuver your units and grow as a central power, especially Germany. But seeing the alliance structure in the East collapse and shift all around the way it has in this game recently has really given Claire the freedom to do this, and she's taking advantage of it beautifully. Even though Liverpool isn't on the table just yet because of the convoy choice, she's still got more momentum than anyone else on this board by a long shot.
Has she? I don't know. Austria's just taken Rome. Austria's got to backfill Venice, and Italy is no longer, assuming that they keep Leon rather than Tuscany, Italy is no longer a bugbear in Jason's hat. Zoe no longer has sort of any threats because England's going to be busy trying to take Iberia. It feels like, yeah, Claire's position is good. It's definitely still possible for her to do stuff. She can now build army keel and convoy into Edinburgh as well, for example. But with Norway and English Channel there, it's not quite so safe, and Russia is no longer going to be taking up English attention. So I don't know. This is difficult, I think, for Claire to thread the needle to a lone top in this game because she needs to take probably two centres. I can see taking one.
Brest and Edinburgh, or Sweden, or Liverpool. Any of those.
You think Army Paris is enough to take Brest against that? I don't know.
It's enough to tie up English fleet so that you can keep North Sea or prevent them from taking Spain, which is valuable in itself. And I just think Claire has an easier path to more growth than Austria or Turkey, because the only way that they can really gain further significantly is through each other. And that's a messy proposition, especially for Austria.
I think Austria can grow through Germany if Germany is fighting England.
Well, heading into spring of 1910, this is likely to be our last turn. Virtual Diplomacy League plays to a time limit, not a year limit. So depending on how quickly the players are going, most games average to end in 1910. Sometimes if they're going slow, it'll be 1909. If they're going fast, 1911, sometimes even 1912. But 1910 is the average, so we can expect that is the likely outcome for this game as we go into these probably last two turns.
And Austria does indeed head towards Germany, goes for Tyrolia, goes for Bohemia, doesn't get into Silesia. Germany sees it coming there, which is possibly enough to defend Munich, depending what France does with Marseille, because France can cut Burgundy, which means that Munich can be taken by Austria. Elsewhere, Is Germany taking anything? No. So Edinburgh is going to be guaranteed in full if this is the final year. It's not the final year. You're not sure whether that's the correct move yet or not. They've given up on taking Brest, and no units really move in any relevant places elsewhere, except Turkey's in the GNC and has the ability to force Greece now, regardless of what Austria does with Rum.
I gotta say, I really like the tactical play here from Claire and the patience that's shown by supporting North Sea, especially playing, going for that classic position in the spring, centers in the fall adage. She still has Edinburgh guaranteed no matter what happens here. I'm a little confused by the moves in Scandinavia. The self-bound in Sweden doesn't work when nothing's next to Sweden, which make me think that David got sort of indecisive between two different move sets. Because if Norway goes to Norwegian here or Bothnia bounces Baltic, then the rest of the moves make total sense. But instead, he's really been hamstrung by that, or by that worthless self-bounce. And now it's going to make it even easier for Claire to make gains in 1911 if there is one.
Yeah, for sure. So going into fall, Claire does get the walk into Edinburgh, but France does cut Burgundy, so Claire does lose Munich. That sort of relationship between FG that was sort of in the floor for the entire game after 1901 has come back to bite her, and Austria gets the walk into Munich, which gets them to a 9th one. Of course, they have lost Greece, though, so Zoe, their positioning in spring was not a lie, and going to a GNC allowed you to take Greece, and Jason has therefore stayed even whilst Zoe goes up one. Claire has also stayed even, and if this is the final year, great top from Zoe. If there's another year after this, I think my money is still on Zoe to maintain this.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
There we go. Good top.
That is the final year. So Zoe Cameron topping with a 10 center turkey. That was a delight. I loved this game. There was a little bit of something for everybody. Thank you to our players for kicking this off, this broadcast off with a great one. Patrick, your game. So I'm going to go to you. What was the story of the game? How did Zoe make it happen?
I think she just made the right pivots when she needed to in terms of alliances. She played in such a way that kept the East going in a specific direction at all times in a way that the West kind of struggled to, I think, because Italy helped France remain solvent for so long. As a result, first few years, there's momentum against Russia constantly. Then Italy was turned on at the right time. Then back against Austria when Italy was willing to turn around and work with you. And I think she just rode those waves of correct decisions well into this good endgame position to just take a couple extra dots off of Jason and secure the result.
Yeah, I think the key thing was when there was that AI, when Austria and Italy worked together to attack her and relations broke down between Austria and Italy, I'm sure she played a key role in that. There's a very diplomatic way to take control of the game. And once Italy pulled Aegean off the board, 80 were back together. And we all know that 80 is very favourable to Turkey in endgames. So getting that Italian disband in Aegean, I think, was a really key move for Zoe on the path to winning that game.
I'd like to shout out Claire too. That German position was a little fragile, and to see her come out with a legitimate shot at topping that board at the end is a lot of fun to watch. All right, well, we are going to give Patrick a break, and we're going to bring back to the studio Noam Brown. Noam, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, great to be here.
And let's say we do your inaugural game, Virtual Diplomacy League 235 Warsaw. McAuliffe, why don't you introduce our players?
All right. So in Austria, we have Church, who is, I believe, a new player. In England, we have Con, who I believe is that's short for Connor and is an Australian player, if I'm not much mistaken. I might be, so apologies if so. France, we have Noah, who is also possibly Australian, not sure. Germany, Al-Sadeh, back for more after the previous round. Italy, we have Jaden playing out of DC. And then we have two of the big hitters in the lead. We have Christian Brown playing in Russia, ranked 6, and Jason Gray, 2nd place in the league. Back for more, still looking for that one more big score to guarantee that top board spot. He's here in Turkey now.
All right, well, spring of 1901, we've got Jason Gray and Christian Brown, the two aforementioned league leaders on this board as neighbors in Russia and Turkey. Noam, to kick things off, if you are in this kind of situation where you're, let's call this the halfway point at a tournament, and you are allied with one of your rivals for the top, or your neighbors, how do you approach that situation?
I mean, I think it depends on what you're aiming for. Are you aiming to top the board, or are you aiming to win the league? And I think if you're aiming to win the league, the relationship matters a lot. And so I think you gotta, you don't view them as a rival. You view them as a competent player who you could form a good alliance with, and you could both do well. So yeah, I mean, I don't know the history between like Jason and Christian. I'm curious to see how that influences their gameplay and what they decide to do. Could go either way.
Okay, well, let's find out.
This is also the absolute middle of the night for Jason. I know this is the VDL round 2, which is like a game starting at something like 2 a.m. or whatever for him. So fair play. All right, Spring 1901. What do we have that's interesting? We see England doing opening north, going Liverpool to Edinburgh. So usually this is seen as quite anti-Russia because you can convoy over Norwegian and do things that won't make the Russian player very happy. The rest of the West is pretty standard. We have DMZ in Burgundy, Marseille holds, very non-committal on that regard. The East, meanwhile, again, nothing too unusual jumping out at me. Italy does the usual thing, goes to Apulia and Ionian. Turkey does the more modern opening of not sending Smyrna to Con, keeps the ability to pull Ankh to Con into full if they want to.
Yeah, there's really nothing too notable here. I think the DMZ in Burgundy is probably the most notable aspect. And so curious to see if Germany and France are able to make this work.
Yeah, what I'd say is that the DMZ in Burgundy combined with England opening potentially anti-Russia makes me already start sniffing out, is there a Western triple if I'm in the East? These moves aren't overly triple-y though, so maybe that issue has been headed off. So England convoys into Belgium, where it may well send its army to die, as Siobhan would say. Other than that, it's sort of just take the dots in the West. The East, meanwhile, is a bit different, though. We see Italy with a 1901 charge into Austria, combined with Turkey doing a delayed Sunstrom, blocking Romania, going to Armenia, going to Black Sea. What I would not be at all surprised to see, you won't be surprised because it's me, I wouldn't be surprised to see Turkey building an army here and this being an IT pitch, because this is a very, very good IT start.
Yeah, I mean, it seems unlikely that it's a range between Austria and Italy. I mean, it's plausible that you can make this pitch and say, hey, I'll build 2 fleets. But it looks like just a straight up attack on Austria, which, I think tends to not happen a ton in the hobby these days, but I think is can be quite effective. So we'll see what happens there. It could be an AT and Italy sniffed it out and decided to move first against Austria, or maybe Italy and Turkey are working together here.
Yeah, it's the second army following up to Venice is the sort of real clue that Trieste is probably not arranged, because if you're Austria, you're sometimes happy to loan Trieste. You're almost never happy to see Italy sending the other army up that way as well, right?
Yeah.
And I will also call out second game in a row that Romania has been neutral going into 1902. So that worked out well for Turkey in the last game. We'll find out if they have repeat success in this one.
Your build disappoints me, Jason.
So that's definitely Italy going after Austria full steam, and presumably I guess an AT, given the build by Jason in Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do an IT if Italy is willing to do it. I'm not generally willing to have Turkey in the med while ITing, but you can make the case that Aegean's there to help take Greece. It's not completely the end of flexibility, but I would have liked to put the army down and go full IT in this position if I'm Jason. But I'm me, and no one's surprised by my take there.
Yeah, and in the West, it looks like very EF builds, and curious to see if that sticks together.
EF builds and also Fleet Berlin. So these are quite Western Tripoli builds all round. Belgium is like, England doesn't usually get Belgium in a Western triple, but this is still very plausible to turn into a Western triple if that's what they choose. Just Germany, the Fleet Berlin does what this does.
So this is interesting. I mean, we see France moving to Spain and MAO. but then also getting support from England into Burgundy. I think what this is probably doing is setting up to move into Western Med and North Africa, but still giving the option to move against England, or at least like you can sell that to Italy and say like, hey, look, I'm positioning to move against England next turn, but you really have the flexibility to go either way. Given the support into Burgundy from England, it's possible that this is all agreed upon between the two of them. Let's see. We have Germany making pretty standard moves in their position. Clear conflict between Italy and Austria. So it looks like AT working together here, and it's Italy. Italy's in a good position right now, but they just lost Trieste, so it's not looking too great.
Yeah, that German bounce into Rolia is just so bad for Italy. If you're Jaden, you're probably asking yourself, what on earth did I do to Germany to engender that? But this Italian position, if you're up into Rolia and have all of those extra armies now lined up on Trieste, isn't too bad. The fact you're not there, Trieste isn't really retakeable. There's sort of guesses on Greece and Serbia if that's what you're going to go for, but this could go south very rapidly for Jaden from this position now.
I'll just give a shout out to Alcidair. I know the last game did not turn out the way they probably wanted, but we've seen some very good play, and the instinct to move to Tyrolia, I don't know if that was tipped off or not, but I don't think that was insignificant, and was a really good choice there.
Okay, so we see France.
Yeah, sorry.
We see France deciding to take the option of just like waiting and seeing how the board evolves, which is very reasonable thing to do as France. But it does look like pretty solid EF coordination. Moving on, Germany. The north is surprisingly static, not much movement there, which I guess is kind of surprising. I would expect, Russia's got that fleet, and they can do something. But there's reasons for doing that. In the east, it looks like so Turkey gets into Sev. Italy does manage to take Trieste back, which is quite surprising actually. And so I think that actually does change a lot in the east.
Yeah, I think Austria may be a little overconfident that Italy wouldn't try for Trieste because they've been blocked with the armies in spring. Turns out that it's worked out quite nicely for Jaden. The east, like the far east bit, with Turkey taking Sevastopol, blowing up that Russian fleet, Russia backfilling run behind. Quite nice if RT want to disengage as well, which is the thing you can do if there's an AI war, is you can flip that into quite a powerful RT. And they're not yet in the right position to do it, but they're sort of only one good positional turn away, convoying 7 to Bulgaria, for example, in spring whilst taking Gao. You could really flip this into a strong juggernaut position very quickly if that's what they can manage to negotiate between the two of them.
Mm-hmm. And I realize now, I think what Austria was doing was trying to free up a home center to build if they got Trieste. And it was a gamble, but if it worked, it would have been brilliant.
Yeah. And I think that the reason England isn't doing too much in the north is that they're already well ahead of France in terms of they have Belgium rather than France having it. So if you're taking St. Pete as well, like you start having to justify a lot of builds, and it can cause a bit of tension in the alliance. Whereas just staying just the one dot ahead, I think you can hold that off, take St. Pete when you need it, whilst France can get a centre, hopefully by then.
Would either of you consider convoying Belgium up to St. Pete?
I think it depends on how much you're worried about the AT here. I think if you're worried about the AT, you want to give Russia the flexibility to be able to defend against it, and there's no rush in grabbing St. Petersburg. You can always pick it up later. And I think, given the state of the board at the beginning of the fall, it looked like the AT was in a good position. It's looking not as strong now. So I think now it's a pretty reasonable thing to do.
I think, given that I have the upper hand over France, I kind of want to keep that. So I'm probably actually trying to charge in and take the German dots as quickly as I can. So I think my fleets, I'm looking at Helgoland, Skagerrak, supporting myself to north as well, and going for Denmark. And Connor has been listening to me and goes for Heldland and Skagerrak, although not to support themselves to North. Instead, there is a possibly arranged, possibly not arranged bounce in North Atlantic Ocean. It's an incredible read from England if it's not arranged. If it is arranged, you would wonder why there wasn't an attack on Belgium from France as well. But whatever, we'll find that one out in full. Russia is pro-England, which is they support them into Skagerrak, which I think actually makes a lot of sense for Christian as well, because you want those units away from St. Petersburg. The more England commits those fleets against Germany, the longer Christian has breathing space for. The East, meanwhile, we see a bounce in Greece, and Russia is moving on Austria, so this is looking a bit juggernauty now.
The one reason why I think the England-France bounce is not arranged is it looks like England was offering support from Burgundy into Ruhr, and that was not taken. Burgundy, what's happening there?
No, so Germany supported Burgundy.
Germany supporting Ruhr to go. Okay. And I think if you're even in that case, I think if you're France and you're actually making a move on England, you might just want to take that. So, not sure how to read that. Okay, so it looks like France. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Yeah, so France takes Belgium, which could well be arranged. It's England's getting Denmark with the Russian support. France doesn't go up to Irish Sea or anything, so this is probably all agreed upon. Maybe England thought they would get Kiel as well. They were incorrect on that, as Germany made some pretty good defensive moves to make the best of a bad situation there. Meanwhile, Christian Brown might have thought there's a juggernaut, but Jason Gray didn't, as he takes Romania with the Austrian support and is back to where he sort of was trying to get to from the start. And Christian, this is not good for Christian. He's had some time bought for him with England committing against Germany, but now Germany's dying and he's not managed to get centres with that time, so he's still very vulnerable in the north.
One thing I do like here is the bounce between Albania and Aegean in Greece, which allows them to, make sure that Italy can't convoy into Greece while still keeping the Albanian fleet in a good position.
Yeah, and notably, he also taps Trieste to make sure that Albania can't be blown up in the process. So this is a very coherent order set by Austria. Good stuff. Italy paying the price for not being a bit more ambitious. Russia offered them support to Vienna, which would have worked.
Okay, so we have. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Oh, yeah. So we have Fleet Smyrna, which is pretty standard AT build here. Germany pulls Munich, so they're deciding that they're more annoyed at England than France, which is great news for Noah, who builds another army, which is good news for England. And England has built an army just in case France is looking at Liverpool still. This is now at the point where you're in an EF. Germany is probably going down at the end of this year. France has to choose. Are they going to commit to this fight in the Med, look forward and try and take the Italian dots? Or do they not want to do that? And are they going to instead stab England and look at those dots? Because once you're in the Med and fighting Italy, it's really hard to disentangle that.
Noam, what are you doing if you're France in this situation?
It's a tough situation. If you move against Italy here, it's likely that a lot of the dots go to Austria and Turkey. So I think in that case, it's you get Tunis, but that's probably about it. And then you're committing a lot of units there. So you probably, if you do want to move into the Med, you kind of want to do it with the consent of Italy, and position yourself so that you're propping them up, you're holding back the AT, and then maybe you can negotiate your way into some dots, without pissing Italy off too much. I think it's a little early to. Well, I wouldn't say it's too early. It depends on if you can get Germany on side. It's totally reasonable to make a move on England. So, but I think it depends on the diplomatic situation very heavily.
I think it's probably a year before I would make the move on England, but it's when you'd start thinking about, are you going to make the move on England? I think you definitely do want Munich first, but you're going to start thinking, am I going to go after England next? And can I try and get them a bit out of position to take advantage, maybe in fall, maybe next spring? Or am I going to play nice with England and roll the EF forward for the next few years?
I will say, if I was going to say, if England's move, so if that they're going to convoy it looked like they were going to convoy with the army Eddie, then that's a perfect opportunity to make a move against England, because you can just move up MAO to NAO, Spain to MAO. You're in a position to convoy straight into Liverpool unopposed, and that's really the death knell for England. But I think sticking with the EF here, I mean, they both have so much room to grow, and especially now with Germany turning around and going the other direction, and janissarying for them, that is a great situation to be in as France. So that's the West is really pressing forward now, and then in the East, I'm guessing that Turkey's taking Greece with consent. AT is moving forward, and it looks like Italy is now janissarying for the AT. So you really have a situation of like, AT versus EF, each one with a janissary, and Russia's kind of stuck in the middle, just like curious to see what's going to happen with them.
And this is always Russia's problem with an EF. If you side with the EF against Germany, is that Germany, when they're dying, can turn around and just screw you. And like, it's very easy for Al-Sadr to has as their dying outcome on this game being to just kill Christian Brown, and we're sort of case in point.
Yeah, and it's a tricky thing because it really depends on the motivations. Like when you're down to two centers, like what do you want to accomplish? If you're a nice Russia, maybe they'll just like throw you a bone and not suicide into you. But if you do anything to justify it, maybe that's what they'll do with their dying breath. So okay, here we see EF pressing forward again. Germany grabbing Sweden off of Russia, which is a tough situation to be in if you're Russia. AT pressing forward. And Italy managing to take back Trieste again, which is, I think, it's a risky play because you have a choice here between like forcing your way into Aegean or protecting Trieste guaranteed. And I think it's a reasonable choice. It's going to be tricky here because to get it back, now you risk the retreat into Serbia. And I think it's also not really possible to guarantee it. So I think that's a tough call to make.
I think what the real outcome is Jason is now the top dog in that alliance. He was already had a bit of an upper hand over Austria. He now has a huge upper hand over Austria in that alliance. Austria is basically going to be living by Jason's good graces to get through this period where Italy and Russia are both attacking them. And that is really good for Jason later as diplomatic capital. If you need to cash it in at the end of the game, you have a very grateful Austrian who is likely going to be quite receptive to, hey, I need one more dot to top this game, that sort of argument. So Jason's building good capital there, and I quite like it. Like Russia's going down anyway. You can help Austria. They probably can beat Italy with your support. And if France is coming into the Med, you can fight Italy with France. France didn't commit fully though. Like they went to Western Med and to Spain rather than to Western Med and to NAF. So this could still be I'm coming there to prop Italy up. And we'll see a lot from their build. If Fleet Marseille comes down, then it's pretty anti-Italian. I think if it's, say, an army Marseille, you can definitely use those fleets to prop Italy up and try and help them.
So Michalis, 1904. We're gonna let you go first on who do you like?
I like England. I think that England has Russian Fleet Baltic coming off the board. They've got St. Petersburg already. They've got Sweden in pocket whenever they want it. And if France is about to get distracted in the Med, England has the opportunity to go and lay the hammer on them, or to stick with them and race them over to sort of Warsaw, Moscow area.
No.
I'll be a little contrarian and say, I think Turkey's overall in a great position. And if depending on how long the game lasts, they might be able to pull ahead. You're in a situation where Austria is like definitely the weaker in the alliance. And so you can kind of dictate your terms. Russia is going to fall apart, and you'll be able, I guess it depends on if Germany's not going to prop up Russia. Yeah. So Russia's in a situation where they're going to fall apart. You're in Ionian, so I think it's a solid position for Turkey, and I think they have a lot of room to grow, more room to grow, arguably, than an EF that has to split it evenly.
All right. Well, winner of 1904. Ooh.
Russia does keep Baltic, which is A bit surprising, a bit less good for England, but I don't think it's the end of the world for them. Fleet Brest, while 2 armies come down from England, makes you a little concerned, but with Fleet Marseille there as well, I think France is committing to the med fight and is just going all out for it. So what we have here is, France is bounced out of Lyon, bounced out of Tunis. Could all be arranged. It's not entirely impossible that they're going to turn it around, but England is keeping that army by sending it to Wales. They're saying, I'm not convoying this off. You're not going to just be able to come up and walk into Liverpool at any point. It's going to stay here as a defensive unit for the foreseeable future, which I like a lot from England. Meanwhile, they take Baltic Sea and another convoy to Norway, so they're getting more armies up to where they want them. They're getting in place to take Sweden. I think this is a pretty good turn all round. In the middle of the board, there's a random horseshoe that's appeared for reasons I can't explain around Bohemia. I don't know what on earth that order is supposed to represent. Supports Vienna to Bohemia, supports Tyrolia to... Okay.
So this
okay, so they're crossing over, right? They both supported each other to Bohemia. Okay, gotcha. It's not just a floating horseshoe. Right, so Italy and Austria trying to get on the same page to deal with the BDF, but can't quite work out who's supposed to be doing what. So maybe this was a very sort of late in the phase, them coming together and going, you know what? This isn't going well. This is not going well for either of us. Let's sort of disengage, and not quite working out the best way to do that. If you had the whole turn and they were planning that throughout, that's a bit of an error on their parts. Jason, meanwhile, has to fill that hole in Serbia to help defend poor Austria from Italy. Oh, sorry, man. And now I'm in your home center.
Yeah, this is a great position to be in as Turkey, because the only way, presumably what they're going to say is like, hey, Austria, if you just support me into Trieste or something, then I'll be out of your, out of Serbia, or they can or that. That's not what I was expecting.
So this looks extremely arranged. So the arrangement here is Italy says, I need to build, and AT have said, yes, you do, which is an incredible diplomatic feat from Jaden in this position, because good job getting that to happen. Maybe Austria wasn't on board. Maybe it was just Italy and Turkey that sort of agreed that, but I don't know. This is a tough spot for Austria now. This is a really unpleasant disband. Like, yes, you have Albania that you can safely disband, but at that point you probably lose Greece as well, and at that point you're pulling more. This is not a good turn for Church, I don't think. Meanwhile, England ignores Sweden, so Russia is still helpful to England. They've decided to let them keep Sweden, and not even cover Norway, which is brave, whilst going down to Livonia and St. Petersburg. So Bohemia will come off of this board, but Sweden will stay on, and Russia will remain in position, presumably in a pro-English position.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the objective here, that Italy needs a build to build a fleet Rome and to be able to hold back France. I think the tricky part is they're going to end up getting stalemated. And so I guess you could just argue okay, we'll take back Serbia next turn and you can disband one of your armies, which I guess is fine. But it does create create questions about how do you grow by the time this game ends.
Yeah, and especially with Tyrolia also coming backwards as well, it's really hard to imagine that Austria in particular would have accepted that. Probably not Turkey really wanting that either. If you're going to fight the EF, Tyrolia was in a good position. Now it's not, and it's away from where you want it to be. Yeah, if I'm 80 in that position, I kind of say, yeah, okay, Italy, they need another fleet if they're going to try and hold Tunis, but I don't really care if they hold Tunis. We can just set up the stalemate line that doesn't include Tunis and take more dots for ourselves.
So Italy does build the fleet Rome. So I guess they're still, and I guess they kind of need it either way, but that's certainly holds out the possibility they can continue working with at least Turkey, and Russia does the obvious thing.
And Austria pulls Silesia. They keep Albania, which probably keeps Greece a bit safer, but this is all very very entangled between Austria and Italy again, which is delightful if you're France. Is not good if you're in the East, I don't think.
Okay, so this is a good set of moves by Italy. So this is how they can guarantee that they defend Tunis and defend Tyrrhenian Sea. Because if they did the other way around, where they support Ionian into Tunis with support from Tyrrhenian Sea, then it could end up getting cut. And so this keeps everything safe. France moves forward. England's kind of stalling. I guess they want to take Sweden in the fall because Russia has to disband it. If they take it now, then they retreat to Skag, and you got to worry about covering a bunch of centers. And Turkey moves up its army. It's a tough situation to be in as Russia because you know that that's going to Galicia next and just kind of like positioning around you, and everybody's going to like try to gobble your dots around the time the game ends. But there's really not much you can do.
Silesia is an interesting one. Like, first of all, it looks good for England. It's going to help them crack Warsaw, Moscow. But it also, like, Spain has pulled back to mid-Atlantic Ocean. France now has 2 on Berlin, 2 on Kiel. If France wants to stab, decides that, you know what, I'm not getting anything in the south, so screw this, I'm out. They can, and they can do something like just go for Berlin with support and try and take Kiel. Probably won't get in, but might do if England's using those 2 fleets to take Sweden. You might be able to take both, and send a couple of fleets north and go anti-England. This is a good spot for France, and they have a decision point in this game, which is quite unusual in NEF actually, for France to be the one that has a good stab at this stage. Usually England's in a better position to make the stab on France.
Yeah, I think especially because Italy is actually has a decent position here. They're not like, flat out janissarying for the AT. And if France were to turn around, Italy would have to defend against Turkey here. So you don't really have to worry about them following up and going after Marseille and Spain. So if you're pretty confident that Kiel and Berlin are going to be available here, it is an opportunity for a stab. Obviously that hurts your diplomatic relationship with the person going forward, but that's a choice you have to make.
Yeah, this is sort of all caused by that Russian fleet still being in Sweden, because this English position, if that is just a English center and no Russian unit there, is fine. You can easily cover Kiel and Berlin whilst making sure that France is helping you against Warsaw, Moscow. So the fact that you've now got to sort of go backwards and take that is why France has this better position than England at this stage.
It's a good call out. I had not considered that, but it definitely reads that way once you point it out.
Okay, so France doesn't go for the stab. They keep pressing, and it's looking pretty stalemated in the Mediterranean. Italy goes to Venice instead of Piedmont, which I think is interesting. I mean, it having that army in Piedmont creates a real headache for Italy now. And I'm not sure what they get for going to Venice, but I guess they're just pretty upset about Trieste, maybe. Let's see. I mean, they're working with Austria. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the motivation there was. Turkey is just kind of like holding still, biding their time, waiting for the moment to strike. Warsaw falls, and France does pick up Kiel, which I guess is so they asked for a bounce in Trieste. For bounce with Trieste. Interesting. Okay. And France picks up Kiel, which makes sense because England's getting Warsaw and Sweden here.
So Austria asked for a bounce and they didn't make the bounce. Like, I get why Italy is okay with that bounce, because you actually want to be in Tuscany to block the convoy to Tuscany route off. Why you don't make that bounce as Austria, I don't know. I mean, this is sort of death by 1,000 cuts for the East at the moment. Like, Russia is actually dead because they guessed wrong on trying to defend Warsaw and lost Moscow as well for their troubles. If this is the order set you're making, you should be asking Turkey to do Sev to Moscow, and then you can't die in Moscow as well. But unfortunate, that's the end of Christian. Thanks for playing. Yeah, Austria is getting a build that they can't do an awful lot with. Italy has a disband, which they really don't want to do in Serbia, but have horrible options if they do it elsewhere. Maybe they pull Tyrolia and say, Austria, you've got to backfill it. But there's just this hole in Piedmont Tuscany now that Venice can't cover by itself. Jason is probably okay with this, though. Like, death by 1,000 cuts whilst England and France grow simultaneously still gives Jason a way to make a late charge if he chooses. If one of England or France gets well ahead of the other, though, Jason's problem is he's not going to be able to react. He's going to be too far back.
Yeah. Okay. So we see a fleet London, which I'm not sure what England really does with their position right now. Anyway, so um, maybe it's setting up for a stab, but it's probably I don't know. And then Austria and Turkey. Sorry, Austria and Italy. Just like I guess the Austria building in Budapest is interesting. I would have expected Vienna to get it more into play.
Yeah, it suggests they didn't trust that Italy would actually disband Serbia, but I don't know. The English build looks incredibly unfriendly to France. France took heel that turn. I assumed it was by agreement. Maybe it wasn't, although nothing else France is doing right now suggests that. But England looks like they're lining up the stab on France. This is Helderland Bight is nothing but hostile. Goes to Wales in case France came up to Irish Sea. That's a sensible move, actually, even though it looks like, whoa, why didn't you go to Channel? This is better. Don't let France walk into Liverpool. And yeah, they dropped to Baltic. They have the position over there now. Problem is they have managed to lose Moscow though, so it's not all sun and roses for England at the moment. They still have some work to do, but as I said before, when Russia was behind them, their position was bad. Once Russia was gone, their position's a lot better, and they're currently making good use of it. Whilst the east, France gets into Venice and into Tyrolia, which is not insignificant here. Like England's stab is a lot worse if France gets to build, and it's possible France can hold Venice here, can cut a deal with Austria, who really doesn't seem to trust Italy. They're doing nothing to help defend Italy. Whilst Turkey takes Greece, which suggests that Jason has realised if he's going to make a play for this board top, he needs to start taking some dots.
Yeah, I think if you're England, you're upset about France getting to Venice, but you're also kind of happy that Munich is getting to Tyrolia here because it does make it a little bit harder for France to take Berlin or defend Kiel. So you want to get those units away from you. I think it's unfortunate that England tried to swap Norway and St. Petersburg. It would have been helpful to have that Norway army in St. Petersburg and vice versa. But yeah, I think they'll be able to salvage the situation.
I imagine what they were setting up to do was to convoy to Holland, but apparently I imagined completely wrongly. So what we actually have here is England making up with France. Turns out it's not a stab. I'm just going to go over to Berlin. I've decided to back out. Maybe Moscow spooked them that much. They've realized, you know what, this is getting too good for Turkey and too bad for me. This is maybe the East is going to help Turkey top. Let's try and back out. Problem is, once you've pulled that trigger, it's really, really hard to unpull that trigger. And France has got up to North Atlantic Ocean because the trigger had been pulled before. They've got into Tunis, probably by negotiation. Turkey supported them in. Italy probably didn't mind at this point. Italy has decided to fight Turkey, who gets to retreat to Greece despite having walked out of it. Italy retakes Venice, also probably by agreement with France. It's like, hey, I'm going to take Tunis, but you can have Venice back and go and fight the East. I think that makes sense for both of them. So yeah, good turn for France. They get a build. They've moved up and got position on England. England's not building. They've got their army back to St. Pete to put it next to Moscow, but now Warsaw's going to be very shonky if they don't have France on side. Austria takes Rum and Serbia, which could be an agreement with Turkey. Like we're swapping Greece and Rum.
I have a feeling that's not arranged. It's an awkward situation to be in. You're really pulling that unit far back from the line. So this is probably Austria saying like, hey, I want to make a move before this game ends.
Yeah. So winter 1907, Turkey puts an army down, which backs up your point that it might not have been arranged. If this is still Copacetic AT, then you would expect Fleet Smyrna going out to deal with Italy. So the army suggests anti-Austrian ambitions, and France, they just committed. So England thinks, oh, you know what? You saw I didn't move that way. It's fine. So they've pulled Helderland, and they've just lost all position because France has put Fleet Brest down, and France has not taken their foot off the pedal. This is really nice for Noah.
So the graph here has just a little tiny up and down, but it does not at all reflect the roller coaster that has been the last couple of turns in the EF relationship. This has been really fun to watch. This is one that I'm probably going to go back and kind of study in a little bit more detail when I've got a little more time. It's a really, really interesting example of the butterfly effect for diplomacy, how one little thing on one side of the board can have such a big impact on the other side. Really, really interesting from a pure game analysis standpoint.
Okay, so in the East, yeah, it looks like Turkey and Austria are now in conflict. At least maybe it's arranged, but I guess Vienna pulling back to Budapest suggests not. Trieste manages to get into Venice, which is great for Austria. I was a little worried that their position would be kind of weak here, but they're in a pretty solid position now. And Turkey, meanwhile, loses Moscow again because Romania cut Sev. So Turkey's position is not as strong as it was. Part of that is because England is going after Moscow instead of defending against France to the extent that they could. So, for example, Prussia is supporting Warsaw instead of supporting Denmark into Berlin and losing Berlin in the process. So it's a tough choice. You can make progress against Turkey or you can defend against France. This is looking overall pretty good for France. They managed to get into Cly, and they're going to be in a position to take Liverpool next turn.
Yeah, I think England's been gambling that France will make peace because they're worried about the size of Turkey. It's like, hey, look, I'm being useful. I'm taking Moscow. Turkey's your rival. I think that France is just going to try and take more. And Turkey, this is a pretty bad turn losing Moscow. I don't think France will be overly upset that England got Moscow, but I don't think it's enough to make them actually want to work with England. England has basically a very narrow window to make the correct guess on sort of Belgium-Holland area to be able to salvage something from this position. And if they don't make that correct guess, probably now, I think that this is game set match for France, because once France starts putting more units down, England's so badly outmatched.
So congrats to England on making the right guess on Liverpool. So that actually matters for a lot because they also stuck into Belgium, which is again perfect. Well, I guess it wasn't necessarily a guess because if they went to Holland, then they would have gotten into Kiel. But I think they're salvaging the situation quite well, and I think they get a build at the end of this year.
2, I believe. Moscow and Belgium.
They're losing Berlin.
Oh yeah, just the one.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, in the East, France gets into Venice. So Italy is actually out of the game now. Yeah. So good playing with you, Jaden. Sorry it didn't work out. And other than that, there's some interesting, kind of a stalemate between Austria and Turkey otherwise, but Turkey's advancing at least.
I like France supporting Austria to Ionian there. It looks like Jaden, I think, just wanted out of the game, right? They supported France into Venice, didn't cover Rome. So I think Italy was just done with it. But France helping Austria so that Austria can contain Turkey, who's another rival for the top. That's just really, really good play. I don't know Noah, but that's experienced player stuff to sort of be looking at that and going, you know what? Yes, I'm fighting England for the top at the moment, but Turkey is a big rival who could catch up. So let's make sure Austria spends all of their resources containing them.
So at the top of the broadcast, we kind of highlighted our league leaders, Christian Brown and Jason Gray, as kind of the big storyline for this board. But man, Connor and Noah in this EF has really, really impressed in lots of different ways, and I agree with this one. Like, some great tactics on display, some great strategic reads. Really liking what I'm seeing from these players.
And what England has now, because AT are fighting, they can say to Turkey, you know what, use those armies to go and take Rum, and I can go and try and send some of these armies into Germany to do some sort of counter attack. Because they're going to lose centres at home. Like Liverpool is lost already. They're probably going to lose more than just Liverpool. Belgium isn't very holdable, but you can replace that with Berlin, with Kiel, with maybe Munich, if you can get the armies into position quickly enough.
And also shout out to Church. Like that Austrian position was garbage. It was a hot mess, and to be in this place at this stage of the game, impressive.
Yeah, it's so rare to see in Austria, like in 1905, at 3 centers, come back to 6 centers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Turkey moving to Black Sea, which makes a lot of sense. It's a good position to be in. Fortunately, they lose Naples, but France is, it's actually not so great for Austria here. Austria has to pull back in Naples, and France sneaks into Rome, maybe with consent, but probably not. I don't know. In the West, it's looking pretty mixed. I mean, France gets into Liverpool, but also England gets into Berlin. So I'm not really sure who's got the edge here.
Yeah, so Turkey goes to Lycia, England to Ukraine, which I think is actually quite a significant move. If E and T are going to start working together, they have to do it now, and they're now in a position they can try and do that. France gets Liverpool, but won't get London. Will get Edinburgh because England's not next to it, so they can defend Liverpool and walk into Edinburgh. So that's big for France. And this was the problem with Austria in Italy. Like, yes, they got into a nice position on 6 centres, but those Italian dots that they had, the moment Turkey wasn't in Italy anymore, France is going to want them for themselves, and Austria no longer has much use to France in that area. So whether Rome was agreed or not, it was, oh well, we've got to stop him walking to Rome. I'd be quite surprised if France walks out from it. Maybe they trade it for Venice now, but I think that France is going to be looking to try and take Naples and Rome here. And that is what we see. So France does take Naples. Austria thought there was going to be they were going to be given Venice, and they were not. So France manages to keep all 3 of them. A great turn for Noah again, who also gets into Edinburgh. Gets into Belgium because it walks out, which is painful for Connor, who has got into Kiel, has also put Turkey into Rum. So we are seeing that ET cooperation I flagged. I'm just not sure. It may be too little too late to stop France. Yes, England's got into Mid-Atlantic, which looks quite nice until you see how many builds France has.
It's looking really good for France here, yeah.
And go another year. It's not an impossible world that you can start looking at the solo.
So it seems like Turkey and Austria made up and are on the same page now. I think they recognize that France is a real threat at 15 centers. So good for them for recognizing what needs to be done. And France just makes a lot of progress. England gets into Portugal, but that's going to get blown up next turn, probably.
Yeah, that's an error. What Mid-Atlantic should do there is move to Spain to bounce it, and then you can always retreat to Portugal, take it in full, whatever. You actually keep it. By going straight for Portugal, you don't get Portugal unless you manage to brace it, which English channel will be cut, so I don't think that will work either.
And, I said Austria and Turkey made up, but actually it was a ploy, and Turkey takes 3 centers off of Austria and 4th one off of France for good measure. So this is looking really good for Turkey. And, I think this is a classic situation with Turkey where, like, it kind of looks like, oh, there's a big EF there, Turkey is going to be in a rough position, but, they can actually like make some moves in the very late game when everybody else is distracted and grow quite quickly. France, meanwhile, does blow up the fleet in Portugal. And other than that, they do lose Munich. So France has set back a little bit this year.
Yeah, adjacent Grey Dot hands. So it goes +4, goes to 11. France is down to 14. Or France down to 12? How did France lose 3 centres?
Who lost Venice? They lost Naples.
Oh, yeah, they lost Venice as well. Okay, so All right. If there's another year, we don't know if there is, but if there's another year, Turkey can still steal this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find out. Spring 1911. Oh, we've got another year.
So, what do we see in spring 1911? We see England is responding somewhat to Turkey. They've taken Galicia, but they've also taken Holland. So, France is possibly going down one there. Holland is defendable, yes. So England will keep Holland. Whether they keep Munich is a different matter. But the fact that France has moved out of it because they've got into Vienna bodes well for keeping Munich. So England's going to probably take a centre from France and keep it. In the south, France takes Naples from Turkey, which they will keep. That's important. Turkey takes Trieste, has the ability to take Venice, will probably struggle to retake Vienna unless England helps them. England can cover Warsaw and Moscow, so Ukraine isn't that useful. Can England sneak the top? England's going to 10. France is losing 1, but yeah, France is gaining too many. So I don't think England has a realistic chance of taking the top. So Jason's play has to be Connor, France stabbed you, let me top.
The support into Galicia, I think, is really interesting because it sets up a situation where you can kind of like barter for support into either Budapest or Vienna or something. But it does also like force the retreat into Ukraine, and so now you have to worry about defending Moscow, Warsaw. So it creates a very dynamic situation, which I guess if you're behind, you want that. But there's a lot to do this phase.
The hey. As England, hey Turkey, put me into Vienna. You're gonna lose it anyway. That's an interesting little pitch right there.
It is, and if Turkey can do it while keeping Trieste and taking Venice, which is quite hard but possible. They're gonna like if you're Turkey, you take that 50-50 on Warsaw, Moscow every day of the week, even if you're like working with England elsewhere. There is no reason for Ukraine to do anything other than try and take one of those dots. And if you make the correct guess, path is still there.
All right, so moving to fall, probably the last turn. What happens?
So Turkey makes the correct guess on Warsaw, Moscow, gets to walk in. They make the wrong guess everywhere else, which should be enough for France, though. So England goes for Budapest and doesn't get supported in by the French, not surprisingly. Turkey does not take Venice, does take Trieste, but is just replacing Vienna with it. So Turkey is even for the year, I think. France is +1, having taken Vienna and Naples and lost Holland, and England is even for the year. Good job, France. Unless there's another year.
Oh, there is. Oh,
That's
no.
it. That's it. All right. So congratulations to Noah for an impressive top with 13 centers as France in Virtual Diplomacy League game 235. Michalis, story of the game.
The story of the game was Connor making the move to stab France in the mid game when he had the upper hand and not following through, and France unleashed devastating vengeance. They had cover for making their own stab because they were reacting to what Connor had done, and then they just pushed forward and took everything. So that was really good opportunistic behavior by France to maximize England's indecisiveness in that critical point in the game. I don't know if England would have topped if they'd followed through on that stab, but I think they would have had a much better chance than making that move and then pulling out of it. So really good play by France to take full advantage there.
Noam, what's one lesson that players can take from that game?
I think this is a common situation where you make a move and it doesn't go quite as you had hoped, and you just wish you could undo it. But once you make a move like that, the die is cast, and there are situations where you can undo it, but usually you just kind of have to accept that, like, this is I made the move and I got to follow through.
Well, it was another enjoyable one. If you are enjoying the broadcast, go ahead and give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a subscribe, post in the comments, tell your friends. This is all about supporting the algorithm to help more people find this game and this community get connected, more players, more opportunities for us to grow. So thank you to all of you who are watching. Thanks to Dip Chat. It's been really fun so far. And Michalis, we're going to give you a break. Noam, we're going to have you take the lead on the next one. And Patrick, welcome back.
Hello.
And let's get to our third virtual diplomacy game of tonight. Game 236, Moscow. Noam, you can introduce our players.
Okay, we got Craig Mayer, a very strong player. We're with Robert. Michalis in France. Great. Looking forward to that.
Michalis who?
I have no idea how to pronounce his last name. Got Claire in Germany, Justin in Italy, Chris in Russia, and Darcy in Turkey.
Yeah, this game, as much as the last game was amazing, and I'm kind of jealous I didn't get to be on it, this is a really stacked board, and that's kind of the story of the board, really. You've got quite a few really strong players who haven't played much yet in VDL this year, namely Craig and Robert and Michalis, and they're all going to be looking for either good scores if they want to keep going for the top board, or maybe they're just here for a good time if they're not planning to stick around for multiple games. So I think it'll be interesting to try and watch how the game unfolds and try to guess their main motivations and thoughts based on that.
I got a question from Zoe. Is this Craig's VDL debut? This is just for 2025. And on this board, you've got Michalis, who has won the VDL. We've got Justin Lohr, who was Rookie of the Year and topped the regular season, I think last season. Robert Schupa has been in the mix. Chris Kelly, veteran player. Darcy has been super impressive in the games that we've covered this year. So you look at this board and you'd immediately think, oh man, Claire is the new player here, but we've seen Claire impress. So the quality of talent on this board is going to be impressive, or it is impressive. Sometimes when that happens, we get amazing games. Other times they can turn into snooze fest. So I'm going to be rooting for the former, not the latter, as we move into spring of 01. Noam, take us away.
Okay, we see bounce in Burgundy, which if you're France, you're pretty happy about because it means that Germany is stalled, and also you're able to still get into Spain in the fall. And so it kind of gives you a free hand on Belgium as long as you can work it out with England. What else? We see a DMZ in Galicia, which I think, as you said earlier, could work out really well for Austria, especially if it works out, which in this case it did. And I remember Craig saying like he always respects the DMZ in Galicia in spring 1901. Italy moving to Tyrolia, which is always a fun situation to be in because you have a lot of flexibility. You can, work out something with Austria where you pick up a center and move to Aegean, or you can, have some play on Munich, kind of just like create some chaos. Everybody wants to talk to you if you're in Tyrolia. And Russia and Turkey managed to work out Armenian fist bump and move the fleet in Ankara to Constantinople. So that gives them a lot of momentum if they want to work together. Okay, so we do indeed see Italy borrow Vienna and try to make a move on Aegean. Fortunately for Turkey, they managed to do the fist bump, and so they're in a position to bounce out Italy from Aegean. Interesting that we see cooperation between Austria and Turkey here to bounce out Russia from Romania, and so I'm curious to see how that's going to play out. France picks up 2. They bounce in Burgundy, maybe by arrangement, and England picks up 2.
I've never really seen a Vienna loan between Austria and Italy. You see Trieste a lot of the time. Budapest has had arguments made for it more recently, but if that's arranged by Justin and Craig, which it looks to be because Apulia didn't move and Ionia went to Aegean, then I gotta think this is some kind of new theory that they're trying to test out. And I'm also a little disappointed by the Smyrna to Ankara from Darcy, because I actually think that this bounce on Aegean after the fist bump thing can be an underrated way to pivot to an IT if you keep Ankara open and have that arrangement with them ahead of time. It's something that should be explored a little more, I think.
I think the loan of Vienna makes sense. I mean, the risk is that you're leaving Trieste in Austria's hands, and so they can like more easily build a fleet or sneak into Venice. On the plus side, the army, the Italian army, if it's in Vienna, has more play to move against Russia if you're working with Austria. Whereas in Trieste, it's kind of like behind the lines, just kind of like defending things.
It's fascinating. I don't think I've honestly even considered that as an option before. In some ways, it's got some of the advantages that the Tyrolia adventure going up into Bohemia has, while also gaining some of the advantages of the loan. That's curious.
Okay, so the builds looks like an EF builds, but they could always change in 1902. Overall, pretty standard.
Yeah. All right. So spring 1902, we do see the fun turnaround from Turkey that I really like when you do a fist bump sometimes, where he goes to Black Sea and Armenia and also Aegean. I'm not really sure what Darcy's endgame is with it, though, because it seems like he went to Romania perhaps expecting another support from Austria, but ultimately not getting it as Austria goes into it themselves, which makes Bulgaria a very easy get in the fall if Craig wants to go in that direction. Meanwhile, some interesting moves from Justin here. He bounces Galicia, which is actually quite useful for AI in this case, but also goes to Tunis first rather than trying for Aegean or Eastern Med, which I suppose is fair because either of those could have been bounced in this case or both of them. So just playing a bit more conservatively on that front. Meanwhile, in the West, Noam's suspicion of an EF is entirely correct, as we see a convoy to Holland, move into Burgundy with support. Germany perhaps playing as if they don't know if England's on side, but are hoping them to be with the walkout of Holland and the move to Baltic Sea, lining up on Sweden. That's a perfectly valid way to play in this situation, honestly. Just continuing to move as if you have a particular alliance and pitch that as things unfold and see if there's something on the other side of the board, perhaps, that makes England want to change their mind.
The one thing I'm confused about here is the Apulia to Naples. I don't see what that gives you over staying in Apulia.
Justin likes silly things. That's what we'll go with. Oh, you can convoy it to Albania. That's one thing it's capable of doing, and that's what Justin chooses to do. And he takes Trieste. So this is something that Justin is quite a fan of, I would say, as Italy. He doesn't run a lot of really long-term AIs. He likes to wait for Austria to expose himself just enough to get a really solid return on a stab and then take it to solidify his position quickly. And that's what he's doing here. I think it's a great time to do it. You're building to Austria can easily be piled on by Russia from the other side as backup. So solid move there from Justin. In the West, again, EF still being very, very efficient here. Russia not really taking a side with the fleet in Sweden, which is totally valid. And England getting into Helgoland and supporting the backfill into North. So not really much being done by Germany here, or not much more they could have done by Germany to stop this advance that's happening. It's just a little bit of a consequence of being ganged up on like this. And Claire's probably not long for this game.
But one thing I like here is Michalis moving the MAO fleet into Portugal, because basically what it's doing is it's limiting your options. If that fleet stays in MAO, then you could just drop down into Western Med and NAF and make a move on Italy very quickly. And also, if it's in MAO, then you can bring it up to NAO. And because of this, like both England and Italy are like kind of afraid of you and kind of afraid to like push away from you. And so by parking that fleet in Portugal, it kind of gives them the flexibility to move their units away from you.
Okay, Fleet Eddy from England can suggest a continuance of the EF, although building a fourth fleet as England can be arguably a luxury to get France to approve of, but it really helps the freedom of their position long term. And then Italy building exactly what you'd expect, although Army Naples, there is an argument for that here.
Okay, so we got an IT forming, which is working out quite well for Turkey here. They managed to pick up both Greece and Romania, and it seems like Russia is pretty cool with it too. Meanwhile, the EF continues to press along. It looked, I'm assuming that Michalis, intentionally did that and was hoping that Italy would not move against them, but unfortunately, it looks like he'll have to get that Portugal fleet back in play.
Yeah, and this is always the risk of putting your fleet in Portugal to placate both England and Italy. Sometimes it just seems like more of a sign of weakness, similar to building double armies as Germany, tying your hands behind your back. It makes you easier to like, but also makes you easier to punch in the face.
So, Chris, Russia was cool with getting Turkish army out of Armenia. That makes sense. But I was just curious, how do you feel about like working with an IT as Russia? Like my first thought would be no, but I do see the value in convoying out of Armenia. Is there maybe an opportunity to try and change that alliance structure, or what would you do if you're Russia in this situation?
If
I
there's
think it
France,
depends.
Italy, sorry, go ahead.
I think it depends on how the conversation goes with Austria. I mean, I think it would make sense to, I think an IT is a real threat. They stick together. Maybe you think that they're not going to stick together. Maybe you think that Austria isn't in a position to really help you. And it's also possible that like you take this and then immediately next turn you turn around and like blow up that, Austrian army in Romania.
I think the reason why attacking Austria as Italy is known to result in RT more commonly than IT is just because of the fact that in that situation, Austria is so commonly fully committed to punishing Italy that it puts them on the back foot, and it makes a better argument to Turkey to attack the more vulnerable party, which in this case would be Italy, especially if there's also tension with France that Justin's creating now. I think it does make a lot of sense from Chris. Part of it is that he has no other option, but part of it is also that there is real tension here that could convince Turkey to turn around and pick a different growth path.
It's an interesting game state for sure.
Okay, so we see Russia manages to take Romania with the fleet, and so I'm guessing that was not arranged. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was saying, is that one thing you do is just like, yeah, help get the Turkish army into Romania, and then you just blow it up. Looks like Germany is evacuating and just like janissarying now for the EEF, and that's going to be a real headache for Russia, especially that army in Livonia. Meanwhile, it looks like Italy and France are just kind of fine with like not going after each other, which makes sense.
All right, we see Army Conflict Smyrna from Turkey, which is an interesting build when Russia and Austria have both just kind of just kicked you out of the center. But at the same time, maybe that was arranged so that he could rebuild the fleet in Smyrna. We'll have to see. But clearly, this signals some kind of intent to annoy Italy. Fleet Marseille, Army Paris from France, not at all surprising. I think if I'm giving up Belgium here as England, I would insist on those exact builds, and that's what's happened. So stoking the flames of that tension in the Med once again, like I mentioned, and Army Eddy is self-explanatory for EF. All right, Spring 04, the EG cooperation continues with the Janissary deal. Germany gets into St. Petersburg. Germany loses Berlin, but still has position to keep St. Pete in the fall, so they should remain alive. The East is still a very confusing thing to look at diplomatically. So we have, I think, AI versus Turkey, both in Aegean and elsewhere as Austria takes Rum. It does make sense for there to be AI détente here, since Italy is so distracted. But at the same time, you got to wonder, if you're Austria, well, Russia's distracted and no threat to me. Turkey's got a fleet in Bulgaria. I could just try and take my home centers back here if I wanted to. So good play from Craig to let his mind dictate things here over his emotions. I think that'll pay out for him here because Russia. What's Russia doing to punish that move into Rum?
I do wonder if this is just like arranged, actually. That like, I mean, this is such a dire situation where the EF is making so much progress that maybe Russia is on board with this and saying like, look, that Romania fleet is not able to do anything, and I'll tap black next turn, and then I can just like blow up the fleet.
Zoe, this is why you're on DBN, Zoe. You understand that statement. So this is a very dynamic play that we're seeing in the East right here, and I'm here for it. Liked it so much I put it up twice.
I will say, I mean, I was surprised that Austria in this situation goes after Romania instead of, for example, moving to the line, because I think the EF is really pressing on them.
Yes, and stuff's happening in the center of the board now that really makes me think we should have discussed a move from Spring a bit more last turn. That's Munich, Bohemia, which translates this turn to moves to Galicia and Bohemia. So clearly France was thinking about trying to get themselves involved on all fronts against Italy, including in the Balkans. But now England has chosen to actually punish them, as Italy wisely chooses to get France off their back by supporting England into Munich, which will significantly blunt any further attempt at Vienna, because now France can't reinforce those two armies. And in addition to that, they lose Belgium, and England takes Sweden. So goodbye, Claire. Thank you for playing. It makes a lot of sense to free up Chris to contain any rapid Turkish expansion here. So good to let him take St. Pete back, and you get a build out of it as well. I really like this pivot from Robert. I think this is going to pay dividends for both him and Justin.
Yeah, it looks like McCallus was, making a gamble on the EF working out long term, and in that case, like Galicia is a great place to be in. But Robert saw an opportunity and he took it.
I was, in the interest of speed, bit my tongue. I was about to compliment McCallus's play with the restraint and the moving through the center of the board and not getting locked up in the med, and I did not see this coming at all.
Yeah, can't do that now, Brian. You can't compliment someone's play once they've been stabbed, because if it didn't work, it wasn't a good play, right?
Now I am glad that I didn't have the opportunity to pass that along, because I did not have the foresight that Robert did, resulting in +4, 11 center top right now in 1904. The question now for me is, how does the rest of the board react to this? Because this is wild.
I mean, if you're Chris, I guess it depends on how grateful you are to England for the help you just rendered against their German remnants. But then again, he kind of loosed the German remnants on you in the first place, and fighting him is the key to seeming useful in the south. So the Sev disband here does make some sense to continue holding him down in the north a little bit.
I think the real wild card is Turkey. Like, what do they do here? Do they try to buy their time and tell everybody else, like, yeah, you can go to the line, stop Italy here, stop England here, or do they just kind of keep pressing, and then the rest of the powers feel obligated to fight both England and Turkey, which is not a winning proposition. So Turkey does indeed decide to press forward, despite the 11th center England in 1904. And so it's definitely going to be an interesting game. Italy is moving into MAO, which is great. Probably, France is thrilled about that. France manages to take back Munich, fortunately. So everybody's kind of moving against. It looks like Austria is basically the odd one out here. That they're like, okay, we need to fight England, but also like Austria is not maybe cooperating, or they don't feel like they can trust Austria in this situation, and they feel like they have to fight. They have to take out Austria in this.
I mean, for Turkey, it's really a choice of fight Austria or do nothing, because Russia's necessary right now. Italy's making themselves necessary, it looks like, with the move to Mao. So, can Austria
I'm worried about
too,
Italy turning around and doing Tyrolia to Trieste with support from Vienna.
Well, that's just them defending against someone they know is hostile, while the fleets do the real work.
Okay, and Italy decides to pick up one build in Spain, which makes sense because they're losing Trieste here. Other than that, it's pretty much the same old. Russia and France are trying to hold back England, and England's gonna lose. They lose the center at least.
Yeah, Army Khan from Turkey doubling down on that commitment against Austria, and Army Paris really the only justifiable build for France for this defense. All right, spring 1906, the English position in the center of the board continues to collapse as France gets into Kiel, which was guaranteed. Seems a bit well, not really passive. The window to get into Mao kind of closed last turn. Unfortunately, a lost guess by Robert meant that he couldn't get Brest or Mao. So a bunch of support holding over there. Russia can't really make any further progress in the north at this point, but they're also being fed Berlin, and they have enough units to at least tie Robert's units down. So they're, again, remaining useful right now to all their neighbors in the south, although Darcy's still choosing to convoy into Sev, so maybe they're reaching some kind of agreement with Austria while Austria deals with Italy for them.
And we got Turkey convoying into Sev, which is going to be a real headache. And this is the risk that if you're, you move to the line to stop a 11th center England and you leave Turkey alive, they can always just like come after you. once there's an opportunity.
Yeah, the risk is how does Russia react to that? Like, hey, I just went to the line, I exposed myself, and you're going to repay me by taking dots behind me. I know that I can be a little vindictive sometime, but this is the kind of situation where I start working with the other side of the board.
Yeah, it's a lot like the same stuff that made Craig take Romania earlier, though. Like, what's Russia doing to punish this? Because they're not building from Berlin if Turkey doesn't want them to. And what argument can they really make to Darcy that they need another unit on this board? The other unit will only really be useful for self-defense against Turkey, and why would Turkey want that?
Yeah.
So in the fall, we see Turkey getting into Ionian with Austrian help. So the suspicions about Darcy and Craig coming to an understanding with each other are confirmed by this, I'd say, as Trieste and Ionian both fall. So actually not that devastating for the Italian position, because Marseille and Portugal make up for any losses that they've suffered here and then some. They'll be able to get a fleet down in Naples now, and perhaps in... No, they're only building one. But they'll get a fleet down in Naples to cover Tyrrhenian and all the bases that they need. So it's still going to be a long slog here for AT. With the fact that Russia isn't building and the fact that France is distracted in the north means that they have two other very fertile fronts to go after. So I like their position right now for both.
Yeah. I got to hit it to France and Russia. They've done a good job of fighting off England here.
Yeah, we're moving through this a little quickly, but this game, like that's where I was saying when Robert jumped up so high, it's gonna be fascinating how the rest of the board was gonna respond. Partially because the talent on this board is extremely high. These players do know how to make stuff happen when they need to, and I am legitimately going to be watching how, like, what are the sets of moves that people are making in this situation.
Okay, so we see a fleet from Turkey, Army Austria, makes sense. Classic AT moves. So nothing too surprising here. Yeah.
I think the French disband of Mao is slightly surprising considering how useful that unit is for harassing England. But they're also keeping the units that they need to defend the centers they can actually defend till the end.
Yeah, I think it's a tough choice that they have to face, and I think they decided that they're a center power here, and they're kind of like ceding the sea to Italy.
Yeah.
And England. So this is really a story about AT making a lot of progress now, and I guess they've, to their credit, they managed to work out a deal with Russia where basically they said like, hey, look, sorry I took Sev, but like, I want to keep working with you, and I'm not going to take any more of your dots.
Budapest to Galicia, though.
They're certainly in a position. I mean, you could argue like, well, that needs to go there to like get around and like loop around to Bohemia, but why does Sev not go to Moscow? I mean, presumably they're happy with Russia like not turning around. Now with Berlin convoying to Livonia, maybe that's gonna be a different story now. But I could see that they're trying to work with Russia here.
Yeah, the reason you don't move Sev to Moscow, I think, is because Chris can convoy back to Livonia and kick you out. Whereas this move that is at least justifiable in the spring, and then you have the surprise factor in the fall.
Yeah, I think you could also just go for the stab in the fall. Yeah. Okay, so Russia does fully turn around, and Austria and Turkey do get Warsaw. England gets into North Africa, so that's going to be interesting. I'm curious why North Africa instead of Western Med, which would have given them some leverage on Spain. But there's probably good reasons for that. I guess maybe they felt like Western Med would be blocked or something. And and then France manages to pick up Berlin.
Yeah, this is really the part of the game where Russia sort of runs out of steam. Whenever Russia is kept around for balanced power purposes, there's always the question everyone has to ask themselves: when is it better to just take their dots? And the Russian withdrawal from Berlin really means France has no reason to not just take the dot for themselves and get another army down in Paris. Mm-hmm. Sure enough, they do just that. New army in Budapest for Austria, of course, as well. And the disbands for Chris are, I'd say, the ones you'd expect in this situation if he's focused on survival rather than punishing France. So into 1908 we go.
Chris Kelly, balanced power player, had to gamble. Yeah. We're back in balance. This is 8-7-6-6-5-2. Balance came somewhat at Chris Kelly's expense. So
Yep.
that's one way to achieve
That's
the balance.
always the risk.
But the like from a game theory standpoint, this is the board responded, and we're about to reset. We did not do who do you like earlier, and I think this is a good spot for us to go ahead and do it. Noam, going to you first. You get
I was just thinking about that. It's a really tough call here. I've been very impressed with the players and how they managed to balance out this game. I think I might actually go with England here. I think it's a real tough choice, but there's the AT. So Italy is pretty distracted. You've got an opportunity to pick up St. Petersburg if Austria and Turkey are taking Moscow. And you might be able to pick up France only has armies, and so they're kind of limited in what they can do. So you have an opportunity to pick up something from them probably without too much risk.
I agree. England is probably the most likely here, but if not England, then I would go with, I think, Austria. This might be a surprise, but I think Turkey is just in such a poor position to stab them. And Russia is more likely to side with Austria than Turkey because Turkey attacked them first in the more recent times. And honestly, if England is there in North Africa and pushing further towards Iberia to try and put pressure on Italy and grab the centers for themselves, that's going to benefit Austria just as much as it does England, if not more, because in all likelihood in that scenario, Italy will keep the fleets that punish England the most. Okay, spring 1908. We see a very unexpected turn of events here in terms of the French moves. Somehow they're convinced to abandon their super defensive position in the German heartland and go after Warsaw, which I find to be interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about it in terms of the quality of the play, but maybe they had to deal with Russia, but then, yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like there's not a good enough chance to make a gain from this. That I guess maybe if England asked you to, so that they don't keep attacking you and occupy Helgoland and just squeeze the life out of you until you're done, that might be a good deal to make. But in terms of substantive gains, I'm not sure what that's going to get them. Meanwhile, we do see the support into Western Med, so England just didn't go there last fall because they had some anxiety about getting bounced. And as a result, they have a guarantee on Spain. Actually, yeah, they do. Full strength 3. And the fact that Paris has moved to Burgundy instead of Brest means that they're going to have full freedom to make that move now. And the question is, now that Austria is getting into Tyrolia, so the walls are closing in on them from both sides, who do they give way to? Once again, I think Austria is the more likely answer still. All right. In the fall, okay, so it was Franco-Russian coordination, actually. In the spring, it seemed like Chris and McAuliffe might have independently had the thought to go after Warsaw, but now there seems to be much more of a clear plan, although Chris has come off worse from it, undoubtedly. I don't know if he just wanted to be out of the game at this point, or if he put a bit more trust in England than he really should have. But either way, we say goodbye to him now as France gets Warsaw. Austria doesn't lose anything because they get Moscow. And England gets only one build, actually, because they go for Tunis instead of taking the guarantee on Spain. Oh, they lose on as well. Yeah. So they're actually even. They're even. They don't.
McAuliffe managed to pick up 3 builds with 1 home center. So, very impressive move by McAuliffe here to I don't know how he managed to pull this off. But yeah, that's going to change the game a lot.
Yeah, I think the lack of a build here from Robert is going to be decisive. Like, McAuliffe is genuinely back in the game now. England can't really punish this.
Yeah.
At least not immediately. That's what you get for not picking me to talk or to top. On the perennial underdog, McAuliffe Camaritas, showing us why he is so.
Okay, so the tricky part for McAuliffe is that he picks up 3 builds, but he only got 1 place to build it, and also he's got only armies. So if he manages to pull this off, I'll be very impressed. But he's got a shot. England decides to go after Spain, which makes a lot of sense. Basically guaranteed. And I think they're very unhappy with McAuliffe here because they're positioning their fleets to go after Holland and Kiel and Berlin. They do take Kiel. Turkey and Austria seem pretty happy to work together, and unfortunately do not make any progress this turn. And it seems like they're just kind of chilling at this point.
Yeah, I want to point out, it seems like in hindsight, last fall, the bounce in Tunis from England rather than the force on Spain was strategic to try and protect it from Turkey. And as a result of him doing that with Italy, Italy has now made the favorable disbandance towards them, which has left Tunis and all of Iberia open for English conquest. So finding a really good way around the problem of having Italy throw against you. That's really good, really amazing play by Robert. And in combination with the fact that his Western position is only going to get better from here, despite the French gains, he's still looking really good. Your pick is looking really, really good now.
So, question here: why take Kiel from Helgoland instead of Denmark here? What do we think about this?
I'd have to think it's a deal so that the French armies can go elsewhere instead of having to defend Munich.
I mean, I do wonder. I was also surprised that like Austria and Turkey didn't make any progress. Like Sev didn't move to Ukraine. Maybe he's worried about the stab, but maybe it's also just like they're setting something up to end the game. I'm not sure.
Oh, no, it's well, that makes it even more strange because you want Denmark and Kiel if you're pressing the attack. But either way, Robert does take Holland, so I guess don't knock what works. And Robert also repays Italy for the centers further by accepting support into Ionian, which conveniently doesn't go, and giving Italy support into Marseille, which does go. And now Michalis' comeback tour is sadly coming to an end. He can no longer feel smug about proving us wrong with his top chances. But hey, still a very good game from him, regardless from that position. Elsewhere in the East, we see some really critical moves here with Austria walking out of Moscow to position on St. Pete in Warsaw. I assume that was arranged along with the taking of Venice so that they're still even vis-a-vis each other. And the fact that there's now a fleet in Adriatic Sea should help that long-anticipated convoy to Apulia finally come off soon, especially now that Venice is Austrian rather than Italian.
Mm-hmm.
Chat is just going nuts right now, and there's just so much going on. I'm gonna take a couple. So I knew Michalis is also dead. This one I definitely wanted to agree with. Really solid recovery by Craig in this game, and then yeah, good stuff. +4 for Robert Schupa this time, back up to 12. And we end here with the classic 8-12 in game from England. Robert Schupa, not the traditional way, but getting it done. Noam, story of this game.
I mean, it really came down to Robert moving against Michalis back in 1904, 1903. And, honestly, I don't think I would have done it in that situation, but he managed to, it kind of looked like it maybe wasn't working out super well at first, but it did change the game a lot and ended up working out for him.
Yeah, this kind of adds to the contrast we've been seeing. Zoe in game one really won off the back of being able to keep her side of the board moving in her favor while the other side was sort of messy. And Connor tried to do that and England tried to do that in game two. And then we see another really good successful example of it here in game three with Robert with the stab that's actually followed through on and gets a really good return.
All right, well, we are going to transition now from the Virtual Diplomacy League to our feature league for tonight, the Tour of Britain. This will be our, we'll have one more Virtual Diplomacy League that we'll be covering at the end of the broadcast. That game is it's being played right now, likely wrapping up soon. But for now, we're going to switch over to the Tour of Britain, and I'm going to welcome... let's see who gets the break this time. I think
no.
Yep. Yeah, so Michalis, I'm going to welcome you back.
Hi again.
Michalis, welcome. Tour of Britain is one of the longer standing virtual leagues. It's been around, I think, year 2 of Diplomacy Broadcast Network is when it started. But if somebody told me it was year 1, I would believe it.
They're in their 4th season now, I think.
4th season, all right.
Year 2.
So yeah, but it's been a lot of fun. Started by Gary Sturley, now being run by Bradley Grace, I believe. And Bradley won a couple times in a row. So I think everybody's happy that he will not be winning again this year. But what we are covering, the first 3 games that have been played, and tonight we are going to cover the following players. So Patrick, I'm gonna let you lead this one, introduce our players.
Yeah, and if I could just give a brief background here on the kinds of players that play Tour Britain before we get to this board. This league is scheduled at once a month at the same time as VDL Round 2 on Saturdays, or Sundays for them, but either way on the weekend. And this is kind of the league where people go to if they want if they are VDL regulars, but they want more virtual, right? As opposed to 7 Years War, which is a completely different play style, Snake Pit, completely different time zone. This is very much like VDL, but with a very different scoring system. So we'll see kind of the cream of the VDL players who are really active and really passionate about the game come here for more, and it makes for really exciting quality games. So in Austria, we have Jason Gray for the second time tonight. This is the first round of the season, so no existing standings. In England, Justin Lohr, who we've already seen is a very successful virtual player. He played Tour Britain last season as well and made a good run at it. Christian Brown in France, who we saw as Russia in Game 2. Hopefully this will go better than that did. In Germany, we have Astronaut, a close acquaintance of mine from the Diplostrat server, who's been super, super active in virtual recently. Love to see them here. Christian Vukadin in Italy, who I believe is either a Norwegian or a Dutch player. I don't remember which. I know I've seen them on one of those 7 Years War boards that's a foreign language. And then Isaac Jukes, our lovely VDL commissioner in Russia, who of course plays this game because he can't play VDL if he's running it. And Micah Blom in Turkey, whom we're seeing for the first time tonight. She's a wonderful player, and I have no doubt she'll have a good time on this board because Isaac's a good friend of hers, and she's just good at making conversation with anyone.
Yeah, we just saw Micah join one of our broadcasts. It was delightful, and really, really glad to see the work that she's done in putting together, helping the European hobby grow, and that's been one of my favorite storylines for this season. Spring 1901. Let's start the Tour of Britain.
All right, so we see, quite fittingly for the Tour of Britain, the English moves immediately draw your eye because this is the first opening to the English channel we've seen tonight from Justin, which I think he's a bit more amenable to than a lot of others because, again, he likes to make those aggressive plays and he thinks it'll make him solid gains like we saw last game. Germany goes for Burgundy as well, but it is bounced. I assume that was a range, so Astronaut can sort of play both sides here and tell France, hey, I did what you asked, and to England, hey, I did what you asked, but didn't work out. So I think a good diplomatic position there. That's a good example of how to use the bounce in Burgundy in a way that actually benefits Germany, which is a little rare. And then in the East, it's a bit more standard. We see the bounces in Galicia and the Black Sea, standard stuff for Italy. But the main thing to point out is Smyrna to Armenia, which suggests that perhaps the RT talks didn't go quite as good between the two friends as I expected.
Yeah, just a full-on Sundstrom from Micah here. So, yeah, I get on with Isaac, but you know what? Screw him anyway.
All right, and then in the fall we see a fairly conservative reaction to the events in the West. English channel just goes straight into Belgium. I didn't mention Liverpool went to Yorkshire, which sometimes shows that hey, I'm just doing this defensively in case you go there. So Justin resetting to neutral a little bit to borrow a fighting game term. Convoying to Norway as well, which is kind of the only option this opening leaves you for Norway. That's practical. Germany lets Russia into Sweden, so EG isn't that hard and fast if it is an EG. Another bounce in Galicia, and we see something that I really, really like from Micah here. I've been saying for a while that people shouldn't focus on following through with whatever opening they make in Spring 01. It is almost impossible to commit to any single course of action in Spring of 01. And turning around in the right way in the fall and subverting the expectations of those around you can create huge dividends, right? The opening to Armenia convinced Jason that Micah was going to be with him against Isaac here, especially because AT is his favorite alliance, like we talked about. So this was the perfect time for Micah to turn around and actually say, hey, I can work with Isaac. I can bounce Greece here to get the fastest possible start for RT and get that off on exactly the right foot. And it's really worked out here. And this is a great RT position as a result in the AI versus RT war that I assume will happen because Italy convoy to Tunis.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Micah has clearly decided to go for the RT in that fall. I don't know that I necessarily agree it's a great RT position. I still think that AI are in an okay spot here. What I really would have liked to see in that turnaround is to convince Italy to take Greece. Whether you RT or IT from that position or not, to beat an AI nowadays, if there's competent players in the AI, you sort of need them to be fighting. And at the moment, there's not really any sign of that. So as of yet, I don't think the RT have a great upper hand, but they have a small advantage in delaying things, as Austria will take Greece slightly late. We also see here Astronaut putting down 2 armies as Germany. This is not something we generally speak up when people do it. We don't tend to encourage that. Because it is very inflexible, and England has all the ability to stab in that alliance, whereas Germany is entirely beholden to them going forwards. But we'll see whether Astronaut can make this work.
Yeah, I will say I played a 7 Years war game with Micah recently where I was France, she was Germany. She built double armies in 01 because she sensed an EF, and the defensive benefits of that were enough that it actually tempted one of us to turn around, and then that actually turned into an FG. Like that was a thing that could happen. So that game kind of changed my opinion about the feasibility of double armies in 01. It can work sometimes if you know how to spin it the right way.
I would argue anything can work sometimes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it should be.
I can't argue with that.
All right, Spring of 02. Italy is the one that's getting Greece. With the agreement of Turkey and not necessarily the agreement of Austria. It looks like they tried to support the fleet in rather than the army. So this is what I was saying before, that I would have liked to see some way of encouraging fighting between Italy and Austria, and putting the army into Greece is not good for Austria and is quite good for Italy. So this is a start there. You've got Naples to Apulia as well. Yes, Tiroli has not moved aggressively yet, but this can turn now into a plausible Italian attack on Austria. Of course, when you've come to Aegean as well, you sort of discourage Italy from doing that, but you're at least building some distrust between them that up till now there hadn't really been a source of. Elsewhere, the West is pretty standard EG stuff. They don't take Burgundy because Belgium's a fleet. This is the problem with that original English opening where you go to Yorkshire rather than Wales. You've sort of got Norway and Belgium back to front, which is quite awkward for progressing to the next stage of the EG. And we've seen Christian Brown do some very good defensive displays on this channel before. I wouldn't be too surprised to see another one from him here.
I will say, with that move to Aegean Sea discouraging Italy, the fact that Smyrna is the mover to Aegean here, and that Mike is intentionally dangling that prospect of a move to Black Sea later on still in front of Christian, really shows that she really should help put Italy's mind at ease and show that this dogpile can end more than one way, that being RT.
It can, but it not necessarily will. At the moment, it's RT attempt to take Serbia, which doesn't work. Italy does make up with Austria, goes for Bulgaria. Doesn't work, but the only net outcome is Italy getting Greece and another build, which will presumably be another fleet. If they manage to put down another army, then Austria's got a lot more problems. Elsewhere, Germany has decided that, you know what, that one turn of EG cooperation against France, we didn't get in, so I'm bored of that now. Let's turn around, let's send everything against Russia. So they go up to put the 2 on Sweden and go to Berlin and Munich to try and disengage with France. I'm not entirely sure what the pitch to France is here, like how they're going to cooperate, but I think what Germany has realized is that maybe they should go and get another build so they can get another fleet, and Sweden's probably the easiest source of that build at this stage. England has gone to North Atlantic, so they've sort of given up on an attack on Russia at the same time. But yeah, this doesn't really look like a West that's sort of solved what any of them are doing. Germany's going one way, England's going the other, and France is just sitting there being defensive.
All right, Army of Venice from Italy. I think there's a lot of indecision right now going into the Italian thought process, because those Spring 02 moves, those were not fake stab Austria moves. Those were fully committed, going against Austria's wishes and setting up for further progress into Adriatic. And then in fall, they went back on that and tried to do the support in Bulgaria. And now they're building Army Venice, which is not justifiable right now from an AI perspective. So I'm really looking to see where that inconsistency will affect Micah and how it'll affect Christian as well.
I mean, the problem is, yeah, I'm actually quite surprised. I thought Jason would react a lot more strongly to that Army Venice build, because like, what's coming other than this when that happens? I would have expected him to send everything to just punish Italy. It's what Austria often does in this position, but I'll leave it to you to describe what actually happened.
What actually happens is that any Italian gains won't really be gaining Christian much here, because France is coming into the Med, and It seems like a pretty good time for France to come into the Med, actually, because England has suddenly been convinced to attack Germany quite strongly after a whole lot of not much happened in all of '02. That makes me wonder if maybe Norway gets convoyed into Holland here, so we see some kind of EFR coalition because Finland's there to prop up Sweden. So suddenly we do have some actual resolution in the West. Move to Ruhr as well really fully reinforces that. So clearly they listened to you in the past, and now they're actually doing something worthwhile. Meanwhile, in the East, Turkey takes Greece because Greece moves, because I guess they didn't have faith in Austria to support them. Just more examples of Christian not quite knowing who to trust, I think.
Well, I think given that Christian's gone to take Trieste and stabbed Austria, I think he was assuming that someone was going to support him into Serbia. Maybe that's what Turkey offered, and was hoodwinked into believing. What I'll say here is this is chalk -1 for double armies for Germany. This has turned into an EF, and I'm not like this is a pretty good EF position to follow up with.
Yeah, I think the real crux of that is Germany couldn't quite convince anyone to do anything while they had that defensive advantage, and now they've given EF time to close in on them a bit more strongly. In the fall, Italy does somewhat move back to defend against France, although Adriatic to Apulia as opposed to Adriatic to Ionian is a little strange. I guess they feared getting bounced by A or T, but either way, they bounced Piedmont as well, so they are mainly focusing on that now, I'd say. Russia moving to Silesia with Galicia support. That strikes me as an RT move, where Silesia is going to go down to Bohemia, because that Germany doesn't really need the extra support on Munich right now, in my opinion, at least not yet. And Bohemia is a really key part of breaking the Austrian position when you're allied with Turkey. Meanwhile, in the West, we see England go into Holland as expected, albeit with a fleet. So he doesn't trust Russia quite enough to move Norway out. And Irish goes to Mao, which shortly has to be arranged, because otherwise you'd want to accompany that with some other anti-French movement along the way. I guess it'll go into the Med and help down there, but it's a little confusing. I guess with 4 English fleets, you want to make sure they're all doing something.
Yeah, I mean, Russia is supporting England into Denmark here. So, like, if they're in Silesia, it certainly isn't to prop Germany up. They are actively anti-Germany. Whether it's to try and get their share of Germany or to go down to Bohemia, as you say, is up for discussion. Jason saying Ionian was supposed to support the attack on Greece. Yeah, I think this is Christian maybe being a little overwhelmed as a newer player, which can happen to, well, we've all been there.
Yeah.
Irish seat to Mao, it's very hard to justify. Like, yes, maybe it's arranged. Christian is the kind of guy who would do something like that as an arrangement, but where's it going? What's it doing?
I will say, even when Justin is allied with somebody, he can sometimes do these strange, off-putting moves that I guess give him a lot of leverage, and then he leaves it to you to negotiate your way out of those situations in a way that benefits him somewhat. So that might be what he's doing here, even if he doesn't strictly have France's permission.
I think that is the definition, the textbook definition of gunboat diplomacy in the original sense, not the way that we know it as non-press.
All right, so we see Fleet Brest, Fleet London, Fleet Smyrna, lots of fleets going down. Or Fleet Baltic comes off because Germany had too many fleets. Not really any good decisions left to make for them. Right, going into spring of 2004, England now gets into Denmark, that Russian support paying dividends, and sort of squabbling between England and France. So France takes Mid-Atlantic. They're not happy with England being there. England retreats to Channel, is back in Belgium. Not in the best of positions to progress into Kiel, which they probably would want to do. Russia does defend Munich against France. So they're clearly, Russia is playing for an ER, not for an ERF. They only want to work with England rather than with England and France. Elsewhere in the east, Russia gets a walk into Vienna, which is very nice as they will keep it. Italy pulls Trieste off the board when they lose it, so that's a move you can make. And Turkey shifts some fleets and armies forwards and gets into a nice position. This has gone pretty well actually for Isaac, and if those English fleets being where they are is the start of an ER cooperation, the problem is still Norway. You probably want to convoy that out, but if you can find a way to do that, this is lining up quite nicely for ER, because Isaac is quite far ahead of Micah if he manages to hold Vienna and possibly even take Budapest as well from here.
Yeah, I really like the Russian position as well, and I think it makes sense for him to not want France to get too much more because EFR is not a real alliance once Germany is dead. I think that's just a fact. So a lot of the time, what will happen is that England has to make a really pivotal decision about who they go with for the rest of the game, or at least for the next part of the game. And being as useful to them as possible is important for that, especially from a balanced power perspective as well. Because the argument can be made here that if Justin goes after Isaac, then with how much growth potential Micah has right now, then that could leave her to be uncontrolled. So I think it makes a lot of sense right now to cater towards Justin and go for that ER idea because that's something you go for right now.
Yeah. So what we see in Fall of 04 is a whole lot of nothing really in the West. France still doesn't get Munich, doesn't get Kiel either. England notably only puts one support on Kiel and uses the other 2 units to defend Holland. Really critical of that French and German possible cooperation there, I guess. I think Christian should be quite worried. Channel is still there. Helderland has gone to Holland, which is not great for progressing further into Germany. Yeah, this is looking decent for ER. In the south, Micah gets Serbia whilst Isaac doesn't get Budapest, which is huge for Micah. Keeps her in the running with Isaac, because if that had been the other way around and she doesn't get Serbia and Isaac gets Budapest, she's really in a tough position vis-a-vis Isaac. So good for her to get on the same page and same sort of level with him. France gets into Tyrrhenian Sea with the support of the Turks. So we're seeing ER in the north and FT in the south. That's new. That's fun.
Yeah, I don't think we can really call it an EF anymore here. If Justin moving into Holland with support tells me that he doesn't trust Christian to believe whatever he's justifying his moves with, which means he doesn't want him to get Kiel and get a build naturally.
I've definitely enjoyed the ER has always been a part of the game, but it's been much more common over the past season or so. And I think that's adding a nice set of mid-game dynamism that was lacking, or not lacking, but it just makes it more dynamic because it's another option. So really fun to see that play out more consistently and players getting more comfortable with that as a more common alliance structure. So yeah, we'll see if that is what we end up in this one. But for now, we'll play Who Do You Like? And Patrick, we'll go to you first.
I'm going to take a little bit of a risk here and go with Russia. I think it's always a bit of a risk in Who Do You Like because of how quickly they can collapse depending on how the board develops. But I really like the balancing act that Isaac is playing here between the witches. I think that both Justin and Micah seem like big enough threats to run away with the top to each other, that Russia seems mutually beneficial as a large buffer, and that creates opportunities for Isaac to solidify his position tactically and to create further opportunities for gains against Austria and Germany. So I think Isaac is doing a really good job of walking that tightrope that Russia has to walk to get anything done. And if he continues to do that for a few more years, then he'll be a real contender at the end.
I'm going to choose Micah, actually. I like this Turkish position quite a lot. I think that the fact that her and Christian are cooperating is quite promising. Like, Christian's not there to just prop Italy up against her. He's probably going to try and take his share of the dots, especially if England's about to drop on him and he's going to be sort of in a more desperate situation. And then Micah's going to be in a position where she can prop Christian up so that he slows Justin down while stabbing Isaac herself, I think. She's going to have the sort of concentrated position in the middle of the board. Isaac's going to be a little more spread out. I rate Micah's position quite a lot here.
All right. Can we go back to builds? I missed the... Okay, Army London. Got it. All right, so Army Smyrna from Turkey. That makes sense for convoy purposes. Army St. Pete is interesting, especially with Isaac using it offensively here. Maybe he's just using this to go to Justin and say, hey, if we're going to be stable long-term, I need Norway. I'll take it with an army so it's not a threat to you. That is a common thing for ER to do, to solidify their alliance beyond the first few years. But it does expose them a little more in the south, to be sure. But again, Mike is doing pro-Russian things at the moment, so it's not a huge deal. France chooses to line up on Rome rather than prop Venice up against Austria, which I think makes sense. especially because France and Austria could make a pretty dynamic duo here against RT once the boot has been conquered, especially with Turkey failing missing the guesses on the convoy here. Meanwhile, France seems to be going along as if England is still going to help them against Munich. But of course, England is not doing that. England is just lining up on Kiel themselves. So kind of a nothing turn outside of that move to Tuscany for Christian. And the fact that he's moving that slowly while ER are potentially repositioning, doing everything they need to be stable long term right now, that's concerning. And then in the fall, we have, again, further RT things. Budapest is kept. Trieste is taken by the Turks with no resistance. And we see Austria, again, supporting France into Rome. So we do see the AF cooperation that I was half expecting. But interestingly, Turkey supports France into Naples as well. And I think, again, this goes back to the psychological aspect of the strength of Isaac's position, because the only reason why Micah would give this support to Christian is if she thinks Justin is just that much of a threat, especially if he's getting Isaac on side as well. So I think it is a pretty smart reading of the board. It's risky because there is the possibility that France rebounds from that too strongly and gets a stronger position than England had before, especially if Russia goes for the stab later. But I think it's appropriate for right now, the more I look at it. And then Kiel falls. So again, Germany's falling, but at England's to England's benefit and not really France's yet.
Well, it's to Russia's benefit because England's level for the year and Russia's the one building from Norway. But I think that the other thing, like Micah just getting Italy off the board gets those Italian units out of the way. You don't have to worry about them anymore. And she's only got 3 fleets there at the moment. Having no Italian units to worry about and Austria pulling one, which quite likely is the fleet as well, just frees up so many units. I've played games as Turkey like that. I think it was when I won VDL when I was Turkey and I made a bit of a comeback. And a lot of my play in the latter stages of that game were making sure that nobody else had fleets in the meds, just to like taking them off one at a time, cutting it down, because it just gave me so much room to do what I wanted with all of my units. Whereas when there's like four or five potentially hostile fleets, you're a lot more constrained as Turkey. You then have to put more fleets down, but you actually want more armies to take the real power projection going forward. So I like it a lot, actually, killing Italy there, even if you're going to go and fight France next.
That's a really unique way to view it. I like that.
So in spring of 06, she convoys to Apulia, goes to Adriatic. Jury's out on whether this is anti-French or just going and taking Venice. But it can definitely be either. Meanwhile, France finally, after several years of hammering at the gate, has finally got Munich. Whether they keep it is a very different matter, but we'll see going forward. Germany has maybe made a Janissary pitch, is going to go to Prussia and Tyrolia. I find if you're a Janissary, you're better off concentrating what forces you have left against one target. Being spread out against 2 completely different targets sort of makes it more likely neither works and you just die. But we'll see whether Astronaut can pull it off. And England goes to Baltic Sea, which could be anti-Russia. It could be anti-Germany. It could still be that England's about to flip on France. But it looks more EF-y than it was doing for a while now.
If nothing else, it's going to stress the relationship between England and Russia.
Yeah, like now that they have a guarantee on Sweden if they want it, it's looking a lot less likely that England's about to attack France. But this could be lulling France out, which is exactly what it is.
Hollander were kind of gave up the ghost, to be honest.
Yeah, the argument is you need the extra support there against like Russia's and Germany's, right? But what it does do is England does take Munich, so France still hasn't captured it. But France doesn't lose anything in the med, so Turkey just takes Venice, kills off the Austrian unit. France has sent another unit to the south, but is likely to pull some of them back. So I think Michael will reap some diplomatic reward here, now that England has stabbed France. And a stabs go. I don't know. I don't know that I overly like this. Like, Justin has got Munich and nothing else. He's got Munich that he can't really hold.
You've got Berlin too.
Well, yeah, but he was getting Berlin either way. I don't really count that as a success of the stab, as opposed to just being a center that he was going to get, as Germany didn't try and stop it. This is like that. Munich is so vulnerable here, even with the German units coming off the board. Like France and Russia can so easily cooperate, and there's no reason Christian not to cooperate. Christian gets a rebuild. It's hard to progress further for Justin here.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is kind of an example of England stabbing Russia without actually stabbing Russia, because he's signaling he's. I guess no, it's not stabbing Russia without stabbing Russia, but it's forcing Russia's hand without actually taking dots from them first, is what I'm trying to say. Because you're now the bigger threat that he has to deal with rather than Turkey. Oh, really?
Or we could all draw. That's also what you could do in this position. Are you sure this is Tour of Britain and not 7 Years' War? That's an incredibly early end.
It is. So Tour of Britain games have a year end. They must end by 1910. So this was definitely by agreement. Unlike the Virtual Diplomacy League, I don't think that Tour of Britain punishes ties quite as much in their scoring.
That's true. They use a count back system. So if the board topper is if there's a tied board top, then they count back the years to see who was ahead first, which in this case would give Russia the extra 5 points for the top.
So net result, we've got a net top by Isaac, and this is a decent start for a couple of the others for this particular scoring system in this league. And we're going to get to do another one. That was fun. So, Patrick, I think you get the break this time.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to welcome on Noam, and we're going to move right into our next game because we are running a little bit behind schedule. McCallus, if you can introduce our next players.
All right. So round 2, we have Darcy Morris playing in Austria. We have Isaac Jukes back again playing in England. We have David Wigglesworth. Great to see him playing some virtual. I've played with him a lot in face-to-face recently. He was at WDC. He was at NDC in the Netherlands last year. Really fun guy to play with. Been in the hobby quite a long time, but I think this is one of the first virtual games I've seen him in. In Germany, we have Tim Crosby, a former winner of the Tour of Britain. In Italy, we have Ryan Molchania, who is a new name to me and apparently a new name to the Tour of Britain. In Russia, we have T. Depright, another long-standing virtual player. And in Turkey, we have Justin back once again.
All right. Noam, any storylines for you going into this, or do we just want to get right into it?
I don't know all the players, but Justin obviously is very well known, very strong, and so curious to see if he manages to get out of the box and make something happen.
All right.
All right. Spring of 1901, we see yet another Sunstrom. This time it's combined with an Omine in Fist Bump, and Turkey just uses that Fist Bump to walk straight into Black Sea. This is one of the reasons why the Fist Bump is a more risky opening for Russia than it is for Turkey, and Justin is illustrating that fact to Teague here. The East, other than that, you see a bounce in Galicia and nothing too unusual from Austria or Italy. In the West, David is saying, I want to run away. All of my units are running to Iberia. I'm disappearing as far away as possible, which I think is often a very anti-English thing to do. It can also be anti-Italian if you didn't do a Western triple, but I will never hope for one of them. So I'm going to pretend that it's just anti-English. Because if you stay in mid-Atlantic whilst taking the 2 Iberian centres, drop fleet Brest, you have a much bigger fleet position in England than you normally do as France. So that is why it's often seen as anti-English. Isaac has combined it by going to Edinburgh and might be about to convoy to Norway. So these are very potentially Western Tripoli moves, though.
Yeah, go ahead, McCallus, but I think you're right that it's looking like a Western triple now.
Yeah, I think when it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a Western triple. So England convoys to Norway, goes to Barents Sea. Germany gets +3 and bounces Sweden. And France puts the fleet into Spain's south coast. So these are all as Western Tripoli as you can possibly get. maybe with the possible exception of Western Med, whilst taking the 2 Iberian centres with the armies. David maybe not wanting to overstretch himself too much yet. Question would be, are they all committed to this going forward? England it's quite hard to reverse from this once you've started it. Germany will have options. France will have options. For the sake of a more interesting game, let's hope some of them take those options. In the East, Turkey gets Romania and not Bulgaria, which I think is really bad for Turkey, actually. I think that this invites AI in to go for Bulgaria. It's if I'm attacked by Turkey from the start as Russia, it's often what I allow to happen. I would rather they had rum and not bull, and you hope that you can lure AI in, and we'll see what Darcy and Ryan do, and whether they punish Justin.
Yeah. For the builds, very Western Tripoli, and other than that, like nothing too special. I think Turkey building a fleet con, I think, is interesting because they have a choice here. Do they build the army or do they build the fleet? If they build a fleet, they're really exposed with Bulgaria. But here, it could go either way.
Yeah, and the fleet also makes it quite hard to work with Italy. The fact there's a Western Triple is usually quite good for Turkey, though, and they're probably not too worried about Italy charging in on them, which maybe makes the fleet even less needed. So it's going to be interesting to see what Darcy does in the face of this. France also, Fleet Brest. Yes, it can be a Western Tripoli build, but it doesn't have to be. France can very easily turn this on England if they choose here.
Okay, so far, sticking with the Western Triple. In the East, looks like there's some cooperation. There's a choice of does Austria, Italy, and Russia try to take out Turkey while fighting off the Western Triple, and that's not what's happening here. It looks like Austria has decided to work with Turkey, at least to some extent, while Turkey is fighting Russia. So this is potentially a disaster in the making, depending on how this plays out. I mean, I guess potentially if you play it diplomatically and you got Italy going after France, maybe you can make it work. But at some point, if Italy sees all those fleets creeping towards them from the east, they might just decide to janissary for the Western Triple, and then you're in a real tough position as the AT.
Yeah, I mean, Russia is. There are reasons why you don't necessarily want to work with Russia. You might have decided that it's already too late to kill Turkey, and so let's just kill Russia. Italy is also remaining quite on the back foot. Austria's going to have to manage this really, really well to not be punished. But the longer the Western Triple sticks together, the worse it is for Darcy. At the start of a Western Triple, it's bad for Italy and bad for Russia. And Austria has a little bit of breathing space, but if the Western Triple sticks together, that breathing space rapidly disappears.
This one I thought was interesting as well. Noam, what's your take on that?
That is interesting. Yeah. It could be that maybe they had an arrangement with Russia and they said I'll just take St. Petersburg and stop there. But maybe they lied to them. The deal was oh, I'll take St. Petersburg with the fleet, just don't, and then I'll back off, and then that's an opportunity to get more into position. But I'm not sure what the Norwegian fleet does for you if you're committed to the Western Triple.
Maybe it was worried that France would go up to Irish Sea here. I mean, that's a lot less scary if you're getting the build out of St. Pete, though. So I don't know. It looks like maybe Isaac is already thinking about what the next stage is, or at least making sure that it doesn't turn into an FG as the next stage.
Yeah, it's my read is my first thought was, oh, just getting ready for the next stage. But then my next thought was, well, you could say the same thing about the risk from France. So maybe it is just insurance, and Norwegian is not super threatening. It's just also not super Western Triple, but you're already in St. Pete. So I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is how do you guarantee that you're in St. Petersburg? Probably diplomatic. It looks like I'm assuming that the Holland balance is arranged and that this is them continuing with the Western Triple. Let's see, in the East. So Italy's continuing to hold off France. A nice job bouncing out the Tuscany convoy. And Russia loses Sev, which seemed likely. With Austria working with them, it just seemed like inevitable. So I don't think Russia is going to last very long in this game. They're down to Moscow, but it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, the Western Triple is like making some fast progress, so it's going to be a very tough position for the rest of the East at this point. If the Western Triple sticks together.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Russia was annoyed enough about 80 continuing to attack them that Russia's just pro-Western Triple, which is why they let England take St. Pete and then have supported Germany to Warsaw. So maybe it was actually on Teed and was just like, you know what, screw you guys in Austria and Turkey.
Yeah. Nothing too surprising in the builds. I guess the fleet in Khan is really saying, Italy's getting to get squeezed here.
Yeah, Italy is like next on the ropes after Russia. Army Budapest is actually, I think, quite an interesting build. It looks like Austria isn't going to try and take Italian dots yet anyway. But going into spring of 03, and Isaac has decided that the next stage of the Western Triple is now, and so has Tim. And what we're seeing is the 40% of Western Triples that don't result in Germany being yanked, they result in France being yanked instead. So in they go on poor David, who is going to suffer for not having got anything from Italy. Brest isn't guaranteed, but Paris is, so that's good for Tim. And England committing the other way is also good for Tim. So Tim will be delighted with how this turn has gone. Isaac won't probably be too worried about the lack of tempo because he's getting Moscow anyway. So he's still going to get the extra build to put another fleet down to finish off the French position from here. And now it will be really interesting to see what the East do. What's the reaction to this? Like the Western Triple's broken, but Germany and England are still right there. They're still constraining Austria and Turkey quite heavily. Looks like there's a convoy swap in Rum and Bull to even the borders out, but that's quite a fun move, but it's not really vital for what the next stage of the game is.
This is a very good position for EG.
Yeah.
Walk into Paris.
Yeah, walk into Paris and get mid-Atlantic because Italy is interested in punishing France, and Italy is also interested in punishing Austria. So Italy takes Trieste. That lovely little convoy swap between Turkey and Austria just sees Turkey take Greece from Bull. But this is all a dipsy doodle everywhere. So Austria takes Rum but loses Greece. Austria takes Venice by the retreat but loses Trieste, and all of them are even. Whilst elsewhere, England takes Warsaw. That's notable, actually. They've taken that directly from Germany. Really hard to see how that's a pro-EG move. So maybe Isaac is just fighting everybody everywhere all at once.
It seems unlikely. I mean, if they're going to go for the stab, then they would just walk into Belgium or something. But I'm not sure why they would agree to that. Because it means England's going up too, and Germany's even then.
Yeah, that's hard to justify, and like Germany, it's not a particularly good stat if Germany's building from it. But I don't know, it makes no sense as part of an EG for England to have taken Warsaw and killed a German unit. So
I mean, I guess they were pretty unbalanced. Like England was way behind, so maybe this is just them like trying to balance the score, the center counts a bit more.
Yeah, surely you at least try and do it in a way where you push the German unit forward and backfill Warsaw rather than like, because you can have Moscow support Warsaw to Ukraine, for example, backfill behind, do that. Germany is just putting two armies down, so it looks like Tim is okay with it for whatever reason. Over to you.
Okay, the EG continues to make progress getting into Galicia, which is very nice. I guess the convoy into Livonia was probably more defensive. It's a way of saying like, okay, well, we can make sure that they don't get into Moscow. But yeah, I think it's fine. It's certainly I'd be nervous if I was England with that move. Actually, okay, so maybe I'm misreading this, but like because the Sweden to Denmark thing is setting up to move into North. I don't know. I'd be nervous if I was England, but it doesn't look like a straight up stab.
Yeah, I mean, England has the ability to cover North. Like, it's important that they do it, but they have the units there to very easily cover North if that's what they decide they need to do. Like, London can bounce in North Sea in perpetuity, and maybe that's how they're going to try and sort of maintain their border position. I'd be a lot more interested by Tyrolia and Munich walking backwards. Like, that is a strange thing to be doing in this position when you're pushing forward into Galicia at the same time. Like, you're anti-Austrian, but only half anti-Austrian and half not, which is a little bizarre. And now Warsaw, Moscow do look very isolated. So maybe those are the moves that I think England should really be looking at.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that yeah, it just felt like a lot relatively passive by England in the last turn. Also, I guess they're just trying to position themselves to take out France more efficiently, and kind of just like set up a good neighbor situation. They're pushing quite cleanly, and they have Italy on side now, which is great. So they're able to make some progress. The AT is they're making some progress. They get into Apulia, but they lose Vienna. And overall, I'd say it's like if England and Germany stick together, they're in a super strong position.
Yeah, I think again though, what you said about England being a bit passive, they could convoy to Picardy here to make Brest a lot more likely. I think that trying to convoy directly into Brest was very ambitious and very unlikely to succeed. So yeah, bit of a missed opportunity there. It's Tim's still got the upper hand. Like, yes, Warsaw's taking Ukraine. There's not been an immediate stab, but Tim's got the ability to stab in the east in a way that Isaac presently, I guess Belgium's sort of there, but he doesn't have a great stabbing position. Spring of 05, Livonia convoy's back. That's a big diplomatic win from Isaac. Feels the need to cover Warsaw in the process, so looks like that was a proper conversation between them, or maybe this was just a full-on England stab because he's also convoyed to Belgium, I see. So Germany thought that he was convoying to Brest. Instead, he convoys to Belgium. Tim will be delighted to have gone back to cover his home centres in that case. Turkey pushes into Adriatic in the meantime, which probably at the start of the year, Austria was like, yeah, I need you in Adriatic to come and help defend me. And then as soon as EG start fighting, Austria goes, oh, God, why did I invite Turkey into the Adriatic? There will be a lot of regret on that the second that actually all played out how it did, I think.
I think if I'm England here, I'd be worried about if I make the stab on Germany here, what does France do? Like, yes, they go for Paris, but they still have those two fleets in Portugal and Spain. They're going to be unhappy about MAO. And eventually they're going to want, Belgium. Where do their dots come from? And I don't know, maybe they just go down south to defend against the AT, but I think there's a real growth path here through France. And is it worth risking that? Is it worth like taking the gamble on Germany when you have a clear growth path?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I tend to think that you take Brest first and then maybe you look at the stab after that, but you want France sort of restricted down to a small, irrelevant player. But maybe they were just not trusting Germany enough. So what we see in 05 is Germany deciding the best form of defense is offense, takes Vienna from Italy. Thanks for playing, but I need it. Sorry. And England pushes into Galicia, probably trying to help defend Vienna there, I think, rather than this being an offensive move. It looks like maybe England, Austria, and Italy were all trying to coordinate a defense there, but didn't work. Germany also defends Holland, goes up to Sweden, which means that they've now got ability to pressure Norway, but aren't really guaranteed. So Germany is even. They've lost Belgium. They've gained Vienna. England is building 2 because of the rebuild from Mao, which is a nice way to disentangle with France, actually. Like, rather than just retreating it and pulling it back, let's just pull it off the board and turn it into Fleet Edinburgh whilst building Army Liverpool as well. I think that's quite a clever little way to disentangle for the two of them.
Yeah, I think the real winner here is France.
I think Turkey is a big winner in that year as well, getting like Italian dots and ability to build.
Okay, so the AT is sticking. I guess AT probably is sticking together. Constantinople goes Bulgaria, which might be I guess is arranged, given all the other moves. But it seems like, yeah, maybe it's fine because it can't really push further into Austria. I wonder if France and Germany work something out here because France is able to just like walk into Paris, and England and Germany continue their conflict.
Yeah, and England pulls North Atlantic back to Irish. So if they were hoping for a sort of reset and relations and trust to turn it into a full EF, it hasn't really gone that way.
Yeah, so it looks like what we're seeing here is France going after England. I think that's the real risk when you you make it stab on Germany like this. That well, what does France do? And if you can't offer them a good deal, then they might just decide that like, oh, well, maybe Germany makes a better deal and they decide to work with Germany. So Germany manages to get Belgium. They swap. England gets Denmark, so they're kind of even on that. And Germany does lose Vienna. So Germany ends up down one, and the AT makes some good progress.
Yeah, Austria
Oh, down
gets
two because they lose Paris too.
Yeah, so Austria gets a very nice build here. Turkey gets a very nice position against England, who's horribly spread out for covering those Russian dots. Yeah, really nice year for both Darcy and Justin.
And I at first was questioning that fleet moving into Trieste, but now I see that's a bounce. They knew they were getting that adjustment that opens up the build right on the line. Well played by Darcy and Justin.
Yeah, and making sure that there can't be any hostile supports by cutting to Rollier as well. Not ideal that Austria has two builds and can only put one down, and Turkey doesn't have either. But we know AT is very pro Turkey, so maybe this was Darcy's price for doing that alliance. Wasn't a good enough price, if so. So Turkey says, you know what? I've got all those units lined up on Moscow. I've got the ability to take Warsaw, but instead. Hi Darcy. I'm going to take Romania. I'm going to convoy into Bulgaria. I'm going to blow up the Austrian singular fleet, and I'm going to backfill Venice. That's pretty devastating for Darcy, and this is Justin making his play for the board top. We'll see whether it's enough.
Yeah, honestly, I love it. I mean, the West is in chaos. You could engage. You could go to Moscow and try to take Warsaw, or you're going to say like, hey, look, those guys, they're going to fight it out and not get anywhere, and in the meantime, I'm going to clean up the East.
Yeah, but the mechanism for pushing Justin back really just doesn't exist here. Like when Robert did it in the game I played in today, there was the mechanism of me and Russia working together to push him back. The mechanism in this case, like there's been a little bit of cooperation between Italy and Turkey in the last couple of years where Turkey was supporting Italy forwards. And so what he's actually done is get that Italian fleet over to Lyon, well out of the way. Now you can walk into Tunis. So Italy's coming off the board. Turkey's going to have the entire med. And they've got a devastating positional stab on Austria. They're going to take 3 dots. They will keep all 3. Possibility even of taking Trieste if Austria messes the orders up. So this is basically a 4-dot stab for the board top. Can anyone in the West?
Tunis.
I think they will take Tunis. I think you just sort of don't mess about and wait for that. Yeah.
Wow.
And Austria has decided to push forward, so Justin tops by miles then. Gets Trieste, gets Venice, gets Serbia, doesn't actually get Bulgaria, but can easily backfill it. This game is over, and I assume will soon draw.
So I'm going to push forward just a little bit here, just make up a little bit of time. +5 for Turkey. That's always fun. Putting down 3 armies. If there's something that stands out that you'd like to call out, I will give you just enough time to glance at it, and either of you can speak up, but I'm going to just keep pushing forward because at this point, I will be very impressed if the rest of the board is able to organize in a way that will give Justin a run for his money.
What we should mention is that this scoring system heavily incentivizes each center you take over, I think, 11 centers. So there's a reason for Justin to not just take the draw. Like if this was open tribute, maybe you just take the draw because you've already banked most of the points. Justin can really inflate his league score by just taking more centers, even if it gets him to 15, 16, 17. Doesn't need to take the solo to just inflate the center count a lot. Which is exactly what he's doing.
Wow. And he's got Austria janissarying for him, so he can get pretty far here.
Yeah, because you're not sitting at 12, you're sitting at what, 14, 15?
I mean, Darcy's playing with fire that this doesn't turn into a solo, but I don't think, unless England throws it, England could decide to just not defend St. Petersburg, which would suddenly put this into a really devastating spot. But unless Isaac decides that he wants Turkey to solo, I don't think that the solo's really there.
Just more good decisions.
Yeah.
It'd be very impressive if they get Warsaw into St. Petersburg here. Probably not, but
It's quite plausible, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
if England and Germany just don't get their act together, this is going to be a solo.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one more year.
Mm.
It's difficult. You'd think Austria probably isn't playing to throw a solo. Maybe they are, but they're probably not. So I don't know. This is curious decisions from Darcy, but we've seen games like this before where people have decided to reward the person that stabbed them. I would expect this to draw now. I would be surprised if anyone actually wants to throw a solo, but maybe Darcy's annoyed one of the Westers enough that they decide they want to throw the solo.
Well, let's see. We keep playing.
You keep going. Oh, and he's getting into Munich. Yeah.
Okay. Gets into Munich, and also they're fighting so much around St. Pete in Norway that he's got a chance at St. Pete as well. Yeah.
There it is.
A bona fide Turkish solo.
Yeah.
Doesn't even try and take St. Pete.
Congratulations, Justin Lohr, soloing as Turkey 1910 in round 2 of the 2025 Tour of Britain. Congratulations. Michalis, this one's yours. Tell us the story of this game. How did it go so wrong for everyone except for Justin?
I mean, the West, they had the Western triple, they stabbed the Western triple, but no one actually sort of followed through on the stab of the Western triple, and it just turned into complete chaos. That probably shouldn't have led to a solo anyway from Turkey, but Austria, maybe they were annoyed by the Western triple in the first place, maybe something else happened in the game, but for whatever reason, when Turkey stabbed Austria, Austria decided they wanted to help Turkey, and so Darcy has chosen to help Justin take as much as possible, and that has gone to up to and including 18, where we should mention that a very interesting facet of the Tour of Britain scoring system is the other players still get points despite Justin soloing. So I don't know, like Darcy's only on 3 centers, was on much less before the stab, so it's hard to think that this is a play for points when you're given Justin so many more points, but I don't know. This is a game, and Justin took full advantage of the chaos that everyone else was spreading, and that's what Justin does best. There's chaos, and Justin maximizes on it. So good job.
I thought it was a brilliant stab on Justin's part, and I think England and Germany, not being able to stick together, I think created that window.
Yeah. The graph looks like something that I won't describe, but it does seem like maybe a message to the rest of the board. But what I will say is 2 of 7. I love that. I'm assuming this means a 2nd out of 7 countries that Justin soloed with, and he's keeping tabs. Well done, Justin. Congratulations. And I'm glad. I was not expecting to see a solo in a Tour of Britain game. So well done. That was fun. Let's do one more. Michalis will give you a break. And welcome back, Patrick.
Oh, gosh. Isaac, why did you start taking German dots? Germany's necessary. You already had 2nd place locked up. What were you doing? Oh, no. Well done, Justin. But that is a display of something.
It's definitely going to impact
Perfidious
the
Albion
league standings for that league. Noam, why don't you introduce our round 3 players?
Yes, we get Justin again in Austria. We have Jaden in England, Tubor in France, who I don't think I know. Hugh.
It's Ben Kelman on a new backstabber name that hasn't been updated.
Oh, great. Okay, Ben Kelman, great. Hugh Edmonds in Germany, Isaac Jukes in Italy, and Nicholas Spencer in Russia, and Claire, who we've seen in a couple games so far, in Turkey.
All right. And Patrick, that means we'll go to you for setting up any storylines for this game.
Yeah, just a couple. First of all, this game will have happened, I think, a month after Justin Solo, so people will have known that's happened and perhaps might play a little differently according to that. And of course, they might look back at that game and see that Isaac had a certain role to play in that, so perhaps that'll come back to bite him as well. Nicholas Spencer, some of you might know him as Bob the Builder, the founder of Olympus, one of the premier extended deadline organizations. I know that as Russia, I played with him as Russia before, he likes to play a very strong Southern game. He does not believe in strong Northern presences as Russia, at least early on. So that should color his how he views this board.
All right, spring 1901.
Okay, well, Justin manages to avoid getting the early stab from Italy, which is, great position to be in. There is an Armenian fist bump, which allows Turkey to get the fleet to Constantinople. What else? I always like to see the Venice to Tyrolia move. And the West looks pretty standard. Okay, nothing too surprising here. I guess the convoy into Norway suggests that England is maybe focusing more on the north here. They don't even make a play at all on Belgium, and so France is in the great position of just having 3 builds in 1901. Let's see. We have Russia. So Russia gets bounced out of Romania, which is going to be a tough position. It looks like they're going to face an early AT, but Italy, fortunately for Russia, is sticking at the Trieste and not using it as a loan to get into Aegean, but is going to actually get 2 builds. Interestingly, they don't do Apulia to Venice, so maybe they're planning to build in Venice, or maybe this is agreed as some kind of I'm going to build 2 fleets and go west. But if that was the agreement, I think I'd be concerned now if I was Italy and might decide to pivot.
Yeah, those Italian moves, I think, scream of a deal of I'm going to go west in exchange for not dealing with the AT cooperation. And we've already seen a couple of games like that this tonight, and none of them have worked out for Italy yet, but they've gotten quite close. So I'm interested to see how it'll change this time.
And I'll point out what Stephen Hogue pointed in chat. Got yet another Romanian bounce. 3 can sometimes be happenstance, but this is the 4th one now. I think we're officially seeing a trend taking place.
To quote one of the James Bond novels, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, and 3 is enemy action. All right, so the builds, we've got Fleet Rome, Fleet Naples from Italy, which seems to back up what Noam and I were discussing about the West deal. And that makes sense because France builds Fleet Marseille and Waves in Brest. So this looks like either a Western triple that's trying to camouflage itself a bit with the lack of a move to Barents and France and Belgium, or it's just a regular YEF, and we'll see which shortly, I suspect. And the Army Con from Turkey is interesting as well because it does show that this is perhaps a proper AIT rather than just an AT, but actually, Austria immediately takes Trieste back, and the retreat is to Albania rather than Tyrolia, which suggests to me that Italy is not happy about that, and he's going to take his revenge by getting Greece. So a bit more AI tension than we might have anticipated based on the builds, at least more than Isaac anticipated. In the meantime, England is just committing heavily to the north, going for St. Petersburg, which Nicholas cannot defend here. He also cannot defend Sweden, so it looks like Hugh is going after that and going fully east against what looks like Austria based on the move to Bohemia. So Germany going in all sorts of different directions here, but one direction they're not going in is France's. So Ben has all the flexibility in the world to do whatever the heck he wants, which I suspect will be go after Italy. Nope, actually, no. It's self-bounces in Leona Western Med. It's not even like the trust but verify thing of, okay, we're going to support each other into Western Med to make sure we don't get in. It's more copacetic than we thought. Sweden falls, St. Pete falls. Germany feels the need to cover Holland on Munich, so it's not a perfectly copacetic Western triple, but it does look like EG cooperation, at least, just against Russia, and the French position is kind of in stasis for now, which is fine. You're France. You can take your time. We also see Italy take Greece as suspected this time. but actually with an army rather than the fleet, which is interesting because Turkey supported the fleet Ionian in. And I'm really not sure what that means, to be honest. I think in an IT, you absolutely want the Italian army in Greece and keep the fleet in Ionian so you can convoy another army from Naples to Albania. So does that mean Turkey was just trying to use Italy to blow up the Austrian fleet and make the AT more stable, or was the AIT more stable, or is it an actual IT? I guess we'll see next year. If it is an actual IT, then it's jumping on Austria is probably a better idea for Turkey right now than jumping on Russia, with Russia being propped up, as shown by the supportive move into Galicia.
Yeah, I think Turkey's in a good position here for an IT, and having the army in Bulgaria and Romania, no fleets in the Med. I think they could work something out with Italy here.
Armies.
Yeah, it does look like an IT after all. So we have the support into Serbia and Ionian moving to Adriatic. Interestingly, Tunis moves to Ionian, which is not what I would expect from an IT. So curious how Turkey reacts to that.
It's going to cover Greece, presumably, from Albania.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And then in the West, yeah, looks like EF. Ben is happy to bide his time, and it's interesting to see the fleet in Lyon. It's like a little bit more threatening to Italy than usual, because you could always tell Italy, like, yeah, we're going to bounce in Western Med, and then actually like not do it and just sneak into Tyrrhenian Sea. So Italy is like putting a lot of trust in France here with those bounces. It's not as bouncing there is not as good a situation as it might seem. Yeah, so looking quite good for the EF.
Not that you'd know anything about that, no.
Okay, in the fall, surprised that the EF does not. I guess there's no real reason to try to make a move on Ruhr, but I think you might as well like take a shot at it and have them prove it. I don't know. Maybe there's, I guess if you feel like you're not gonna make any progress, you might as well just play it safe if you're worried about England and Germany finally working something out. But everybody, like, in this situation, England's growing and France is not. So I'd be a little worried about that. That Ben might need to make a move eventually. Meanwhile, in the IT, they're really carving up Austria. I don't think they're going to last long, unfortunately, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do after that.
Yeah, Michael Saxton saying in the chat, is it an RIT because of the support into Budapest? I think you could describe it as that. I would describe it as more of an IT with just a Russian janissary, because it is useful for Nicholas to put down an army in Moscow right now and tie up English units around St. Pete, or build an army Warsaw and collect a part of the German spoils that EF won't get. Moscow in this case to go after St. Pete. I guess with German help, perhaps, because the strength 3 there will do it. Will do the trick. So that seems to be the play. And sure enough, Germany supports Russia into St. Pete as revenge for all the other horrible things that England is currently committing against their neighbors. France gets into Ruhr, meanwhile, doesn't take the support into Holland that Kiel offered. So I think Hugh's days are sadly numbered here, since he's punishing England, sure, with the support into St. Pete, but not in a way that gets him a dot. Maybe he'll get into Sweden in the fall. Actually, he can guarantee that with Russian help. So he'll get Sweden at least, but he'll probably lose Munich and everything else after that. Meanwhile, in the East, the IT keeps rolling along, sort of. Actually, not a whole lot happens. They're just lining up on Vienna. It looks like Italy's going to take Vienna and support Turkey into Budapest, if I had to guess. That seems to be what is indicated by Romania to Budapest from Turkey, although I would have loved to see Romania to Galicia. I guess it was hard to justify to Russia, but so is tapping their dot directly. Meanwhile, still nothing happening in the Med, which suggests Ben is valuing the options he has open here with his fleets.
Yeah, the move to Greece, I think, is interesting. I mean, I get that he was wanting to cover Greece, but they could bounce, and so it's kind of he's trying not to piss off France, but also if I was Turkey, I would not be thrilled about having that fleet in Greece and then a fleet in Ionian.
Yeah. So if we go to the fall. There we go. England gets into Kiel, France gets into Munich. The dismemberment of the Germans is complete. The dismemberment of the Austrians is actually not complete, because he keeps Vienna and instead convinces Italy to go against Turkey now with him as a janissary. Good job, Justin, and good job, Isaac, too. Honestly, because this is a really good jump that he's gotten on Claire here. Claire seems to have been caught completely unawares. And of course, that makes sense when it's a fall turn and your ally is relying on you to support them into a dot for them to grow. That's a key decision point where you can decide, actually, no, I want to do something else. And he's going to do something else to seemingly great effect here, getting Budapest and Bulgaria immediately and having a convoy into Syria if he wants that, if you want to be old-fashioned. Germany also gets into Sweden, takes the guarantee that he had, but again, that also makes Kiel indefensible. So good on Jaden to recognize that and just focus on the gains that he can make instead of holding Sweden, because he can get that back later.
Yeah, what I'm curious to see here is, what does France do? Because they pulled back to Spain, and now, England's not in an amazing position here. So France could take this opportunity to make a move on England.
Surely you love this if you're England, because it means France, now that Italy is getting so big and running away with it in the East, France is kind of forced to respond, and that's what we see with the build.
We'll see. Okay, yes, yeah. So we see France deciding to take this opportunity to move against Italy, and they're going to be able to pick up Tunis. But it's looking pretty dire for Turkey here. Italy is very effective in their stab. A very nice move, Isaac, with this whole process. Managing to get into Syria, really surrounding the entire Turkish position. Yes, they lose Bulgaria. I guess they also lose Budapest because Russia and Austria are not so happy with them. So okay, maybe not as great as I originally thought. Yeah, okay. I don't think they'll be able to make progress against Turkey in time to also be able to fight off France here. So that's concerning. Meanwhile, the EF do stick together, and England is going to be able to grow here. They blow up Ruhr, which is going to make it very easy to pick up Berlin after this, and they get into Sweden.
As we've seen so far tonight, English armies in Ruhr can lead to some pretty naughty things on the part of England. But also, I'm a little confused as to why Bulgaria doesn't retreat to Aegean here. Like, you need to get something off of Turkey this turn to stop the bleeding, if you're Isaac, to make sure France doesn't fully run you over in the west. And retreating to Aegean would have guaranteed Smyrna here, so a little unusual.
Wow, so France decides to just go for it. I mean, maybe the Holland move is agreed, but I doubt it. I mean, I don't see why England would be happy about that. They're not going to be able to get a build this turn. France is going to pick up Tunis and Holland. And so I wonder if that is a stab. I don't know. What do you think, Patrick?
I mean, the argument is that, hey, you're picking up Sweden and Berlin this turn, so let me have Holland so we can both build.
But they're only getting Berlin if you support them in. I mean, which
exactly. I think the mistake here was that Jaden maybe didn't insist on that support into Berlin for Munich, which is what's caused the issue here.
And in the East, yeah, sure enough, it's not looking as great for Italy as I originally thought. They're not able to pick up any dots. They lose Bulgaria and Budapest and also Tunis. And so their stab, while it showed some promise initially, I think is not going to work out in the long run.
Yeah, I do want to point out that back in the spring, as soon as Justin didn't have his life in danger solely from Italy, he supported Russia back into Budapest. So that was a pretty key moment in this stab and how it went wrong, and it's a very Justin thing to do. So good job. I think that was great play all around from Justin, and Isaac could have maybe read that a little bit better, but his position's still fine. Syria and Albania come off, which makes sense. Those are definitely the least necessary units if your goal is primarily to defend against France. I guess you could arguably pull Serbia instead because Albania can be convoyed back to the boot, but at the same time, it's difficult to see how he'll come off unscathed from here with all these French units bearing down on him. We also see Army Moscow from Russia, so nice to see Nicholas remaining relevant in this game after the early struggles, and Army Ankara. All right, so Spring 06, this looks to me like everyone's kind of made up with each other in the West, and they think the EF is just too big of a threat to ignore, which I would definitely agree with, and I applaud Claire and Justin and Nicholas for all seeing that and giving Italy the space they need to not lose too much here. So France doesn't actually take anything. I don't think they have a tactical guarantee on anything in the fall either. I guess they have a guess between Venice and Rome, it looks like. But still a really, really solid turn from the East. But solid turn for France, too. They're in Tuscany, they're in Tyrrhenian. They're gaining ground. It's just really annoying for that one army of Justin's to suddenly be disrupting them like that, which is going to prevent them from getting Venice. And then in the north, England's lining up on St. Pete, which is exactly what they should be doing right now. So good job. All right. EF crossing the stalemate line like it's manifest goddamn destiny, as Justin says, or gosh darn, sorry. And sure enough, they continue to cross the stalemate line. England convoys into Prussia with support. Actually puts Germany into St. Pete as a janissary, interestingly. So perhaps they were afraid of that, that Bothnia would support hold St. Pete otherwise, but didn't pan out. So they can get St. Pete next year anyway. That's fine. Meanwhile, Italy wins the guess. So Rome is protected. And now, do they have a build? No, they don't have a build. It might have been wise to give them a build here, like Budapest, but maybe Justin wasn't down to let that happen because it would give Italy a bit more leverage over them again. But that would have been really useful right here. Because if an army in Rome is there, then I think that's a stalemate line, almost a stalemate line.
It's looking really good for the EF, and they're over the line. It's hard to. They don't really have stab opportunities like on each other. So they progressed far enough that it's going to be really hard for them to turn on one another. Yeah. Okay, so we got the EF continuing to roll. We have Turkey forcing into Ionian. That was probably arranged, and yeah, it even had support from Greece, which so France does get into Venice, which is pretty nice move for them, even though they had support from Austria to try to stop it. And yeah, the main story here is that the EF is continuing to push in. So the EF, again, they pick up St. Petersburg, they pick up Venice, and everybody else is just trying to do what they can to form a line. Turkey supports Austria into Budapest, which is pretty fun. And I guess is a way to keep them on side because you say like, okay, you can build in Vienna, and that's a useful unit for us to have. Yeah, I have a feeling this game is going to end probably pretty soon. I don't think, if everybody sticks together, I don't think that the EF will be able to easily pick off any more centers. Nice coordination from England getting the army into Livonia to do what they can to put some pressure on Moscow and Warsaw. And they managed, interesting that like Austria moves up to Bohemia, which was really a guess because Tyrolia could have slipped into Vienna. I'm actually surprised that Budapest didn't move to Vienna there and instead gave an unneeded support to Galicia. Maybe that's just Austria being a little nervous about opening themselves up to Turkey walking in behind them.
Do you think that's a legitimate risk?
Probably not, but I don't know why else it would be. I mean, it would be hard. Maybe when is this game end?
Games are forced into 1910.
1910, yeah. So I think given it's a 1910 game, I would be surprised if Turkey did that. And so I'm not really sure why Budapest is still there. Patrick, you seem to be suspicious of something.
Sorry, I got some DMs from Justin about what we're talking about.
Justin, sorry. I just want to point out, like, I know this is your turn, Patrick, but like once again, left Vienna open, which is again a really risky thing to do because France could have just walked right in. So Justin's taking some serious risks here, but I guess in this case paid off.
Yeah, I really like the sudden moves here towards potentially stabbing France here from Jaden because he's got to a point where he can't really gain much more in the east. He's running out of Russian dots, and he's getting to a point now where he can kind of just ease himself into that position to take Holland for free and take a lot of other stuff without too much punishment immediately. Although France getting Rome does throw a wrench in that slightly, but it's good forward thinking.
McCallus calling out the tactics from Ben and Jaden. So well done on that. And I did want to comment too on Justin. He came back from 1, now he's got 2, and definitely taking those risks, but we'll see if he manages to somehow get it up to 3.
Yeah, I thought he was completely dead for sure, but he finds a way to stay useful. And that's one of the most important skills you can have in this game. Fleet Brest from France, so clearly they're feeling a bit insecure after that move to North Sea and convoy to Berlin, which is good. And an army in Liverpool as well from Jaden. So maybe he's not as trigger happy as I was thinking after those moves. All right, Spring 09. I guess I'll take this year. Italy gets back into Venice, loses Naples though, so it's a bit of trading with France. Turkey's still on their side, but seems like their ability to help is getting eroded slightly. And France goes up. Oh, France goes up to Channel in Belgium after presumably negotiating Jaden to move out of North Sea. That is a really risky move, but it's paid off because now they have the free convoy into London. So what I thought was actually Jaden lining up for a stab has been spun around to, again, him feeling guilty and feeling like he can't get enough out of it, and then pulling out. And then Ben turns around and takes advantage of that. That's a really, I think that's the second time we've seen that tonight, and with England in an EF. So it again shows that, like, if you've done something that unsettles your ally enough that they're probably going to do this to you, even if you placate them, you've just got to follow through, right? Because the convoy into Holland is still powerful here. You can convoy into Kiel and go after Munich, right? You still have options. Whereas this position, just pounding on Moscow and hoping that Ben doesn't hold a grudge, it's a lot riskier.
Yeah,
so
trust is a really fragile thing in these alliances, and if you make one move that kind of like violates that trust, then it's hard to just say, "Oh, sorry," and then walk it back. So maybe that's what happened here.
Yeah, it's an important lesson for England. I feel partially responsible for this because I ran an EF with Ben back in April where I stabbed him specifically after doing a convoy down to Berlin that he didn't expect. And he chose not to respond to that. And so I got the stab off the next year. I think this is him kind of being a bit more proactive with, punishing those plays that make him uncomfortable and keeping the board in his favor a bit more. So if we go to the fall, the convoy to London is taken. Western Med moves back up to Mao. So we know he's going to continue to press the advantage after this. I'm a little confused as to why Norwegian moves to Norway in this situation, because you're going to need that fleet to protect not just North Sea, but your entire homeland. Again, this feels like a situation where Jaden thought he had placated Ben again with some kind of promise of moving away, but Ben's in a position now where the die is cast. You gotta accept that.
Yeah, I think Ben went to Jaden and said, like, "Hey, look, I was a little nervous because you moved to North, so that's why I moved, but I'm going to back away now," and then just like press forward. Yeah,
and then let's not neglect the East either, which is very interesting because Justin gets another build. Would you look at that? This time with Turkish support into Serbia. So it seems like Claire takes Greeks as well. So Claire is finally realizing that Italy is perhaps a bit surplus to requirements now that France has the advantage in the West. And again, that's really good heads-up thinking from Turkey there, continuing to react to the board state in a way that continues to create good outcomes for them.
Interesting that we get two armies from France. I don't know what the Paris army. He said this ends with 1910, right?
Yeah, so he's only got one more year to make gains.
Yeah, so I guess it doesn't really matter too much either way. I guess it is useful for Munich.
Perhaps. And yeah, that seems to be the idea.
Yeah. Okay, so this is France just like trying to set up to hold the line, I think. They're going to be able to get Liverpool, and that'll be, well, maybe, yeah, they'll be able to get, no, because they're going to lose, they lost London here. So I think they'll be able to stay even. And in the East, England's managed to get into Moscow. And other than that, everybody seems pretty happy to lock it up. And finally, oh, yeah. So France is able to get both Liverpool and London back. And yeah, Ben had a great game here.
Yeah, absolutely. And not a bad result for England either, ultimately, even though they could have kept Liverpool there. And, Ben using 4 of his units right at the end because he has so many units, he just throws some of them at Greece because you should go to World DipCon in Greece next May. Put it on your calendar.
All right, Noam, what's the story for this game? How did Ben pull this off?
The EF had a great thing going, and my impression, I could have the wrong read of this, but it kind of looked like Jaden took a step that rattled Ben by moving to North Sea, and Ben decided to go all in on that, and that it goes back to our trust thing, that it's hard to walk back a violation of trust. So you always got to be very careful. Like if you do something to piss off your ally, it should either be a stab or it shouldn't happen.
Yeah. I think the other key was that Ben's Southern play was able to. He had the resources to continue that after he turned around and stabbed England, because his offensive in the Med had gone so well that he didn't really need to put in much effort to make further gains down there. So he was able to eat away at both ends to really drive home the top and get a few bonus points on top of it for the over 11 count.
I will say, like before, Ben moved against England, I thought the EF was going very strong, and I was very impressed with their progress that they made and the tactics that they used. So I think another big story of this game is that the EF did a great job.
I want to shout out Ben Kelman. Ben is one of the players that's played with Virtual Diplomacy League and other leagues since the very first season for Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Has been a perennial participant in the DBNI, but never quite making it up to like the top boards, the top competitions. But I've seen a lot of Ben play, and I think this is one of the most impressive games that I've seen from him. I loved it. Was well-rounded, and it had excellent patience. Played France perfectly for this scenario, this type of board. Great tactics, especially getting across the line. Great alliance play. But the thing that impressed me most was being willing to take that step that I know Ben and I have talked about this. We both get kind of uncomfortable with turning on that longtime ally. And he did it, and he did it well. And in a way that was, I think, shows the respect of any player in this game of diplomacy. So happy to see it. Michalis, welcome back.
Hello again.
And that means it is time for us to go to our final game. And what we're going to do for this one, since there are 4 of us left, we are going to TriCast. So we'll
Do we have the Tour of Britain standings first?
We do, but I actually just closed out of that. But let me pull those up. That would be a good thing to do. Let me switch over. While I am pulling those up, Michalis, do you want to talk through what you saw in that last game?
Yeah, I mean, Ben and Jaden's tactics in the East was really, really nice to watch. Like, I was paying attention, and like they were identifying the one weak spot in the line each time, going and taking that spot, and that's really difficult to always see where that is. Like, Ben's an experienced player, Jaden's a bit of a newer player. I think he's been around for about a year, but getting those repetitions in and spotting exactly where the holes are in a defensive line isn't easy, and they made it look easy. They completely worked it out every single turn. Just let's take Venice, let's take Apulia, let's take Naples. Like this is where the hole is. We take it this turn, and very systematic and really nicely done. Really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, the net result of that is Justin Lohr, unsurprisingly, the score of 23 on the strength of that solo. Isaac Jukes coming in second at 16. Ben Kelman at 9. Jaden 6. Christian Brown, Claire, David, rounding out your top 7 with ties at 5. So lots of game to be played left in this league. Do expect some movement, but it will be a tough one to catch Justin with this particular scoring system. So Justin should be on watch. All the other players should target that yellow jersey, and Justin's the kind of player who could still defend it from even this early lead. So a lot of fun. Really grateful for the chance to be able to cover this league and some fun games. So with that, let's turn back to the Virtual Diplomacy League, and let me get this set up real quick. And take a look at our current standings going into our final game of the night. Jamal, Jason, Cody, Justin, Darcy, Christian, Zoe as your top 7. Patrick getting knocked out, and Jaden and Tuckbot rounding out your top 10. So let's transition now to our final game of the night. Let's see. I think McCallus, I'm going to have you lead this one. So why don't you introduce our players?
All right. In Austria, we have Connor back for more after an interesting game earlier. In England, we have Christian Brown, who's in play tonight as well. In France, we have Henry Gray, I believe another Australian. In Germany, we have Liam Healy, been around for about a year, doing pretty well. Italy, player Noah M, saw a really good game from him earlier. Be interested to see if he can build on that as well. Russia, we have John Jameson, long-term player, always fun to commentate on his games, and a very creative one. And in Turkey, we have Justin Law, who we just can't get enough of, apparently.
The die has been cast, and it's coming up, Justin. So we'll see if that trend continues tonight. Spring of 1901.
All right. Spring of 1901, we see another Armenian fist bump gone wrong for Russia as Turkey jumps straight into the Black Sea. I think we can call that classic Justin at this point. Elsewhere, we see pretty standard moves from Italy and Austria. We do see Italy go to Tyrolia, which is a bit interesting nowadays. They also go to Naples, which is generally regarded as worse than Apulia, but if you're going to convoy it, it doesn't really matter. So we'll see how they follow up with that. The West, meanwhile, pretty normal opening from Germany, normal opening from England, no move to Edinburgh this time, just at Yorkshire. And France sends one army to Spain and puts the other in Burgundy. So Germany may have to worry a little bit about Munich here. When you see France in Burgundy and Italy in Tyrolia, it can give you a little bit of a cause for concern. So we'll see if there's any cooperation there. No cooperation, but yeah, just... I was right that they had to worry, just not about Italy. So France walks into Munich, builds all 3. England gets Belgium as well. So pretty good start for an EF if that's what they do. But Christian can quite easily turn this on France still. In the East, meanwhile, we have a very unusual situation. We have a neutral Serbia at the end of 1901, and it's not even because of a attempted Key Lepanto gone wrong. It's just Austria moving from Serbia into Romania, double supported. Really like this from Justin. I said earlier that I hate it when Turkey gets rum and not bull. This is a way to solve that. Let's give Austria rum and you keep bull. This is nice for him. Less convinced it's good for Austria, but we'll see how Connor can try and make this work. Noah does convoy from Naples, and therefore the fact he's in Naples rather than Apulia did not matter. Our 1901 builds, we have Fleet Con, not overly surprising, looks like AT builds. Russia builds in Moscow. Germany builds in Berlin, so they can take back Munich. France using their 3 builds to put Army Brest, 2 armies down and a fleet, whilst England, their 2 builds Fleet Edinburgh. This is very EFE builds. Germany may be in a bit of trouble here.
Noah and Patrick, anything that stood out to you for that year? Let you give one brief comment each before we move on.
One of the risks with taking Munich like this as France is that it forces Germany to build an army and then basically just send everything they have after you. So if you're very solid in your EF, it could be a great way to have some tempo, but it also opens up the possibility that England can turn the tables and has a very ready ally in Germany that isn't really in a position to threaten England either.
Yeah, we made a big deal about the armies in Burgundy and Tyrolia as a potential threat to Germany, and of course we saw that pan out here. But to think that Liam saw that and still felt that the best use of Ruhr was to self-support into Holland makes me think that something went really, really wrong in the negotiations with Christian. And I don't know what that is right now, but we might see it. We might see it play out throughout the next couple of years of this game, because that it seems like a very strange decision to make if you just look at the pieces. So there's something we're not seeing.
All right, spring of 1902, Noah.
Interesting. Okay. So we see very strong cooperation from the EF, England getting into Helgoland. I'm a little surprised by Germany's choice to support hold Holland here instead of kicking out Munich. Yes, there's a risk that you lose Holland, but if anything, you want England to be in a. Yeah, I think I would be okay with that, and I'd rather get Munich back than defend Holland. I mean, if England's committed against you, then there's really no chance anyway. In the East, we see Italy getting a position to move against Austria. The one downside here is that the Tunis army is stranded, and I think that's always an unfortunate situation to be in, because it's going to be really hard to get a fleet back out there to save it. And I'm not sure why Bulgaria is tapping Greece.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they thought Italy were going to support them in, but then you're coming out to the Med, so it seems unlikely. I would say the Ionian to Albania is just not a great move. Just if you want to get in Albania, you want to convoy that army in and put that there, and it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity from Noah there. In Liam's defense on Munich, I would look at that order set and assume that he thought Italy was supporting him to Munich, that was the deal he'd made to take it.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Okay, so the EF, they're doing well. They're on the same page. France is moving down into the Med, so that's out of the way. England is convoying into Denmark, and France is moving to Belgium behind them. So overall, this is looking really, really solid for them. Italy decides to waver a bit. They move back to Naples. They move back to Ionian. I think maybe they got wind that France is going to move against them, and are trying to undo some of what they did there. But they do take Trieste because you need that extra fleet, I guess. And Turkey decides to take this opportunity to get into Bulgaria and also tap Sev. So I guess they really have no friends here. But I guess when you have a strong EF and you're Turkey, maybe you don't need friends.
It's possible Romania was agreed. Like Austria walked out. Maybe they said you can take it now. They probably weren't expecting Trieste. If that's the case. Maybe they were thinking Italy was coming to Tyrolia as well. I think after those Italian moves in spring, it was very bold to not feel the need to cover Trieste there.
If everything's so copacetic between AT, though, why is Aegean tapping Greece instead of going to Ionian? It's almost like, did Italy offer them support and then not follow through? Or it's
a trust but verify that Greece doesn't walk to Bulgaria, right?
Yeah, I guess.
And then for the builds, fleets from England and France away from each other. Italy, not surprisingly, builds another fleet, and Turkey decides to build an army, which I guess is maybe we're seeing some kind of IT forming here.
Yeah, although if we go back to what McCallus said about picking fleets off, as Turkey just trying to pick fleets in the Med off the board as one by one to give yourself more freedom. The Austrian fleet has come off here. All the Russian fleet has come off here, and the Italian fleets are all engaged against France. So that's a very successful approach if he's thinking of the same way McCall sort of does about that. All right, spring 1903. This feels because there wasn't a fleet in North Africa, so that makes sense. It feels like a bit of a limited offensive for France. If you're not getting into Tyrrhenian Sea there, I'm not sure what the benefit of trying to go there is. You could convoy to Tuscany instead to punish that presumable supportive move to Tyrrhenian. So, and instead you have a fleet in Piedmont and an army that's still in Spain and nothing in North Africa. So a bit of a loss of momentum here for Henry, I think, although getting into Tyrolia is a really nice coup that will certainly help him in that front. Meanwhile, AT, whatever happened last year, they seem to be doing just fine now. Turkey gets Sevastopol. Austria goes back into Romania behind. The chances of getting Warsaw next year are still very good, so all good there. Although the convoy into Bulgaria is something I'd be very concerned about as Austria here. At least it's made up for partially by Italy leaving Trieste. So not everyone's moving towards you. Meanwhile, EF still going. Germany's still trying to remain useful. Perhaps they'll get support into St. Pete here. And I hope they do because they're losing Kiel. So.
Yeah, I mean, Fleet Marseille is something like your France. It looks obvious if you're in a war with Italy. Oh, I should build Fleet Marseille, and sometimes that's true, but a lot of the time it doesn't get out. It doesn't get anywhere particularly useful. Like that fleet in Piedmont, you just rather was an army right now. If you wanted another fleet, probably should have put it in Brest and brought it around the other way. It's an easy mistake to make, and it sort of goes against your natural intention sometimes. Because it is such an obvious thing. If I'm fighting Italy, I need more fleets in the Med, but Fleet Marseille isn't always the right way to do that.
Yeah, if the situation is where Italy can easily make Lyon stay in Lyon, then where's Marseille going, right? And Piedmont's not a great answer to that. All right, in the fall, again, we see this time the convoy to North Africa does come off. So France is still making progress here, even if it's not as much as perhaps you'd like. Meanwhile, England, north to Holland, Norwegian to north. I don't like that if I'm France, especially with England building 2 from St. Petersburg and Kiel. It definitely feels like Christian is not fully sold on the push further into Russia and finish off Germany idea. I mean, he'll probably finish off Germany eventually, but perhaps it's not his first priority, and he's looking at a potential stab instead under the guise of being defensive. Meanwhile, in the east, we see Austria retake Trieste, actually with French support. So some interesting conversations going on there. I'm not sure how that lines up with Austrian armies going towards Munich and Silesia and Bohemia, but that's something we'll have to find out in 04. And in the meantime, that's the only really good news for Austria that there is here, because Russia takes Romania back from them. Turkey goes into Serbia and Greece. So it seems like Connor is sort of getting cut out of this game here all at once. Perhaps getting some kind of pep talk from Turkey and or Russia, mostly Turkey, about how he's still totally useful. I wouldn't stab you here because XYZ. Like, come on, man. And then just turning around, taking the dots anyway. We saw multiple other Turkish players do that this stream to great effect. And once again, we're seeing it. Brian? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I think Christian is in an incredible position to drop the hammer on France here. It's a very Western Triple-ish position, except that Germany's already dead. But it's this France overcommitted into the Med and no response to what England wants to do if that's what they do. Like English Channel right now, convoy to Belgium, guaranteed. And just take Brest, just gut them for all they're worth. Christian can lock up. Maybe not necessarily the board top. There's possible Turkey can race him for the board top, but he can lock up a 50-50 fight for the board top very early.
Good call, Collis.
And that's what he does. Yeah. Goes London to English Channel, convoys into Belgium. France is there for the taking, and Christian is going to do the taking. Goes back to Norway as well, which will help him secure Sweden. That's good. It's unlikely, but not impossible, that that Russia and Germany make some cooperation on St. Petersburg. It doesn't really matter at this stage. You've got more than enough time to go back and take that back later. The East, meanwhile, Justin is making a good game of it, is getting into Rum this turn. Somehow Austria is still convinced to be pro-Turkey here and supporting Turkey into Rum. I guess it sort of gets that Turkish army away from them, but it feels like Connor is sort of just keeps coming back for more from Justin here, and we'll see how Justin manages to punish it again and again. Really sort of sticking the knife in and twisting it. But Italy, with France being taken down, may become relevant again, and we'll see what Noah can do with that if he's now freed up to make some other decisions, or if France doesn't pull back.
I do want to say I'm very impressed with Justin's ability to maintain these relationships while growing. You know, the fact that he's getting support from Austria, the fact that Russia is not moving against him, I think is a really testament to his diplomatic skills here.
Yeah, and Austria could have actually taken Serbia back there because of those fleets in Bulgaria and Greece. So it makes sense for both parties to get that army out into Rum instead. And it's great for Justin to convince Connor that that's what should happen and that she keep Serbia as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Connor, he doesn't get anything out of it. Bounces Rum, which maybe will be agreed. Maybe everyone is saying, oh, we need to do something to counter England. But what I will say is Henri tactically got very overstretched in the Med, but diplomatically, I've been quite impressed by his game so far. Like, he was cutting deals with Austria earlier when he was attacking Italy. Now that he doesn't need Italy, he's gone, you know what? I'm going to go. I'm going to take the Austrian dots now that I'm not attacking Italy. So the best way to avoid disbands is to not have the disband in the first place. So despite losing Belgium and Brest, he is only pulling one, and Trieste he can maybe hold on to, maybe do something with. Elsewhere, it's just still good news for England. Walks into Sweden as well. Oh no, they didn't keep their German Janissary in Moscow alive, but not the end of the world. Looks like Germany is still pro-England. And in fact, Germany and England were both trying to support Austria into Munich, which Austria will probably regret not taking that support after France took Trieste.
Yeah, I gotta say, it feels like, I guess it's hard to anticipate complex deals like this, but the French-Italian cooperation seems like a no-brainer if England is stabbing now. And I feel like you're better served just protecting Vienna and knowing that Trieste is most likely lost and taking that support into Munich, because that's how you stay in the game with as many units as possible.
Yeah, or supporting yourself to Serbia, trying to grow at least, I think. I might have gone like Munich and Serbia as my two moves with the Austrian units there.
You lost the window
chance
to
of
take
getting
Serbia
Summit.
sustainably last spring, I think. But
All right, we'll play Who Do You Like? And Carlos, we'll start with you.
England.
All right, check. Noam. If not England, then who?
If not England, it has to be Turkey here. I mean, it's going to be a race to them, and obviously Christian has a big advantage on that. But Turkey has a chance.
Patrick, is there a dark horse? The
no, there is not. This is why we don't do TriCast, Brian, because this structure is a bit unfair to the third guy. But the only other player with a really intact position is Italy. I feel like England has too much access to further French gains for that to be a possibility. So the only other the idea is Italy. Maybe he gets Trieste, convinces Austria and Russia to turn on Turkey. That's like a lot would have to come together for that, though. And Justin's good enough diplomatically to head it off. So.
I'll give you the tiebreaker then. Between England or Turkey, which one would you prefer?
England.
All right.
But what I will say is England does still have to deal with Fleet Bothnia. It's not gone away because Russia isn't pulling, and it is one unit that may cause them a few little irritations when they want to be sending everything elsewhere.
I do also think that England, because they have Belgium and Holland as fleets, it's going to be a little awkward to really make progress quickly. Though I guess if France is not defending Paris, then that would help. Okay, so yeah, England manages to walk into Paris. France, to their credit, does convoy back the army into Gascony, and so position, is not totally lost. In the east, Justin continues to make progress, gets into Budapest, and Budapest walks into Trieste, so that's even better for Justin. So he'll be able to pick up Romania for free, and probably will not get Warsaw or Moscow immediately. But he's making progress, like positioning his units to be in places that will get him dots later.
I don't know that Austria taking Trieste is necessarily good for Justin though, because France pulling makes England's task easier. It's not.
It's a good point that it's really a race here, and so.
Well, if he has Trieste for himself, then.
Yeah.
It is still French disbands though, and it's really hard to see how that doesn't just lead to like a cascading effect for England.
So I really like this on Justin's part that he's managed to work out a deal with Austria here, where he walks out of Budapest, and in return, like Austria brings their units up to the line. If you're in a race with England here, you want to get units to help slow England down, and you can always pick up Vienna and Budapest later. So I think this is Justin doing a really good job of just getting tempo. Meanwhile, he also manages to convince Noah to move west, and so if you're honestly, like, this is a pretty solid situation for Justin, because he's got two Janissaries that are moving their units away from him. And, he's getting his units in position to be able to take those dots later if he wants to. And England is, they pick up Paris this year, but they lose St. Petersburg. A lot of their units are not in amazing positions. I think this is actually like looking quite good for Justin.
Yeah, he's actually got 3 Janissaries. It's like Russia's gone to Silesia as well, and he's put the fleet up into Sev to probably make Russia a bit happier. So it seems like Justin has somehow managed to arrange an all against Christian here, which is great diplomatic work by Justin and a bit of a diplomatic fail on Christian's part to allow that to form.
Yeah, I think people are overreacting to the Christian threat here and not appreciating enough that Justin is also. I mean, if you move all your units away from him, he's also a serious threat.
Yeah, well, it's not a diplomatic fail on Christian's part, though, is getting Liam a build, because now it's going to be a much more difficult process for anything to happen in the center of the board, which at least benefits England indirectly by shielding his own centers. England does get into MAO here because of the disbands, so sort of goes back to what we were saying about perhaps Trieste staying in French hands is better for Justin. But either way, Christian is in Mao now, and it's not going to lead to any immediate gains, but with Italy lining up on Spain, it could very well lead to more of a partition than anything. I'm not sure this is a Janissary situation for Noah to Justin. It's more of a desperation situation where he needs French dots to survive in reliably.
Yeah, and Christian's getting back into place to retake St. Petersburg. I'm not entirely sure why he moved those 2 fleets away in the first place, but now that Russia is probably worried about Warsaw, maybe he can have a better chance of getting St. Pete.
I presume it was a misorder, because in Follow 5, we saw Norway order a support order of Bothnia to St. Pete that wasn't taken, so he just got caught updating his orders maybe by the deadline.
I had like 2 different order sets in and chose to pull out late on, but whatever it wasn't the right order set.
And here we see the reinforcement of the idea that Italy isn't really a Turkish Janissary, because putting Austria into Venice, putting himself into Naples, takes Budapest to make sure Austria doesn't build, all good Janissary management there. Russia chooses to defend St. Petersburg, which makes sense. It's the only dot they really can defend, compared to Warsaw at least. And that's, again, great for Justin. We have ourselves a real race now, although I'm not convinced that it is advantage Justin outright. Mao hold is a little confusing, because you'd think the support into Gascony is pretty valuable here. So that might be a bit of lost tempo, because piffing that army would be really useful.
What Justin now has to do, now that he's taken the lead, is can he convince the people that they should still be worried about England? Because, yes, Justin's ahead, but Christian's position is still fine. France is going to be pulling another one. Christian can cut some deal with Italy. It's not over yet, but if Justin can sort of convince people that he's not the big threat for another year or 2, then he will be out of sight of Christian, I think.
I don't think Christian really picks up easy dots here, except for St. Petersburg.
What about with Marseille disband?
Well, Marseille disbands, then yes, I guess that's certainly helpful. I mean, it depends on if France and Italy are moving against him. Yeah, if they're working together, I think it's still going to be tough.
Is this the year where you kill Germany or no?
I think you have to go and get the Iberian dots.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can kill Germany. Well, I guess if you move to Ruhr, but
you can go to Baltic right now, because St. Petersburg's gone.
Yeah.
So is Italy going to decide who wins this in the race?
They'll certainly be a major factor.
Possibly.
So if you're Noah, based on what you've seen in this game, who are you rooting for?
I mean,
Clearly,
Christian's done nothing to Noah, right?
Somehow Justin has managed to, keep attacking people and keep having them work with him anyway. So normally I would say, like, I would expect Noah to turn around and just be very angry with Justin here, but I don't know. Maybe that's not the case.
The Marseille disband suggests he's annoyed at Turkey. Like, that suggests that he's content to let England walk through that area. Suggests accurately. Is it my year? Yeah. All right. So England takes Marseille with Italian support, also gets into Western Med, gets all of their fleets forward, gets into Berlin as well, because Germany kindly walks out for them. Maybe it's a walk through, maybe it's a walk through, or maybe it's actually agreed to just hand it straight over. Also takes St. Petersburg and moves to Livonia to block off a Russian retreat, so you don't have to worry about anything else happening there with that. I don't mind that. Russia have been too sort of changeable to really be wanting them to stay on the board. Other than that, Italy and Austria make. No, they're not working together. Italy tried to support Austria, but Austria supported Turkey into Italy. So it looks like Austria is still pro-Turkey, even if Italy is not. But I think this is back to advantage Christian with the amount of dots that are heading his way here.
Yeah, I think Tunis, the army in St. Pete and the fleet in Western Med are the most important because St. Pete has the play on the Russian dots, and Western Med can defend Tunis, which is a really key dot for Justin to get if he's going to keep up with the Christian that can take Iberia.
All right, I don't have orders here, so I am wondering if it drew or if there's an error in tip cap.
I'll look directly on the backstabber and find out.
Did we catch up? I mean, obviously not catch up, but catch up to when the game was loaded in the first place?
It's possible.
Let's have a look. The game does not end here.
Okay, so let me go ahead and see if I can correct that. Give me just a second. While I am doing that, talk through this type of situation. I'm sure several of you have been in situations like this where you've got a race scenario and you're trying to outpace your opposite theater rival. What's your approach?
I think it really comes down to the small powers here and how you manage them. I think Justin did a really great job getting Austria and Italy and Russia all moving away from him towards Christian, and it looks like maybe he pulled the trigger a little early in grabbing the dots from them and breaking those relationships. It's hard. It's always a hard thing to decide. Like if you're going for the top. You got to get those dots eventually, but if you take them too soon, then they're going to turn around and be angry at you. So how do you balance that?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like, it looks like Italy is the key here. Like Austria, Justin's managed to keep on side despite repeatedly stabbing him. Russia is dead and not really a factor, and Justin got most of Russia out of it, so he's worked to that side well. But Christian sort of lost the diplomatic game in the middle of it when Justin got everyone bar Germany to be anti-England. But maybe Christian, by not having had those interactions with people, like they were probably all against him for quite a while, and he was like, well, what have I done to you? And then once Justin took those dots, Christian can go in and say, hey, look, I'm your friend, I've never done anything to you, you were the one who picked this fight with me, let's punish Turkey. And Italy at least looks susceptible to that.
Is Russia really irrelevant though? Because we saw at that last turn, why did Germany go to Silesia? Why does England benefit from an army in St. Pete? It's because Warsaw is a key dot as well here, and Germany being in Silesia allows England and his Janissaries to exert some control over that area. And if he can do that to guarantee that John lives, and we could be seeing a situation where Christian actually gets one of Justin's Janissaries to come over to him, actively, rather than just helping him after they've been stabbed, like Noah, which would be a very different twist to this game, and I think that could decide the whole thing.
All right, well, I do have orders, so the show will go on in 1907. No,
we've seen this turn already.
I think we saw this one. All right, sorry. And
all right, I think it's me, right?
Yeah, Russia's been turned.
Yep. So Russia attempts to support England into Moscow. It doesn't work. Berlin was a walkthrough and a legitimate walkthrough, so it goes to Prussia as well, which is good for power projection over towards Warsaw. Justin takes Venice and Vienna, so the one Janissary he still had, he's decided to kill at the end of 07, which may be slightly early to be doing that. But it looks like Christian has made a convoy misorder because a coastal misorder because Gascony is not next to Spain South Coast. You cannot move from Gascony to Spain South Coast. This would have been the one really incredibly rare scenario where Spain North Coast is the correct move, and unfortunately Christian didn't realize that and has not taken Spain when he should have done. Italy also, by the looks of it, has turned against Christian again, because those are two Italian units that were supporting Turkey to Western Med. Turkey didn't do it, but the support was there. So it looks like Christian is still struggling with the diplomatic game in this position.
Yeah, I really
Tuscany
don't understand
hold-
what makes Italy turn here.
maybe they just want to be out of the game. But the Tuscany hold in particular, I found surprising because if they had gone to Rome, they would have bounced out Turkey and been able to keep another unit.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think this is a pretty low impact misorder though from Christian because Spain is still right there this year. He can pith it. He can cut Leon if that chooses to do something silly. So he'll still get those 2 dots the same that he would. It's just a matter of is Noah willing to stay alive in Tunis, I suppose.
I think it's really struggling to win the race now. Like 17-17 is very much on. If that goes wrong, someone can solo, but I think Justin is going to be on probably 16 at the end of this year, and if he can make the right guesses around the center of the board to get Warsaw as well, England's got to make sure Munich isn't vulnerable before Turkey can look at 18.
Steve Hogue says in chat, "Here come my earth-shattering game redefining French orders in 1908. Watch me turn this thing around. Take notes."
I think he subbed in.
All right.
Oh yeah, he mentioned that earlier, right? So
yeah.
So the question I have is, are there enough units on the board for Munich to be protected? Can England get units there fast enough to protect Munich? Is a better
absolutely. He convoys to Belgium. He goes to Ruhr. Burgundy's already there. Easy peasy. Yeah.
Whether he's going to take more risks trying to get centers himself is the bigger question.
Yeah,
because that's where the risk comes in.
Yeah, so he does all the right moves here, and this is basically best case scenario because he's in a position to take Tunis in the fall. He convoys over to Sev, which is the right call, makes progress towards Galicia, Tyrolia, and England manages to take Spain, North Coast this time. Makes Sweden to Finland. Yeah, so Christian's doing what he can to make some progress. I think it's going to be tough to catch up to Justin here, but we'll see.
Justin, the solo was there this turn. If he'd gone Venice to Piedmont, and gone up to Bohemia as well, then Burgundy couldn't defend both Marseille and Munich, and 18 was right there.
Yeah,
he took the safer moves, like going for Gal and that, but I don't know.
That imminent threat is also why the convoy to Belgium and into Ruhr is so important to do quickly. And I'm disappointed that English Channel moved to Mao here because you're using Mao to cut a support. You know Portugal's not walking out. It can't walk out. It physically can't. So why not use that for something else?
And we've already learned that Spain North Coast, and Marseille are not great positions to support it. Like Spain North Coast cannot defend Marseille in this position.
Interesting moves. So he basically goes to the line. He brings Western Med back to Spain, takes Portugal from Spain North Coast, and just gives up on Tunis, which I think it makes sense here. You can't defend Tunis, so you might as well get into a defensive position on the south. There's
again, this is another. Justin had another chance to guarantee the solo. If you go Tuscany to Lyon here instead of backfilling Tyrrhenian Sea, then Western Med cuts Spain, and you have Marseille again.
A Raider and Tyrrhenian does genuinely take a lot of time to cover, though, if Venice is gone. So.
I mean,
I think this is an interesting question of like, do you play it safe? When you have a pretty much guaranteed 17, or do you take the shot for the 18? And I think if you have a shot at the 18, I think you might as well take it. Like worst case scenario, the guy gets into Tyrrhenian Sea, you got to like spend a bunch of time fishing him out, but you end up at 16 instead of 17. So
and you should bear in mind that because those two German units are still German, it's not if you get it wrong England solos. If those units had flipped to England, then you getting it horribly wrong could lead to an English solo. England is still a fair way short of that. They need to take a dot from you, take Berlin, which is very doable, and magic their way into Munich, which is really hard.
It is winter of 1908. We've got a 16 center Turkey racing a 15 center England. There's a lot going on here. One of the biggest questions: could we see a second solo from Justin Lohr tonight
as Turkey? Con armies is the correct orders. Oh no, that London and English Channel hold has to be a misorder because you need the convoy to Belgium again. Get that army through to Kiel ASAP. But it's
No,
fine.
he
Goes
convoyed to
through.
Gascony.
You don't need it in Gascony. You already have Liverpool in Gascony. But anyway, yeah, the line in the meta is now complete, so that's important. Warsaw is still fully defensible. One thing Justin could have tried to do here was to get into Silesia, but it's not an easy thing to do, and there were several ways it could have gone wrong. So makes sense, but it goes back to what Gnome said. You have to take risks to solo, and that's not what's happened so far. So it looks like this is going to end with Justin at 16 and England at probably the 15 they have now, unless they can take Berlin with German consent without enabling the solo, which seems difficult, especially without that extra army on the front.
I think the solo, like Gascony plugs the solo. I think that is the solo gone. Too slow to get to Marseille, and
Yep.
I'm surprised England took the draw. Actually, I feel like taking Berlin for 16-16. Maybe Liam was not happy with it, but
because that doesn't actually give you the shared top, because then Liam just votes down the draw and then Warsaw falls.
You just do it in the final year, right? You just play the time, veto the draw privately until the final year, and
people are going to know why you're doing that, though.
Yeah, you blame Turkey. You say that they're still pushing for the solo.
That doesn't always work. I've tried it.
Well, net result. Justin Lohr, another stellar performance as Turkey. McAuliffe, story of the game.
Justin managed the other players diplomatically better than Christian did. Like, they both got into incredible tactical positions, sort of won their local theaters, but when it came to the middle and towards the end of the game, Justin got the other players on his side in a way Christian was not able to, and Justin made that a lasting advantage, went all the way. Could possibly have had some chances at the solo if he'd been more aggressive towards Iberia before Christian got the units over there that he really needed, but didn't manage it. Not the end of the world. I think it's still a really good score for Justin that puts him very highly up in the rankings.
I really liked Christian's stab against France. I think the fact that he was able to position his units without pulling the trigger and still keep France at ease, he was in a much better position when he actually pulled the trigger. And yeah, I think ultimately what it came down to is Justin, throughout this entire game, was able to grow without offending his allies until the very end.
Yeah, there are a lot of diplomatic battles that Christian perhaps lost in the mid game, but the one I'm really impressed by how he used Germany this game. We've seen a couple other games tonight where EF choose to get Germany on side as a janissary, but I think Christian really got more mileage out of those two units in Munich and Berlin than we've seen anyone else do. I think more mileage out of those two units than Justin got with his Italian friend because he turned on him too soon. So as a result, wanted to shout that out, even though Justin did manage his side of the board much better holistically. Yeah.
Well, once again, want to thank all of our players for allowing us the privilege to cover their games. Really, really fun games tonight. I've been saying that a lot, and I'm not just saying it. Like, we have just had some really good games to cover, and really grateful for that. Before we get to seeing the standings, I do want to remind everybody to like and subscribe if you've not already done so. If you're enjoying the content, share the broadcast with a friend, put in a comment, tell us what we got wrong. All of that stuff helps the algorithm, helps other players find this game and build community, which is the main thing we're trying to do here on League Night. So with that, let's take a look and see what tonight's games, what impact it had on our standings. Starting first with 11 to 20. We have Joshua, Marcus, Micah, Noah, Con, Spiros, Michael, Ben, Robert, and Front Stabber.
Jake
Mannix, right?
Yeah.
And our top 10. Jamal staying on top, but Justin Lohr closing that gap 395.3 for Justin. Jason Gray coming in third, 36.5. Cody Miller, Christian Brown, Darcy Morris, and Zoe Cameron rounding out your top 7. Patrick needs a little more work to get it in for that back into that top 7. Jaden and Tuckbot, David, I believe, rounding out your top 10. All right. Well, we are going to call it there for tonight. I want to thank each of you for joining me tonight. This was really fun. Noam, your first league night. Welcome. Well done. Any closing thoughts?
I can say when I started learning to play diplomacy, when I started to get really into diplomacy when I was working on it, I watched a lot of DBN to learn the game better, and it taught me a lot. I mean, I remember watching the commentaries and having no idea what people were talking about at first. Hearing all of this like reading of the board that didn't really line up with my intuition of it, and then seeing how things played out. And eventually, you build up an understanding of what the metagame is, like what the strategy is, and I think it's a really effective tool for learning the game better. So it's great to be able to contribute to that, and hopefully get to do it again.
Well, we're grateful to have you. And one of the things that I have been curious, I'm just going to plant this bug in your ear, is I think that a lot of times we play the meta more than we realize. And I would love to explore, like, what are some, and this goes for the whole community, but what are some ways that perhaps we could challenge ourselves, think about it a little bit differently? There's got to be stuff hiding out there that we just are blind to see for the opposite reason of what you said, Noam, where, hey, this is helpful to learn that meta. Like, what is in the meta that we need to unlearn to unlock some new ways to play and experiment? So plant that out there. And Patrick, I'll go to you next. Any thoughts about tonight's broadcast?
I think a lot of the time early in the league season, it's defined by strong alliance play and the idea that you don't need to stab to get ahead and get a good score. And I was talking about it before the show in terms of the summer being that part of the season where things really transition into people having a wide variety of experience levels and approaches. And we really saw that transition today. I think today was really dominated by successful stabs and stabs that didn't quite go well, and people were punished for it. And that's a really interesting transition to watch, see the same people evolve according to their circumstances, according to who's next to them. And that's what's beautiful about diplomacy, right? You change and adapt based on the people, based on the scoring system, if you care about that and your place in it, and based on, other people's attitudes. So, playing the metagame, maybe we do it too much, but it's not a bad thing. It leads to compelling outcomes, especially when you're playing with people you like consistently.
Nicholas?
We talk about learning the metagame, but the metagame is constantly changing. Like we saw in a lot of games tonight, bounces in Romania, something that we haven't seen so much for a while, but Russia was getting pretty consistently bounced out, and maybe this is a new part of the meta forming. We saw the year of the AIRs crushing Turkey. Now we've had Turkey doing pretty well for quite a while, as the meta has shifted again. So yes, some things are sort of constant, but there are a lot of parts of the metagame that are very, very fluid, and you might be completely in tune with the meta one year. You take a year-long break, come back, and it turns out that the game's completely changed, and what you sort of go into a game expecting is not what anyone else is expecting anymore. So old things come back into fashion, and they're sort of quite cyclical in that regard. And let's say if this bounce in Romania becomes sort of more common, maybe we're going to start seeing other Russian openings as a result. Maybe Russia will start opening to Romania a lot more frequently. And there are constantly ways that people experience the metagame, go, well, that didn't work for me. What can I do differently against it? And they come up with a new way to counter that. And then other people go, oh, look, that worked. Maybe I'll do that. And so it's a sort of ever-changing factor of the game. And I think that DBN, the coverage, has been something which sort of makes that more rapid. Like there was always changing meta in online games, but I think it took a lot longer. Like my experience on Webdit when I was an extended deadline player for 10 years, the meta shifted, but it definitely didn't shift as rapidly as it does nowadays. And I think that coverage is a big part of that. People are watching other people's games more, and they're picking up what worked, what didn't, what can I counter that with.
Yeah, I think I completely agree that the increased coverage is resulting, it's an accelerator in those adjustments within the meta. But I also think the big item that's a big contributor for that is the more connectedness of the hobby. We're connecting in both global communities and communities from different play styles and play formats. We have I mean, just within the past couple of months, we've had extended deadline, we've had club games, we've had different leagues. Like they all bring something new and expose us all to new ideas and new ways of thinking about things. I mean, my brain's just going crazy about this idea of loaning Vienna. Like that's such a cool thing. I never even thought about it before, and I don't know if that's a good idea, but it sure is fun, and it gives us a chance to experiment and watch the results of other people experimenting, and that's what creates learning and keeps the game fresh. So once again, grateful for the chance to cover this, for our players being willing to put their games on air for us to all learn from together. I think that's one of the best parts of doing these broadcasts. So with that, it is it's time to say goodnight. Any last shout outs for anyone before I close it out?
2 weeks time, go sign up for Summer Classic, VWDC Discord server. Go do it. I demand it.
All right. Well, with that demand complete, I will wish you all good night. Noam, do you want to give the sign out tonight?
What's it to say?
It's I'll get it for you. We'll save it for the next one. So good night, everybody. Stay safe, stab well.